Cain. The most infamous tragedies that shocked the world. Volume 1. Shadows of Cain. Chapter 1. Cain and Abel, the first murder. The origin of violence. 1. The story we all know. It is the first story of its kind. Before the flood, before the Tower of Babel, before the cities and the kings and the prophets, there were two brothers. One tilled the soil, one kept the sheep, one brought an offering of fruit to the Lord, one brought the firstborn of his flock. The Lord looked with favor on Abel's offering. He did not look with favor on Cain's. And Cain was angry. His face fell. The Lord spoke to him. "Why are you angry? Why is your face fallen? If you do well, will you not be accepted? And if you do not do well, sin is crouching at the door. Its desire is contrary to you, but you must rule over it." Cain did not rule over it. He spoke to his brother in the field. He rose up against him. He killed him. The Lord said, "Where is your brother Abel?" Cain said, "I do not know. Am I my brother's keeper?" And the Lord said, "What have you done? The voice of your brother's blood is crying to me from the ground." So begins the history of human violence. Not with a war, not with a conquest, not with a grand political ideology or a religious crusade, with a farmer and a shepherd, with jealousy, with anger, with a rock or a club or a pair of hands, with a brother who could not bear that his brother was loved more. The story of Cain and Abel is not history. It is myth, sacred story, not factual record. But it is the most important myth ever told about murder, because it asks the question that every other murder story only answers: why do we kill each other? 2. The text, the biblical account, is maddeningly brief. The book of Genesis, chapter 4, verses 1 through 16, contains the entire story. In most English translations, it is fewer than 500 words. There is no description of the murder itself. No weapon is named, no wound is described. We are not told whether Abel fought back, whether he begged, whether he wept. We are not told how Cain felt in the moment, only that he was angry before and afraid after. What we are told is this: Cain was a worker of the ground. Abel was a keeper of sheep. Both brought offerings to the Lord, Cain from the fruit of the ground, Abel from the firstborn of his flock. The Lord had regard for Abel and his offering. He did not have regard for Cain and his offering. Cain was very angry. His face fell. The Lord warned him, "Sin is crouching at the door." Cain spoke to Abel in the field. They went into the field. Cain rose against Abel and killed him. The Lord confronted Cain. Cain lied. The Lord cursed him. Cain said, "My punishment is greater than I can bear. I will be a fugitive and a wanderer. Whoever finds me will kill me." The Lord put a mark on Cain, the famous mark of Cain, so that no one would kill him. Cain went away from the presence of the Lord and settled in the land of Nod, east of Eden. That is the entire narrative. In those 16 verses, a theologian can find the origins of sin, the nature of divine justice, the institution of sacrifice, and the concept of exile. A psychologist can find sibling rivalry, parental favoritism, implied, not stated, and the transformation of wounded pride into lethal violence. A criminologist can find the first instance of premeditated murder, the first attempted cover-up, the first failure of what we would now call restorative justice. A historian, however, finds a problem. There is no evidence outside the Bible, no archaeological remains, no contemporary records. The story of Cain and Abel is not a historical event. It is a theological explanation, an answer to a question that every human society has asked. Why does evil exist? 3. The interpretation. For 2,000 years, Jewish and Christian scholars have debated the meaning of the Cain and Abel story. The most common interpretations fall into several categories. Theological interpretation. The story explains why God accepts some sacrifices and rejects others. Abel offers the firstborn of his flock, blood. Cain offers the fruit of the ground, vegetable. God prefers blood sacrifice. This interpretation places the story within the ritual practices of ancient Israel. Moral interpretation. The story is a warning about envy. Cain is not rejected arbitrarily. He is rejected because of something in his heart. The Lord's warning, sin is crouching at the door, makes clear that Cain had a choice. He could have mastered his anger. He chose not to. Psychological interpretation. The story is about sibling rivalry, specifically the rivalry between farmers and herders. Ancient societies were often divided between agricultural communities and nomadic pastoralists. Cain represents the settled farmer. Abel represents the wandering shepherd. The murder of Abel by Cain is a mythic representation of the conflict between these two ways of life. Feminist interpretation. The story is conspicuously silent about the mother. Eve appears in Genesis 3 and 4:1, but she plays no role in the conflict. The story is entirely about men, brothers, father, God the Father, and the absent mother. Some scholars argue that the story reflects a patriarchal society's attempt to erase matrilineal traditions. Post-Holocaust interpretation. After the murders of 6 million Jews, some Jewish theologians read the story differently. The mark of Cain, the sign that protects the murderer from being killed, is not mercy. It is a curse. Cain must live with what he has done. He cannot escape into death. For these theologians, the mark of Cain is the burden of memory. We must remember the victims. We must not forget. 4. The name that became a curse. Cain's name has become synonymous with betrayal and murder. To raise Cain is to cause trouble. To have the mark of Cain is to carry a visible curse. In popular culture, Cain appears as a character in countless films, novels, and television shows, most notably in the television series Supernatural, where he becomes the first demon, and in the comic book Lucifer, where he is immortal, unable to die, wandering the earth forever. But the name Cain also has a specific historical resonance. In the 19th century, white supremacists in the United States developed a pseudo-biblical theology in which black people were supposedly descended from Cain, marked by God with dark skin as a sign of their cursed status. This theology, known as the Curse of Cain, was used to justify slavery, segregation, and violence. It has no basis in the biblical text. The mark of Cain is never described as dark skin, but it has been enormously influential, appearing in the writings of Southern slaveholders, the sermons of segregationist preachers, and the manifestos of modern white supremacists. The name of the first murderer became a weapon against the innocent. That is a tragedy in itself. 5. The first victim. Abel has no voice. He speaks no words in the biblical text. He is the passive victim, the one to whom things happen, not the one who acts. He is shepherding his sheep. He offers his sacrifice. He is killed. He is mourned. His blood cries out from the ground. But the text gives us nothing else. We do not know how old he was. We do not know if he had a wife or children. We do not know what he dreamed about. He is, in the most literal sense, a footnote to his brother's sin. This is the pattern that would repeat itself for thousands of years. The killer's name is remembered. The victim's name is forgotten. Jack the Ripper is a household name. Mary Ann Nichols is not. Ted Bundy is a cultural icon. The 30 women he murdered are statistics. Charles Manson's face is on T-shirts. Sharon Tate's face is known only because she was a movie star. Abel was not a movie star, he was a shepherd, and his brother killed him. His blood cries out from the ground. We still hear it. 6. The Forgotten Sister. There is a character in the Cain and Abel story who is almost never mentioned. Her name is not in the Bible. It comes from later Jewish tradition, from the Book of Jubilees and other apocryphal texts. Her name is Aklima, or sometimes Kalmana. She was Cain's twin sister. According to these traditions, Cain and Abel each had a twin sister. Cain was supposed to marry Abel's twin. Abel was supposed to marry Cain's twin. Cain wanted to marry his own twin instead, or, according to some versions, he wanted the more beautiful sister. The dispute over the sisters led to the murder. This tradition is not canonical. It is not in the Bible, but it is ancient, predating Christianity by centuries. It adds a dimension to the story that the biblical text leaves out. The possibility that the murder was not about divine favor at all. It was about a woman. It was about sexual jealousy. If this tradition is right, if the first murder was a crime of passion, a dispute over a woman, then the story of Cain and Abel is even more human than we thought. It is not about theology. It is about lust, envy, and the terrible things men do when they want what another man has. 7. The Mark. The mark of Cain has fascinated readers for millennia. What was it? The Bible does not say. Some traditions say it was a horn on his forehead. Others say it was a disfiguring skin disease. Others say it was a special sign from God, a mark of protection, not punishment. The most influential interpretation in Western art that comes from Dante's Inferno, where Cain is depicted as the figure who killed his brother with a blow from a club. In Dante's vision, Cain's mark is not physical. It is spiritual. It is the burden of guilt. In modern times, the mark of Cain has been reinterpreted as a psychological concept. To bear the mark of Cain is to carry the knowledge that you have done something irreversible, that you have crossed a line that cannot be uncrossed. Cain spends the rest of his life as a fugitive, wandering the earth, afraid that everyone he meets will kill him. He is not afraid because of what others might do. He is afraid because he knows what he himself is capable of. That is the real mark of Cain. It is not on his skin. It is in his mind. 8. The Legacy. The story of Cain and Abel is not history, but it is true. It is true every time a brother kills a brother, whether by blood or by neglect, by violence or by silence. It is true every time envy curdles into hatred, every time anger is not mastered, every time someone looks at another person and sees not a human being but an obstacle to their own desire. The story is true because it describes something that happens inside every human heart. The capacity for violence is not rare. It is not exceptional. It is ordinary. It is crouching at the door, and we must rule over it. Most of us do. Most of us, most of the time, choose not to kill. We choose not to raise our hands, not to pick up the rock, not to speak the words that cannot be unsaid. But not all of us. Some of us walk into the field with our brother. Some of us rise up. Some of us strike. And then we lie to God. I do not know. Am I my brother's keeper? The answer to that question, the answer that Cain did not want to hear, the answer that every killer since has refused to hear, is yes. Yes, you are your brother's keeper. Yes, you are responsible. Yes, the blood of your brother cries out from the ground, and you will hear it. You will hear it for the rest of your life. The mark of Cain is memory. May we all bear it well. Chapter 2. Nero's Rome, the Great Fire, and Christian Persecution. The emperor who fiddled while Rome burned. 1. The night the world burned, the night of July 18th, 64 AD, was hot and dry. The summer winds came from the east, as they always did, carrying dust from the Syrian desert and the smell of the sea. In the streets of Rome, the fire began small, a spark in the wooden stalls of the Circus Maximus, perhaps, or a lamp tipped in a merchant's shop. No one knows for certain. What is known is that by midnight, the fire was unstoppable. It raged for 6 days. It burned through the heart of the city, through the crowded tenements of the Subura, through the marble temples of the Forum, through the palaces of the Palatine Hill. It consumed everything in its path. When it finally died, 2/3 of Rome had been destroyed. Thousands were dead. Hundreds of thousands were homeless. And the emperor, Nero Claudius Caesar Augustus Germanicus, the last of the Julio-Claudian line, a man of 26 years with a passion for music, theater, and his own divine status, did nothing to stop the fire. Or so the story goes. Instead, according to the Roman historian Suetonius, Nero watched the fire from the Tower of Maecenas, so delighted with the flames that he sang the entire poem of the sack of Troy in his theatrical costume. Another historian, Cassius Dio, wrote that Nero sang of the fall of Troy, comparing the present calamities to that ancient disaster. The phrase that would echo through history, Nero fiddled while Rome burned, is not literally true. The fiddle had not yet been invented. The violin would not appear for another 1,000 years. But the image was too powerful to die. Nero, the emperor, as artist, the ruler who cared more about his performance than his people, watching his capital city burn and calling it inspiration. That is the Nero we remember. The monster, the madman, the Antichrist. But is that Nero real? 2. The man behind the myth. Nero was born Lucius Domitius Ahenobarbus on December 15, 37 AD. His father was a brutal, violent man who died when Nero was 2. His mother, Agrippina the Younger, was the sister of the mad emperor Caligula and the niece of the emperor Claudius. She was ambitious, ruthless, and utterly without scruple. She married her uncle Claudius, persuaded him to adopt Nero as his heir, and then poisoned Claudius so that Nero could become emperor at the age of 16. Nero did not want to be emperor. He wanted to be an artist. He wrote poetry, he played the lyre, he sang in public, a scandalous activity for a Roman nobleman who was supposed to engage in politics, not performance. He dreamed of appearing on stage in Greece, of winning competitions, of being celebrated for his art. Instead, he was trapped in a web of palace intrigue, forced murders, and endless political maneuvering. His mother, Agrippina, dominated him. His tutor, Seneca, lectured him. The Praetorian prefect, Burrus, managed him. Nero was a boy in a man's body, a poet in a general's uniform, an artist who had been given absolute power. The first 5 years of his reign were surprisingly good. He lowered taxes. He improved the food supply. He banned capital punishment in certain cases. He built public baths and gymnasiums. The Roman Senate, which hated him, nonetheless admitted that Nero's early years were a model of good governance. Then something changed. Or perhaps nothing changed. Perhaps the mask simply slipped. In 59 AD, Nero ordered the murder of his mother. He invited her to a party, put her on a boat designed to collapse, and when she survived, sent assassins to her villa. He claimed she had been plotting against him. He may even have believed it. In 62 AD, he divorced and then murdered his wife, Octavia, claiming she was barren and adulterous. He married his mistress, Pompeii Sabina, who was pregnant. He kicked her to death while she was pregnant with his child in 65 AD. He began to appear on stage, publicly in Rome, in Greek costume, singing and playing the lyre. The Roman elite were horrified. An emperor did not perform. An emperor was performed for. By 64 AD, the year of the fire, Nero was already hated by the aristocracy and feared by the people. The fire was the crisis that would define his reign. And it was the crisis that would give birth to one of the most enduring lies in history. 3. The fire, the Great Fire of Rome, began on the night of July 18th, 64 AD. The Circus Maximus, the great chariot racing stadium, was lined with wooden shops and booths. A spark, maybe from a cooking fire, maybe from a torch, maybe from an arsonist, ignited the dry wood. The wind spread the flames to the surrounding tenements. The fire burned for 6 days. It stopped for a brief period, then reignited and burned for another 3 days. When it was over, only 4 of Rome's 14 districts remained intact. 3 were completely destroyed. The other 7 were heavily damaged. The death toll is unknown. The ancient sources claim thousands but do not give a number. Modern historians estimate that 10,000 to 20,000 people died, mostly in the crowded tenements where escape was impossible. The response of the emperor was mixed. According to Tacitus, Nero opened the Campus Martius and the public buildings to the homeless, brought in food supplies from surrounding towns, and lowered the price of grain. These are not the actions of a man who wanted Rome to burn. But Nero also used the fire as an opportunity. The destroyed districts were close to his palace on the Palatine Hill. He announced plans for a new, grander complex, the Domus Aurea, the Golden House, a sprawling palace complex that would include artificial lakes, forests, vineyards, and a colossal statue of Nero himself as the sun god Sol. The Roman people, homeless and starving, saw their emperor building a golden palace on their ashes. They were not grateful. They were furious. And Nero, ever the performer, needed a scapegoat. 4. The scapegoat. The Christians were a tiny sect in 64 AD. They had been followers of a Jewish preacher named Jesus, executed by the Romans 30 years earlier. They met in secret in private homes and catacombs. They refused to worship the Roman gods. They refused to offer sacrifices to the emperor. They spoke of a coming kingdom that would replace Rome. To the average Roman, Christians were odd, secretive, and vaguely threatening. To Nero, they were useful. Tacitus, writing 50 years after the fire, describes what happened. Nero fastened the guilt and inflicted the most exquisite tortures on a class hated for their abominations, called Christians by the populace. Christus, from whom the name had its origin, suffered the extreme penalty during the reign of Tiberius at the hands of one of our procurators, Pontius Pilatus. A most mischievous superstition, thus checked for the moment, again broke out not only in Judea, the first source of the evil, but even in Rome, where all things hideous and shameful from every part of the world find their center and become popular. Accordingly, an arrest was first made of all who pleaded guilty. Then, upon their information, an immense multitude was convicted, not so much of the crime of firing the city, as of hatred of mankind. The punishments were horrible. Christians were crucified. They were covered in animal skins and torn apart by dogs. They were wrapped in pitch-soaked tunics and set on fire to serve as human torches in Nero's gardens. Tacitus, no friend of Christianity, nonetheless notes that the executions were not for the public good, but for the cruelty of Nero. The Roman people, Tacitus writes, felt pity for the Christians, though they were guilty and deserved the most exemplary punishment, because they were not put to death for the public good, but for the savagery of one man. This is the first description of Christian persecution by a Roman writer. It established a pattern that would continue for 200 years. Christians as scapegoats, as enemies of the state, as people who could be killed without trial because their very existence was a crime. 5. The Fiddle That Never Was, The Legend of Nero. Fiddling While Rome Burned appeared centuries after his death. The earliest surviving source is an account by the Roman historian Cassius Dio, writing in the early 3rd century, more than 150 years after the fire. Dio writes, "While the city was burning, Nero went up to the tower of Maecenas, and, in the garb of a lyre player, sang the capture of Troy, as he said that he was going to do. Dio does not claim to have witnessed this. He is repeating a rumor. But the rumor stuck. By the 4th century, the Christian historian Sulpicius Severus was already writing that Nero set fire to the city and then, dressed in a theatrical costume, sang from the tower of Maecenas about the destruction of Troy. The accusation was now fact. The fiddle entered the story much later. In the 16th century, the word fiddle was used colloquially to mean any stringed instrument. An English translation of Dio's account used the word fiddle. The image of Nero playing a violin while Rome burned was too powerful to resist. In reality, Nero was in Antium, modern Anzio, 30 miles from Rome when the fire started. He returned to the city when he heard the news. He organized relief efforts. He did not play any instrument. He certainly did not sing. But the truth did not matter. The legend was better. The legend said something true about Nero, even if the facts were wrong. Nero was a man who put his own artistic vanity above the welfare of his people. He did not need to play a fiddle to be guilty. He was guilty of something deeper, the sin of caring more about his own glory than about the human beings who suffered under his rule. 6. The end of Nero. The Great Fire and the persecution of the Christians did not save Nero. His popularity continued to decline. The Roman Senate turned against him. In 68 AD, the governor of Gaul revolted, and other governors followed. Nero was declared a public enemy. He fled Rome and went to the villa of a freedman. When he heard that the Senate had sentenced him to be beaten to death, a humiliating punishment for an emperor, he prepared to kill himself. He could not do it. He made his secretary help him hold the knife to his throat. His last words were, "Qualis artifex pereo." What an artist dies in me. He was 30 years old. He had reigned for 14 years. With him died the Julio-Claudian dynasty. The year after his death, 68 AD, would be known as the Year of the Four Emperors, a civil war that nearly destroyed Rome. Nero's body was buried in a porphyry sarcophagus. In the 4th century, a Christian church was built over the site. The church still stands. Nero, the first persecutor of Christians, lies beneath the Christian altar. History has a sense of irony. 7. The legacy Nero is remembered as a monster. He is one of the bad emperors of Roman history, alongside Caligula, Domitian, and Elagabalus, whose names are synonymous with cruelty, madness, and excess. The legend of Nero fiddling while Rome burned is a shorthand for a particular kind of evil, the evil of the ruler who cares more about his own pleasure than about the suffering of his people. But the real Nero was more complicated. He was a young man given absolute power. He was a poet who wanted to be celebrated. He was a son who murdered his mother. He was a husband who kicked his pregnant wife to death. He was a leader who opened his palace to the homeless and who tortured Christians in his gardens. He was all of these things at the same time because human beings are not simple. The fire of Rome was a tragedy. The persecution of the Christians was a crime. The legend of the fiddle is a lie that tells a deeper truth. Nero did not fiddle while Rome burned, but he might as well have. Chapter 3. The Children's Crusade, 1212. The innocents who walked to their deaths. 1. The most tragic crusade of all the crusades, the 9 major expeditions to the Holy Land, the Albigensian Crusade against the Cathars, the Northern Crusades against the pagans of the Baltic. The most tragic was not fought by knights or kings. It was fought by children. In the summer of 1212, two separate movements of young people, perhaps thousands, perhaps tens of thousands, left their homes in France and Germany. They were not armed. They were not trained. They were not led by generals or bishops. They were led by a boy who had seen a vision and by a boy who had heard a voice. Their goal was Jerusalem. They believed that God would part the sea for them, as he had parted the Red Sea for Moses. They believed that the Muslims would convert when they saw the innocence of children. They believed that they would succeed where armies had failed. Almost none of them reached the Mediterranean. Of those who did, none crossed the sea. Some were sold into slavery. Some died of starvation and disease. Some turned back. Some simply vanished from history. The Children's Crusade is not a single event. It is a name given to a cluster of popular movements, poorly documented, poorly understood, and poorly remembered. The medieval chroniclers who wrote about it were writing decades after the fact, and their accounts are contradictory. Some say that 30,000 children left Germany. Others say 7,000. Some say that the crusade was led by a boy named Nicholas. Others say the leader was a boy named Stephen. Some say that the children were not children at all, but poor adults, the little ones of medieval society, the landless and the hungry, who followed visions because they had nothing else to follow. What is not disputed is that thousands of people died, and that their deaths were pointless. 2. The Vision of the Shepherd Boy. In the spring of 1212, a French shepherd boy named Stephen, maybe 12 years old, maybe younger, told his parents that he had seen a vision. Jesus had appeared to him, he said, disguised as a pilgrim. The pilgrim had given him a letter for the King of France. The letter commanded a crusade, not a crusade of knights, but a crusade of the poor, of the innocent, of the children. Stephen began to preach. He traveled from village to village, gathering followers. He performed miracles, or claimed to. He made the sign of the cross over sick children, and some of them were healed, or seemed to be. He spoke with a fervor that moved adults to tears. Within weeks, thousands had gathered. They were not all children. The medieval concept of child was broader than ours. It included adolescents, young adults, and even the elderly poor, anyone without social standing, anyone who was little in the eyes of the world. But there were genuine children among them, some as young as 8 or 9. They marched to the port of Marseille. They believed that the sea would part for them. It did not. They waited on the shore, praying, singing, trusting in God. 2 merchants offered to transport them to the Holy Land for free. The children boarded the ships. The ships sailed. The merchants were slavers. They took the children to Alexandria, to the slave markets of Egypt. Some were sold as servants. Some were sold as concubines. Some were sold to the Caliph himself, who, according to one chronicler, treated them kindly because he was impressed by their faith. Very few ever returned to France. 3. The Boy from Cologne. In Germany, a similar movement was led by a boy named Nicholas. He was perhaps 10 years old. He claimed to have heard the voice of God, commanding him to lead a crusade. He gathered thousands of followers, again a mix of children, adolescents, and the poor, and led them across the Alps toward Italy. The journey was brutal. The Alps in summer are still treacherous. In 1212, without roads, without maps, without adequate food or shelter, they were a death sentence. Children died of exposure. They died of starvation. They died of falls. Some turned back. Some were killed by wolves. The chronicles do not go into detail. The details would be unbearable. Those who survived reached Genoa in late August. They asked to cross the sea to the Holy Land. The Genoese, wary of another Crusader army sacking their city, refused. Nicholas prayed. The sea did not part. The children waited. They began to lose faith. They began to disperse. Some went to Rome. Pope Innocent III, who had never endorsed the crusade, met with them and told them to go home. Some did. Most did not. Nicholas's fate is unknown. Some chronicles say he died in Italy. Others say he reached the Holy Land and became a monk. Others say he was a fraud, a puppet of adult manipulators who profited from the sale of children. The truth is lost. 4. The Pope's silence. Pope Innocent III was one of the most powerful men of the Middle Ages. He had called the Fourth Crusade, 1202 to 1204, which had ended with the sack of Constantinople, Christian crusaders pillaging a Christian city. He had called the Albigensian Crusade, 1209 to 1229, a brutal campaign of genocide against the Cathars of southern France. He knew what crusades cost. He knew the difference between holy war and mass murder. When he heard about the Children's Crusade, he did not condemn it. He did not endorse it. He did nothing. The chroniclers do not explain his silence. Perhaps he was embarrassed. Perhaps he was busy. Perhaps he believed, as some modern historians do, that the Children's Crusade was not a single event, but a collection of local movements, too small and too scattered to warrant his attention. Whatever the reason, the Pope's silence was a failure of leadership. Thousands of people, many of them children, died because no one in authority stopped them. No one told them that visions can be lies. No one told them that faith cannot part the sea. No one told them that they were walking to their deaths. 5. The historical debate. For centuries, the Children's Crusade was accepted as fact. The chroniclers of the 13th century, the monks and priests who wrote the history of their time, described it in detail. The 19th century historians who loved grand narratives embellished it. The poet Marcel Schwab wrote a haunting account. The composer Benjamin Britten wrote an opera. The image of children marching to Jerusalem, singing hymns as they died, became a staple of Western culture. Then the historians began to question. In the 1970s, the German historian Peter Rayetz published a landmark study of the Children's Crusade. He argued that the traditional account, tens of thousands of children led by two boys marching to the Holy Land, was a myth. The medieval chronicles, Rayetz showed, were written decades after the events. They contradicted each other. They exaggerated numbers. They invented details. What actually happened, Rayetz argued, was something less dramatic but still tragic. A series of popular uprisings by the poor, inspired by crusade preaching that attracted some children and adolescents. These movements were not crusades in the formal sense. They were not organized by the church. They were not authorized by any king. They were spontaneous, chaotic, and doomed. Reyetz's conclusion was controversial. Other historians argued that he had gone too far, that there was a core of truth in the chronicles, even if the details were wrong. The debate continues. What is not debated is that children died, and that their deaths were unnecessary. 6. The victims. The Children's Crusade has no known individual victims. No names survive. No graves are marked. The children who died on the Alpine passes, who starved in the streets of Genoa, who were sold in the markets of Alexandria. They are anonymous. They are not victims in the modern sense, with biographies and photographs and grieving families. They are statistics. They are footnotes. They are the forgotten. That is the real tragedy of the Children's Crusade, not the number of deaths, not the cruelty of the slavers, the anonymity, the fact that these children lived and died and left no trace. They were poor. They were powerless. They were not important enough to name. The medieval chroniclers did not think of themselves as writing for people who would care about individual children. They were writing for God. They were recording the sins of humanity, the failures of faith, the mysterious ways of providence. The children were props in a moral drama. They were not people. We see them differently now, or we try to. We imagine a 12-year-old boy, cold and hungry, standing on a beach in Marseille, watching the sea that will not part. He has no money, he has no family, he has no one. He trusted in God, and God failed him. He is the tragedy, not the crusade, not the Pope, not the merchants, him. 7. The legacy of innocence. The children's crusade has never stopped haunting the European imagination. It appears in the literature of the Romantic era, when poets were obsessed with lost innocence. It appears in the anti-war movements of the 20th century, when the image of marching children became a symbol of the folly of adults. It appears in contemporary art, in novels, in films, in music. Why does this story endure? Because it is the purest example of a particular kind of tragedy, the tragedy of good intentions that become evil outcomes. The children did not mean to die. They meant to save souls. They meant to do God's work. They marched in faith, singing hymns, believing in miracles. And they died. Because faith does not stop hunger, because hope does not stop slavery, because children are not equipped to save the world, no matter how much they believe they are. The Children's Crusade is a warning. It warns us against the seduction of noble causes. It warns us against sending the young to die for the visions of the old. It warns us that innocence is not armor. The children who marched to Jerusalem thought they were special. They thought God would protect them. They thought they were immune to the laws of physics and the cruelty of merchants. They were wrong, and they died. Chapter 4. The St. Bartholomew's Day Massacre, 1572, continued. The night Paris ran red. 2. The hit list continued. The first to die were the Huguenot leaders, still sleeping in their lodgings near the Louvre. Admiral Gaspard de Coligny, the most respected Huguenot in France, was stabbed in his bed and thrown from a window. His body was dragged through the streets and hanged from a gibbet. His head was cut off and sent to the Pope in Rome. The other leaders were killed in their rooms, in the streets, in the courtyards of the Louvre. Some fought back. Most did not. They had been invited to Paris for a wedding. They had come in good faith. They were unarmed. Within hours, the killing spread beyond the nobility. The Catholic militia, the bourgeois militias of Paris, the Swiss guards, the mob, took to the streets. They had been told that the Huguenots were plotting to overthrow the king. They believed it. They were afraid. And fear, mixed with religious hatred, is a recipe for atrocity. The killing went on for 3 days. Huguenot men, women, and children were dragged from their homes and murdered in the streets. Pregnant women were cut open. Babies were thrown into the Seine. Bodies were stripped naked and piled in the courtyards. The river ran red with blood. So did the gutters. So did the cellars where families hid. The exact number of dead is unknown. Contemporary accounts range from 2,000 to 10,000 in Paris alone. The killing spread to other cities: Bayonne, Rouen, Lyon, Toulouse, Bordeaux. In total, perhaps 30,000 Huguenots were murdered across France. The wedding of Marguerite and Henry was not annulled. The bridegroom survived. He was forced to convert to Catholicism to save his life. He later escaped, renounced his conversion, and eventually became King Henry IV of France. In 1598, he issued the Edict of Nantes, granting religious toleration to the Huguenots. It was the first such edict in European history. But the memory of St. Bartholomew's Day never faded. For the Huguenots, it became a symbol of Catholic treachery. For the Catholics, it became a symbol of divine justice. For the rest of Europe, it became a warning. Religious hatred, when combined with political ambition, could lead to the slaughter of innocents. 3. The political calculus. Why did it happen? The traditional answer is religious hatred. The Catholics hated the Huguenots. The Huguenots hated the Catholics. They had been killing each other for a decade. St. Bartholomew's Day was just the largest battle in a longer war. But the truth is more complicated. The massacre was not a spontaneous eruption of popular rage. It was planned. The target list was drawn up in advance. The timing, the night of a wedding that had brought Huguenot leaders to Paris, was deliberate. The Queen Mother, Catherine de' Medici, had been planning for weeks. Catherine was not a religious fanatic. She was a political pragmatist. She had tried to broker peace between Catholics and Huguenots. She had arranged the wedding. She had welcomed Coligny into her court. But then Coligny began to advise the young king, Charles IX, to support the Protestant rebellion in the Netherlands against Catholic Spain. Catherine feared that Coligny was gaining too much influence. She feared that France would be drawn into a war with Spain. She feared that she would lose control of her own son, so she decided to have Coligny killed. Just Coligny. A single assassination. The assassination failed. Coligny was shot but not killed. Catherine panicked. She went to the king and told him that the Huguenots were planning to retaliate. She convinced him that the only way to save the crown was to kill the Huguenot leaders before they killed him. Charles IX, who was 22 years old, weak-willed and terrified, agreed. He gave the order. He later claimed that he had been forced into it, that he had screamed at his mother, that the killing would never stop. But he gave the order. The hit list was expanded. He told the militia to kill the Huguenot leaders so that no one would be left to blame him for the death of Coligny. The killing spread, as it always does, beyond the targets. The mob did not stop at the nobility. They went for the neighbors, the shopkeepers, the families who lived down the street. Catherine de' Medici watched from the Louvre. She wrote to her daughter, the Queen of Spain, that the massacre was the most beautiful thing that has happened in a long time. She did not mean the killing. She meant the politics. She had removed her enemies. She had secured her power. She had proven that she was not afraid to act. 30,000 corpses were the price of her peace of mind. 4. The Pope's reaction. When news of the massacre reached Rome, Pope Gregory XIII celebrated. He ordered a Te Deum, a hymn of thanksgiving, sung in the churches of Rome. He commissioned a fresco of the massacre to be painted in the Sala Regia of the Vatican Palace. The fresco shows the king, Charles IX, leading the attack on the Huguenots with a sword raised in his hand. Angels descend from heaven to bless the violence. The Pope also issued a commemorative medal. On one side is the face of Gregory XIII. On the other is an angel holding a cross in one hand and a sword in the other, with the legend Huguenotorum Strages, the slaughter of the Huguenots. The Pope was not alone in his approval. King Philip II of Spain, the most powerful Catholic monarch in Europe, wrote to the Pope, "The news is the best I have ever received." He laughed when he heard it. He called it a great joy. The reaction of the rest of Europe was horrified. Queen Elizabeth I of England, a Protestant, went into mourning. She dressed her court in black. She received the French ambassador in silence. The German Lutheran princes condemned the massacre. John Calvin's successor in Geneva, Theodore Beza, wrote that the massacre was the greatest crime since the death of Christ. But no one acted. No army marched on Paris. No crusade was called to avenge the Huguenots. The great powers of Europe were too busy fighting each other, too worried about their own borders, too cynical to care about the dead. The Huguenots learned a hard lesson. No one would save them. They were on their own. 5. The survivors. Not everyone died. Some Huguenots escaped. They hid in cellars, in attics, in the homes of sympathetic Catholics. They fled to the countryside, to England, to Germany, to Switzerland. They carried with them the memory of the massacre, the sound of the bells, the smell of blood, the sight of their neighbors being dragged into the streets. One survivor was a young man named Maximilien de Bethune. He would later become the Duke of Sully, the chief minister of King Henry IV. He never forgot St. Bartholomew's Day. He spent the rest of his life working for religious tolerance because he knew what intolerance looked like. Another survivor was a young woman named Charlotte de Bourbon. She escaped Paris disguised as a peasant. She fled to the Netherlands, where she became a Protestant abbess. She later married the Prince of Orange, William the Silent, the leader of the Dutch revolt against Spain. Her children would become the princes of the House of Orange-Nassau, the royal family of the Netherlands. The survivors scattered across Europe. They took their stories with them. They told their children told their grandchildren, the memory of St. Bartholomew's Day became part of Protestant identity, a reminder of what happened when Catholics had power, and a warning of what would happen if they ever got power again. The massacre did not end the French wars of religion. They continued for another 26 years. Henry of Navarre, the groom who had survived, became King Henry IV in 1589. He converted to Catholicism. Paris is worth a mass, he famously said, but issued the Edict of Nantes, granting religious toleration. He was assassinated by a Catholic fanatic in 1610. The wars ended. The hatred did not. 6. The legacy St. Bartholomew's Day massacre was not the first religious massacre. It was not the last, but it became a symbol. For Protestants, it was proof of Catholic perfidy. For Catholics, it was proof that the Huguenots were traitors. For the Enlightenment thinkers who came later, it was proof that religion itself was dangerous. Voltaire wrote about the massacre with disgust. He blamed the church, the monarchy, and the mob. He used the massacre to argue for religious toleration, not because religion was true, but because religion was dangerous, and toleration was the only way to stop the killing. The massacre also had a profound effect on political theory. Jean Baudin, writing in the aftermath, argued that the sovereign must have absolute power, not to oppress, but to prevent civil war. If the king had been strong enough to control the mob, Baudin argued, the massacre would not have happened. This argument would later be used to justify absolute monarchy. The massacre also influenced the development of international law. The Huguenot survivors fled to England, Germany, and the Netherlands. They argued that they had been persecuted for their faith, and that other nations had a duty to protect them. This idea, that religious persecution was a crime against humanity, and that other nations had a right to intervene, was revolutionary. It would not become law for another 300 years, but the seeds were planted in the blood of St. Bartholomew's Day. 7. The victims. We do not know the names of most of the victims. The dead were buried in mass graves, their identities lost. But we know some. Admiral Gaspard de Coligny, 63 years old. He had fought for France his entire life. He had been wounded in battle, had survived assassination attempts, had warned the king that the Catholics were planning something. He was right. He died anyway. Petrus Ramus, a philosopher, 57 years old. He was one of the most influential thinkers of his time. He was not a Huguenot, he was a Catholic, but he had criticized the church, and that was enough. He was dragged from his study and thrown out a window. His body was cut into pieces and sold as souvenirs. The bride, Marguerite de Valois, survived. She was held captive in the Louvre while her wedding guests were slaughtered outside. She later wrote in her memoirs, The king and my mother were holding a council. I entered to ask for mercy. My mother said to me, "Go, go, you are not needed here." Her husband, Henry of Navarre, was forced to convert to Catholicism to save his life. He spent the next 4 years as a prisoner in the French court. He escaped in 1576, renounced his conversion, and returned to the Huguenot cause. He would later become the most beloved king in French history. But the victims, the thousands of men, women, and children who died in the streets of Paris, they have no voice, they have no memoirs, they have no statues. They have only the date, August 24th, 1572, the feast of Saint Bartholomew, the saint who was flayed alive. Chapter 5, The Salem Witch Trials, 1692 to 1693. Spectral Evidence and the Death of Innocents. 1. The Afflicted Girls. In January 1692, in the small Puritan village of Salem, Massachusetts, 2 young girls began to behave strangely. Betty Paris, 9 years old, and her cousin Abigail Williams, 11, contorted their bodies into unnatural positions. They screamed, they threw things, they crawled under furniture, they complained of being pricked and pinched by invisible forces. The local doctor, William Griggs, could find no physical explanation. He concluded that the girls were bewitched. The girls were pressured to name their tormentors. They named 3 women: Tituba, a Caribbean slave in the Paris household; Sarah Good, a homeless beggar; and Sarah Osborne, an elderly woman who rarely attended church. All 3 were social outcasts, powerless, marginalized, easy targets. Tituba was a slave. Sarah Good was a beggar. Sarah Osborne was a poor widow. They were not the kind of people who had defenders. The 3 women were arrested and interrogated. Tituba confessed. She claimed that the devil had appeared to her as a tall man in black, that he had asked her to sign his book, that she had seen other witches flying through the air. Her confession was detailed, dramatic, and entirely false. But it was what the magistrates wanted to hear. Sarah Good and Sarah Osborne denied everything. They were not believed. The witch hunt had begun. 2. The spread of the hysteria. Within months, the accusations spread. The afflicted girls began naming more witches: Rebecca Nurse, a pious, respected grandmother; John Proctor, a farmer who had publicly criticized the trials; Martha Corey, a church member in good standing; Elizabeth Proctor, John's wife. No one was safe. The girls accused anyone they wanted, and the magistrates believed them. The accusations were based on spectral evidence, testimony that the spirit of the accused had appeared to the girls in dreams or visions. The accused could not defend themselves against spectral evidence. How do you prove that your spirit did not visit someone in a dream? The theological justification for spectral evidence came from Cotton Mather, the most influential minister in Massachusetts. He argued that the devil could not take the shape of an innocent person without God's permission. Therefore, if the girl saw the shape of a person, that person must be guilty. The argument was circular, logically absurd, and deadly. By the spring of 1692, over 150 people had been arrested. The jails were overflowing. The accused were held in chains, often for months, waiting for trial. Some died in prison, some escaped. Most sat in the dark, terrified, praying for deliverance. 3. The trials. The Court of Oyer and Terminer, to hear and determine, was established in May 1692. The judges included William Stoughton, a rigid, zealous Puritan; John Hathorne, an ancestor of the novelist Nathaniel Hawthorne; and Samuel Sewell, who would later repent for his role in the trials. The trials were not fair. Spectral evidence was admitted. The accused were not allowed legal counsel. Hearsay was treated as fact. The girls performed their fits in the courtroom, writhing and screaming, pointing at the accused. The spectators believed them. The judges believed them. The accused had no chance. The first person to be executed was Bridget Bishop. She was a tavern owner, a woman of questionable reputation, the kind of person the Puritans had always distrusted. She was convicted on June 2nd, 1692. She was hanged on June 10th. She maintained her innocence to the end. No one believed her. Over the next 4 months, 18 more people were hanged. One man, Giles Corey, refused to enter a plea. He was pressed to death. Stones were piled on his chest until he suffocated. His last words, according to legend, were, "More weight." He did not want to have a trial, he said, because he knew he would be convicted. He was right. 4. The accusers. The afflicted girls were not the only accusers. Adults joined the hysteria, seeing the trials as an opportunity to settle scores, acquire land, or simply gain attention. The Putnam family, in particular, used the trials to accuse their rivals. Thomas Putnam, a wealthy farmer, filed many of the initial complaints. His daughter Anne, 12 years old, was one of the chief accusers. The girls themselves, Betty Paris, Abigail William, Anne Putnam, Elizabeth Hubbard, Mary Walcott, Mercy Lewis, were not evil children. They were caught up in something they did not understand. They were frightened, manipulated, and perhaps themselves victims of abuse or trauma. The Puritan Society of Salem was repressive, especially for young women. The girls had no power. Suddenly, they had all the power in the world. They could name anyone, and that person would be arrested. They could send their neighbors to the gallows. That is a terrible temptation. They yielded to it. After the trials ended, some of the girls recanted. Anne Putnam publicly apologized in 1706, saying that she had been deluded by Satan and that she bore great sorrow for her role in the deaths. Betty Paris never spoke publicly about the trials. Abigail William vanished from the historical record, but the damage was done. 5. The dissenters. Not everyone believed the girls. Some ministers, including Increase Mather, the father of cotton, argued that spectral evidence was unreliable. The devil, Increase wrote, could take the shape of an innocent person. Therefore, no one should be convicted on spectral evidence alone. The governor's wife, Lady Phipps, was accused. The governor, William Phipps, began to doubt the trials. He ordered the court to stop admitting spectral evidence. He also issued pardons for those still in prison. The executions stopped. The accused who had not yet been tried were released. The witch hunt was over, but the damage was irreversible. 19 people had been hanged. 1 had been pressed to death. 5 had died in prison. Hundreds had been accused. Families had been destroyed. The reputation of Massachusetts had been tarnished. The judges who had presided over the trials were never punished. Most expressed no remorse. William Stoughton, the chief judge, was disappointed that Phipps had stopped the executions. He wanted to continue. He thought he was doing God's work. 6. The explanations. Why did the Salem witch trials happen? Historians have proposed many explanations. Ergot poisoning. In the 1970s, the psychologist Linda Caporael argued that the girls may have suffered from ergot poisoning. Ergot is a fungus that grows on rye. In wet growing seasons, ergot can produce hallucinations, convulsions, and other symptoms similar to those described by the afflicted girls. The summer of 1691 was a wet, growing season. Ergot may have been a factor. Child abuse. Some historians argue that the girls were the victims of sexual abuse or other trauma. Their fits may have been a form of dissociative reaction. The historian Mary Beth Norton has argued that the girls were reacting to the trauma of Indian attacks. The frontier was at war, and many of the girls had lost family members. Social tension. Salem Village was a community in crisis. The village had split into two competing factions, one that supported the Paris family and one that opposed them. The witch trials were a way of attacking the enemies of the Paris faction. Gender anxiety. The accusers were mostly young women. The accused were often older women who defied Puritan gender norms, women who were outspoken, independent, or economically active. The trials may have been a way of punishing women who did not conform. Religious extremism. The Puritans believed that the devil was real, that witchcraft was real, and that witches must be executed. Given their beliefs, their actions were logical. The tragedy is that their beliefs were wrong. 7. The legacy. The Salem witch trials have become a metaphor for mass hysteria, for the dangers of religious extremism, and for the vulnerability of innocent people to false accusations. The term witch hunt is used today to describe any campaign of persecution based on weak evidence. Arthur Miller's play The Crucible, 1953, used the Salem trials as an allegory for McCarthyism, the anti-communist witch hunts of the 1950s. Miller was himself called before the House Un-American Activities Committee. He refused to name names. He was held in contempt of Congress. He wrote The Crucible as a response. The play has become a classic. It is taught in high schools and universities across the United States. It has been adapted into films, operas, and television shows. But the real victims of Salem are not allegories. They are not symbols. They were people. Rebecca Nurse, 71 years old, a grandmother, a woman described by her neighbors as a woman of excellent character. She was hanged on July 19, 1692. Her last words were, "I am innocent as the child unborn." John Proctor, 60 years old, a farmer, a man who had spoken out against the trials. He was hanged on August 19, 1692. His last words were a prayer, the Lord's Prayer. He was not allowed to finish. The executioner cut him off. Martha Corey, 72 years old, a church member in good standing. She was hanged on September 22, 1692. Her husband, Giles Corey, had been pressed to death 3 days earlier. They died because a group of children had nightmares. They died because the magistrates believed in spectral evidence. They died because the Society of Salem was too frightened to admit that it might be wrong. The lesson of Salem is not about witches. It is about fear. Fear makes us believe things that are not true. Fear makes us do things that are not just. Fear makes us kill the innocent and call it justice. The witches were not real. The fear was. Chapter 6. Gilles de Rais, the original Bluebeard. The marshal who killed children. 1. The hero. In 1429, he was the most famous man in France. Gilles de Rais, Baron of Rais, Marshal of France, stood next to Joan of Arc at the coronation of King Charles VII. He had fought beside her at Orleans. He had helped break the English siege. He had believed in her visions, her voices, her mission from God. When she was burned at the stake in 1431, Gilles de Rais wept. He was 30 years old. He was the richest baron in Brittany. He owned a dozen castles, thousands of acres of land, and an army of knights and retainers. He was also, by his own later confession, a serial killer who had raped, tortured, and murdered somewhere between 80 and 200 children. The man who had stood beside the Maid of Orleans was a monster, and for nearly a decade no one knew. 2. The crime Gilles de Rais did not hunt in dark alleys. He used his power as a nobleman to attract victims. He sent servants into the villages surrounding his castles, offering young boys positions as page boys or personal servants. The children were promised fine clothes, warm meals, and a future in the service of a great lord. Their parents were grateful. They gave up their sons willingly. The children were brought to the castle. They were given baths, new clothes, and a meal. Then they were taken to a private chamber. What happened next is described in the trial transcripts, which survive to this day. Gilles would fondle the child. He would kiss the child's throat and stomach. He would then strangle the child with his hands or with a rope. Sometimes he cut the throat. Sometimes he beat the head against the wall. While the child was dying or after, he would mutilate the body. He would open the chest and remove the heart and lungs. He would cut off the head. He would kiss the head. He would sometimes masturbate on the body. Afterward, he would burn the body in a fireplace or a furnace. Bones were ground to powder. Ashes were thrown into the moat or the latrine. Some heads he kept as souvenirs. He did this for 8 years. He did it in multiple castles. He even did it in a priory where he was staying as a guest, killing a boy in the priory's guest house while the monks prayed in the chapel. 3. The trial. Gilles de Rais was not arrested for murder. He was arrested for a land dispute. He had seized a church property by force. The Bishop of Nantes, angry at the violation of his authority, brought charges. While Gilles was in custody, the rumors began to surface. The trial opened on October 11th, 1440. The courtroom was packed with nobles, clergy, and commoners. Gilles was accused of heresy, sodomy, and the murder of children. He confessed. He did not need to be tortured. He confessed freely, repeatedly, and in graphic detail. The court transcript records him weeping, begging for mercy and describing acts so monstrous that the scribes occasionally stopped writing and inserted marginal notes like, "Here follows a thing too horrible to record." He said, "I have sinned greatly. I have done terrible things. But I have confessed and I am sorry." The court sentenced him to death. He was hanged on October 26, 1440. His body was then burned. The Duke of Brittany, who had political reasons to avoid scandal, allowed Gilles to be buried in consecrated ground. His accomplices were not so lucky. They were hanged or burned at the stake. Their names, Poiroux, Henriette, Gilles de Sille, are forgotten. Gilles de Rais is remembered. 4. The Bluebeard legend. The connection between Gilles de Rais and Bluebeard was first suggested in the 19th century. Charles Perrault's fairy tale Bluebeard, 1697, tells the story of a wealthy nobleman with a blue beard who marries young women, gives them keys to every room in his castle, and forbids them to open one door. The wife opens the door. Behind it she finds the bodies of Bluebeard's previous wives hanging on hooks. The parallels are striking. The wealthy nobleman, the forbidden room, the blood and corpses. The people of Brittany, where Gilles de Rais committed most of his crimes, never forgot. They told stories about the lord who took children into his castle and never brought them out. Over time, the children became wives, and the torture chamber became a forbidden room. But the heart of the story is the same. A man with power uses that power to kill, and no one stops him because no one dares to open the door. 5. The question, was Gilles de Rais insane? The court decided that he was not. He knew right from wrong. He planned his crimes. He covered his tracks. He bribed witnesses. He manipulated the church. He was a rational actor who chose to do evil. Modern psychologists would diagnose him with sexual sadism disorder, necrophilia, and antisocial personality disorder. He was not insane. He was a monster. and he was a monster who believed that his wealth and rank made him immune to justice. For 8 years he was right. Chapter 7. Elizabeth Bathory, the Blood Countess. Noble immunity and the politics of murder. 1. The legend. She is the most notorious female serial killer in history. The legend says that Elizabeth Bathory, a Hungarian countess, tortured and murdered hundreds of young women, bathing in their blood to preserve her youth. She is said to have invented the Iron Maiden, the cage of spikes, and the biting coffin. She is the original Blood Countess, a figure of Gothic horror. The legend is almost entirely false. Elizabeth Bathory did not bathe in blood. The detail was added by a Jesuit priest a century after her death. She did not invent the Iron Maiden. That was a later fabrication. The number of her victims, while appalling, was likely in the dozens, not the hundreds. But the truth is more disturbing than the legend. Elizabeth Bathory was a real woman who committed real murders. She was tried, convicted, and imprisoned for the rest of her life. She was not a vampire. She was a sadistic killer who used her noble rank to evade justice for 25 years. 2. The crimes. Elizabeth Bathory's victims were almost exclusively young women, mostly between the ages of 10 and 25. They were servants, peasants, the daughters of tenant farmers. They were powerless. They would not be missed. The method was consistent. Elizabeth would summon a girl to her chambers, strip her, bind her, and then torture her. She beat with cudgels, whipped with leather straps, burned with hot irons. She inserted needles under fingernails. She bit chunks of flesh from the victim's shoulders, cheeks, and breasts. She covered girls in honey and left them tied to trees, exposed to insects. She stripped them naked in winter and poured water over them, freezing them to death in blocks of ice. Most victims died from blood loss, shock, hypothermia, or infection. Bodies were buried in unmarked graves in the castle courtyard, thrown into streams, or hidden in the walls of Chete Castle. She killed for 25 years. She was not caught because her victims were not real people in the eyes of the law. The Hungarian nobility enjoyed ius gladii, the right of the sword. A noble could execute any non-noble person on their own estate without facing legal consequences. The law was vague. The noble class interpreted it broadly. Elizabeth Bathory interpreted it very broadly indeed. 3. The arrest. Elizabeth's protection eroded for 2 reasons. First, she began to target the daughters of lesser nobility. These young women had families with connections, money, and the ability to file formal complaints. When Elizabeth killed a minor noblewoman, the family complained to the Palatine of Hungary, György Thurzó. Second, the crimes had become impossible to hide. Bodies were washing up in rivers. Servants were talking. The Lutheran minister of Chete filed a formal complaint with the Habsburg court in Vienna. In December 1610, Thurzó traveled to Chete with soldiers and legal officials. He found dozens of bodies in various stages of decomposition. He exhumed more from the castle grounds. He arrested Elizabeth and her accomplices. Elizabeth was never formally tried. Her status protected her. Instead, she was interrogated at the castle and then confined to a suite of rooms. The windows were bricked up. A small slot was left for food. She was allowed no visitors. She died in 1614, after 3 years and 8 months of imprisonment. She was 54 years old. 4. The legacy Elizabeth Bathory is remembered as a vampire. The myth has overshadowed the truth. She did not bathe in blood. She did not kill hundreds. But she was a serial killer who used her power to destroy the powerless. Her story is a warning. The powerful can kill with impunity as long as their victims are not powerful themselves. She was caught only when she killed a noble's daughter. The servant girls did not matter. They have no names, they have no graves, they are the forgotten. Chapter 8. Jack the Ripper, the Prototype. The Fog and the Knife. 1. The canonical 5. Between August 31st and November 9th, 1888, 5 women were murdered in the Whitechapel district of London. Their names were Mary Ann Nichols, Annie Chapman, Elizabeth Stride, Catherine Edus, and Mary Jane Kelly. They were all poor. They were all women. They were all killed by a man who cut their throats and mutilated their bodies. The killer was never caught. He was never identified. He was given a name by a journalist who received a letter claiming to be from the murderer. The name was Jack the Ripper. The murders were not the first serial killings in history. They were not the most brutal. They were not the most numerous. But they became the most famous. Why? Because they happened in London, the capital of the world's largest empire, at the birth of the modern media age. The newspapers printed lurid details. The public demanded action. The police failed, and the killer vanished into the fog. 2. The victims. Mary Ann Nichols, 43 years old, mother of 5. She was last seen alive at 2:30 a.m., drunk, looking for a bed. Her body was found at 3:45 a.m. in Bucks Row. Her throat was cut. Her abdomen was slashed. Annie Chapman, 47 years old, widow. Her body was found at 6 a.m. in a backyard on Hanbury Street. Her throat was cut. Her abdomen was opened. Her uterus was removed. Elizabeth Stride, 44 years old, Swedish immigrant. Her body was found at 1 a.m. in Dutfield's yard. Her throat was cut. There were no abdominal mutilations. The killer was likely interrupted. Catherine Edowers, 46 years old. Her body was found at 1:45 a.m. in Mitre Square. Her throat was cut. Her abdomen was ripped open. Her kidney was removed. Her face was slashed. Mary Jane Kelly, 25 years old. Her body was found at 10:45 a.m. in her room at 13 Miller's Court. She had been flayed. Her throat was cut to the spine. Her abdomen was emptied. Her heart was removed. The killer had spent hours in the room. These were not prostitutes in the modern sense. They were unfortunates, women who occasionally sold sex to afford a bed. They were poor. They were vulnerable. They were exactly the kind of victims that Victorian society preferred to ignore. The Ripper did not ignore them. He made them famous. He made them immortal. They did not ask for that. 3. The investigation. The Whitechapel murders were investigated by the Metropolitan Police, the City of London Police, and a task force of detectives. They failed. Why? They failed because forensic science was primitive. Fingerprinting did not exist. Blood typing was a decade away. Crime scenes were not protected. Bodies were moved before coroners arrived. Witnesses were not systematically interviewed. They failed because the killer was likely a local man. He knew the streets, the police beats, the back alleys. He blended in. He was invisible. They failed because the letters, the Dear Boss letter, the From Hell letter, were almost certainly hoaxes written by journalists to keep the story alive. The police wasted time chasing false leads, and they failed because the killer stopped. After November 9th, 1888, there were no more Ripper murders. He was never caught because he never killed again. Or he moved, or he died, or he was committed to an asylum. We do not know. 4. The suspects. Over 100 suspects have been proposed. Most are nonsense. Lewis Carroll, the painter Walter Sickert, Queen Victoria's grandson. The credible suspects are few. Montague Druitt, a barrister and schoolteacher who drowned in the Thames in December 1888. Police official Melville Macnaghten named him as a suspect in an 1894 memo. There is no direct evidence. Aaron Kosminski, a Polish Jew who lived in Whitechapel and was committed to an asylum in 1891. Police officials named him as a suspect, but the evidence is circumstantial. Francis Tombaletti, an American quack doctor who collected preserved uteri in jars. He was in London during the murders. He fled to America after being arrested for homosexual acts. The unknown locale. Most modern profilers believe the Ripper was a local man, a butcher or slaughterman, who lived in Whitechapel, knew the streets and stopped killing because he died or was institutionalized. We will never know. That is the power of the Ripper. He is a mystery that cannot be solved. 5. The legacy Jack the Ripper is the most famous serial killer in history. He has inspired over 200 films, dozens of novels, a rock opera, and 1,000 amateur theories. He appears in comic books, horror stories, and Halloween costumes. He is the archetypal gentleman killer, even though he was almost certainly a working-class brute. Why does he endure? Because he remains a question without an answer. In an age of DNA, video surveillance, and global databases, the idea of a murderer who vanishes into fog, leaving no trace but mutilated bodies, is both archaic and deeply seductive. He is a ghost. Ghosts never grow old, but the victims are not ghosts. They were real. Marianne Nichols, Annie Chapman, Elizabeth Stride, Catherine Eddowes, Mary Jane Kelly. They were poor. They were vulnerable. They were killed. And they deserve to be remembered. The Ripper wanted to be famous. He succeeded, but we can choose to remember the women instead. Chapter 9. H. Holmes' The Murder Castle, continued. America's first celebrity serial killer. 2. The Castle, continued. Holmes purchased the lot in 1887. He hired and fired architects in quick succession so that no single person saw the full plan. He did the finishing work himself at night behind locked doors. The building that emerged was a masterpiece of paranoid architecture. Secret passages, doors opened onto brick walls, staircases led to closets, hallways curved back on themselves, gas lines. Holmes installed pipes that could flood individual rooms with gas from a central control panel in his office. Airtight rooms, several bedrooms were lined with iron and fitted with metal doors that could be sealed from outside. Soundproofing. Walls were double thick. Floors were padded. Screams could not escape. The vault. A walk-in safe lined with iron with a gas line running into it. Holmes would lock victims inside and listen through a speaking tube as they died. The basement, a dissection table, surgical tools, a crematorium reaching 3,000 degrees, and large vats of acid for dissolving flesh and bone. Holmes called the building a hotel. He rented rooms to visitors of the World's Fair. He employed young women as clerks and maids. He had a gift shop, a pharmacy, and a soda fountain. He was a respected businessman, a deacon at his church, a friend to the police. In the rooms upstairs, he was killing. 3. The victims. Holmes's confession, written on death row, sold to a newspaper for $7,500, named 27 victims. He later claimed 133. He was a liar by compulsion, and his confessions are untrustworthy. Investigators confirmed only 9 murders. But the castle itself told a different story. Human bone fragments, hair and teeth were found in the ash of the crematorium. Julia Smythe, a young widow who worked as Holmes's mistress. She and her young daughter Pearl disappeared in 1891. Holmes told neighbors they had moved to Texas. Her dental fillings were later found in the crematorium ash. Emmeline Sigrand, a secretary who worked for Holmes. She vanished in 1892. Holmes claimed she had returned to her family. Her bones were later found in the basement. Minnie and Nanny Williams, two sisters from Texas, both seduced by Holmes. Minnie married him bigamously. Both sisters disappeared in 1893. A hotel guest reported seeing a woman matching Minnie's description running through the castle's hallways, screaming before a man's arm reached out of a hidden door and pulled her inside. Benjamin P. Tissell, Holmes's partner in insurance fraud. Holmes killed P. Tissell in 1894 by setting off an explosion, then collected the insurance money. He then killed 3 of P. Tissell's 5 children to prevent them from testifying. It was the murder of the Pitzel children that finally brought Holmes down. A private detective named Frank Geyer found their bodies in a rented cellar in Toronto. Holmes was arrested in Boston in November 1894. 4. The trial and execution. Holmes's trial was a media circus. Journalists called him the Archfiend and the Napoleon of crime. Women fainted in the courtroom when photographs of the castle basement were shown. Holmes, calm and smiling, cross-examined witnesses himself. He was found guilty of first-degree murder. The judge sentenced him to hang. On May 7, 1896, H. Holmes ascended the scaffold. He asked for no last meal. He requested only that his body be buried in concrete so that grave robbers could not dig him up and dissect him. He was afraid of being treated after death the way he had treated his victims. The trap door opened. The rope snapped tight. Holmes's neck broke instantly. His body was buried in concrete. The mound still exists in a cemetery outside Philadelphia. No marker, no name, just concrete. 5. The legacy. H. Holmes was not the first American serial killer, but he was the first to be famous. The World's Columbian Exposition brought millions to Chicago, and the newspapers brought Holmes's story to the world. He was a celebrity before the term existed for criminals. His murder castle has become a symbol of American Gothic. The idea that a man could build a torture chamber in the middle of a city under the noses of police and neighbors and operate it for 2 years. It taps into a deep fear, not of the stranger in the alley, but of the neighbor behind the door, the businessman with a smile, the doctor with a basement. Erik Larson's 2003 bestseller, The Devil in the White City, revived Holmes's story for a new generation. The book is being adapted into a film. Holmes is once again a celebrity, but the victims remain in shadow. Julia Smythe, Pearl, Emmeline Sigrand, Minnie and Nanny Williams, the Pitzel children. They did not ask to live in the shadow of the White City. They only wanted a job, a room, a future. They found the castle instead. Chapter 10. The Servant Girl Annihilator, 1884 to 1885. America's Forgotten Ripper. 1. The Terror Before Jack. Before Jack the Ripper stalked Whitechapel, before the name serial killer was coined, a predator terrorized the streets of Austin, Texas. Between December 1884 and December 1885, at least 8 women were attacked and murdered. The killer used a sharp instrument, likely a knife or an axe, to slash his victims' throats and mutilate their bodies. He struck at night. He left no witnesses. He was never caught. The newspapers called him the Servant Girl Annihilator. It is not a name that has aged well, but the terror was real. For 12 months, the women of Austin went to bed in fear. Some slept with weapons under their pillows. Some left town entirely. The police were baffled. The governor offered a reward. The killer kept killing. And then, like Jack the Ripper after him, the Servant Girl Annihilator stopped. He was never identified. He was never arrested. He simply vanished, leaving behind a mystery that has never been solved. 2. The victims. The first attack occurred on December 30th, 1884. Molly Smith, a 30-year-old cook, was attacked in her cabin. Her skull was crushed, her throat was cut. Her body was dragged outside and left in the yard. Her husband, Orange Smith, was also attacked but survived. He could not describe the assailant. The second attack came on May 6, 1885. Eliza Shelton, a servant girl, was attacked in her bed. Her throat was cut so deeply that her head was nearly severed. Her body was left in a pool of blood. Her husband, George Shelton, was also killed. The attacks continued through the summer. On August the 15th, Rebecca Ramey, a 45-year-old mother, was attacked in her home. Her throat was cut. Her body was left on the floor. Her infant son, found sleeping next to her, was unharmed. On August 17th, 2 more women were attacked on the same night. Clara Dick was found dead in her cabin, her throat cut. Mary Ramey, no relation to Rebecca, was found in another cabin, also with her throat cut. On September 28th, a woman named Susan Hancock was attacked. She survived. She described her attacker as a large, dark man with peculiar eyes. She could not identify him further. The final victims were Eula Phillips and her husband, James. On December 24, 1885, Christmas Eve, the killer broke into their home. Eula was dragged outside, her throat cut, her body mutilated. James was beaten but survived. He said he had seen nothing. After that night, the servant girl annihilator never struck again. 3. The investigation. The Austin Police Department was small, underfunded, and inexperienced in serial murder. The concept did not yet exist. They treated each attack as an isolated incident, even though the pattern was obvious. They also faced a problem of prejudice. The victims were mostly servant girls, young women of lower class, many of them black. In post-Reconstruction Texas, the lives of black servant girls did not matter as much as the lives of white women. The police investigated, but they did not investigate with urgency. The only suspect of note was a man named Nathan Elgin, a mentally ill local who had been seen lurking near the crime scenes. He was arrested, questioned, and released. No evidence linked him to the murders. Other suspects included a serial killer named Joseph Christopher, no relation to the later Midnight Slayer, a traveling salesman, and a possible copycat. None were ever charged. The killer's identity remains unknown. 4. The comparison to Jack the Ripper. The servant girl annihilator struck 4 years before Jack the Ripper. The similarities are striking. Both killed at night. Both used a sharp instrument to cut throats. Both mutilated their victims. Both targeted vulnerable women. Both were never caught. But one is famous. The other is forgotten. Why? Because London was the capital of the world's largest empire. Because London had a free press that printed sensational headlines. Because London had a police force that was under public pressure to solve the crimes. Because the Ripper wrote letters to newspapers creating a brand. Austin, Texas in 1885 was a frontier city. It had a population of 15,000, smaller than Whitechapel alone. The newspapers were local, not international. The killer did not write letters. He did not give himself a name. The name Servant Girl Annihilator was invented by a journalist, but it did not catch on the way Jack the Ripper did. The Servant Girl Annihilator is a reminder that notoriety is not fair. The killers who are remembered are not the most brutal or the most prolific. They are the ones who fit the story. The Servant Girl Annihilator did not fit. He was too early. He was in the wrong place. He did not have a catchy name. He killed. He vanished. He was forgotten. 5. The theories. Modern researchers have proposed several theories about the identity of the servant girl annihilator. The unknown locale, the most likely theory. The killer was a man who lived in Austin, knew the neighborhoods, and was able to move unseen. He may have died, moved away, or been institutionalized after the attack stopped. Nathan Elgin, the only named suspect. Elgin was mentally ill, known to wander at night, and lived near several of the crime scenes. He was questioned multiple times but never charged. He died in an asylum in 1886. Joseph Christopher, a man arrested for a similar attack in another Texas town. He was questioned but never charged. He died in prison for a different crime. A serial killer who moved. Some researchers believe the servant girl annihilator was a drifter who moved from town to town, killing in each location. If true, his identity may be lost to history. No theory has been proven. The case remains open, cold, and forgotten. 6. The legacy. The servant girl annihilator is the forgotten Ripper. He is not famous, he is not studied. He is not the subject of documentaries or doctoral theses. He is a footnote in the history of true crime, a curiosity, before they were famous for Jack the Ripper. But the victims are not footnotes. Molly Smith, Eliza Shelton, Rebecca Ramey, Clara Dick, Mary Ramey, Eula Phillips. They were not servant girls. They were women. They had families. They had dreams. They had lives. They were killed by a man whose name we do not know. They deserve to be remembered. The servant girl annihilator is a warning. Not every killer becomes famous. Not every victim is mourned. Notoriety is not justice. The women of Austin never forgot. They told their children. They told their grandchildren. The memory of the terror was passed down through generations. But the name of the killer was lost. Perhaps that is justice after all. Chapter 11. The Axemen of New Orleans, 1918 to 1919. The Killer Who Loved Jazz. 1. The City That Care Forgot, New Orleans, 1918. The Great War was ending. The Spanish flu was killing millions. And in the humid, jazz-soaked streets of the French Quarter, something else was stalking the night. Between May 1918 and October 1919, an unknown killer broke into the homes of Italian grocers and their families, bludgeoned them with an axe or a straight razor, and vanished into the darkness. The attacks were brutal, seemingly random, and completely without motive. The killer did not steal. He did not rape. He left behind a signature, a cleanly cut hole in a wooden door, large enough for a man to reach through and unlock the lock from inside. He called himself the Axeman, and for 18 months he held an entire city hostage. 2. The attacks. The Axeman's first confirmed victim was Joseph Maggio, an Italian grocer living on Upper Line Street. On the night of May 23, 1918, someone broke into the Maggio home, entered the bedroom where Joseph and his wife Catherine were sleeping, and struck both in the head with an axe. Joseph died instantly. Catherine lingered for several hours, then died without regaining consciousness. The killer left the axe behind. It belonged to the Maggio family. He had used their own tool. Nothing was stolen. 2 weeks later, on June 28, 1918, the Axeman struck again. Louis Bessumer, a grocer of Italian descent, and his paramour Anna Lowe were attacked in their bed. Bessumer survived. Anna Lowe died on the operating table. Again, the killer used an axe found on the premises. Again, nothing was stolen. The police began to notice a pattern. All the victims were Italian grocers. All were attacked in their beds. But the killer left no fingerprints and no witnesses. The summer of 1918 brought more attacks. On August 5th, Edward Andolone, a grocer, Italian, was attacked at his home. His wife, Pauline, was killed. Edward survived. The killer used an axe and a straight razor. On August 10th, a Jewish pawnbroker named Joseph Romano was attacked. His niece, Mary, was also attacked. Romano died. Mary survived. This was the first non-Italian victim. The pattern was breaking. Then, on March 10, 1919, the Axeman struck for the 5th time. The victims were Charles and Rosie Cortimiglia, Italian grocers. Charles was bludgeoned. Rosie was bludgeoned. Their 2-year-old daughter, Mary, was also bludgeoned, but miraculously she survived. Charles died. Rosie survived but was permanently brain damaged. This was the killing that broke the city. A 2-year-old child. The newspapers called the Axeman the most brutal murderer in American history. The mayor offered a $5,000 reward. Vigilante committees formed. Italian grocers barricaded their doors. And then, on March 15, 1919, the Axeman did something no serial killer had ever done before. He sent a letter. 3. The Jazz Letter. The letter arrived at the New Orleans Times-Picayune. It was addressed to the people of New Orleans. It read, in part, "Esteemed mortal, they have never caught me and they never will. They have never seen me, for I am invisible, even as the ether that surrounds your earth. I am not a human being, but a spirit and a demon from the hottest hell. I am the Axeman." The letter went on to claim that the Axeman had no quarrel with anyone who played jazz music. Then came the most extraordinary demand a serial killer has ever made. Now, I am very fond of jazz music, and I hereby promise that I will not visit the home of anyone who plays jazz music on their phonograph or radio or live instrument between the hours of 12 midnight and 3 a.m. on Tuesday night. I am very sorry that I cannot visit every home in New Orleans, but I must choose my victims carefully. So be warned. Play jazz or die. The newspaper published the letter on March 15, 1919. The city erupted in a mix of terror and dark comedy. Jazz bands were hired for all-night gigs. Phonographs were dragged into parlors. Families who did not own music slept at friends' houses. On the night of March 18th, Tuesday, as promised, the city of New Orleans played jazz from midnight until 3 a.m. The streets were loud, the bars were full. It was, by all accounts, the strangest night in the city's history. And the Axeman did not strike. 4. The final victim. The Axeman killed one more time. On October the 27th, 1919, Mike Pepitone, an Italian grocer, was attacked in his home on Magnolia Street. His wife, Esther, was in the next room and heard the blow. She found her husband dead, his skull crushed. She ran into the street screaming, and this was the last confirmed Axeman murder. After October 1919, the attacks stopped as suddenly as they had begun. The killer vanished. 5. The suspects. The Axeman was never caught, but several suspects have been proposed. Joseph Monfray, a known criminal and associate of the Cortimiglia family. In 1920, a man named Joseph Monfray was shot and killed in Los Angeles by the widow of Mike Pepitone. Esther Pepitone claimed she had tracked Monfray across the country and killed him in revenge. She was acquitted by reason of insanity. The theory: Monfray was the Axeman, and Esther knew it. The problem: no evidence linked Monfray to any of the other attacks. The Cortimiglia connection. After surviving the attack that killed her husband Charles, Rosie Cortimiglia claimed that she had seen the killer's face. She identified a man named Frank Janusa. Janusa was arrested, tried, and acquitted. Later, Rosie recanted her testimony, admitting she had lied. She was charged with perjury. The case collapsed. The unknown local. Most modern researchers believe the Axeman was not a single man. The attacks bear similarities, but also differences. Some were axe murders, some used razors, some targets were Italian grocers, some were not. It is possible that the Axeman was 2 or 3 different killers, lumped together by a terrified press. But the jazz letter was almost certainly written by a single hand, and that hand never wrote again. 6. The legacy. The Axeman of New Orleans has become a legend. He has inspired episodes of American Horror Story, a series of novels, and countless Halloween costumes. The jazz letter is taught in creative writing classes as an example of literary voice. The killer himself remains a folk figure, part monster, part trickster, part ghost. But the victims are real. The Maggios, the Bassumas, the Romanos, the Cortimiglias, the Pepitones. They were not characters in a story. They were people who went to sleep and never woke up. The Axeman's true identity may never be known, but his legacy is clear. He was the first American serial killer to use the media as a weapon. His letter was not a confession. It was a performance. And the audience, the terrified citizens of New Orleans, played along. They played jazz, they stayed alive, and the Axeman disappeared into the music. Chapter 12. The Cleveland Torso Murderer, 1935 to 1938. The Mad Butcher of Kingsbury Run. 1. The Body Parts. On September 5, 1935, 2 boys playing near a railroad track in Cleveland, Ohio, discovered a human torso. The head was missing. The arms and legs had been severed. The body had been cut in half at the waist. It was wrapped in a man's shirt. The boys ran home screaming. The body was never identified. The head was never found. It was the first of at least 12 murders attributed to the Cleveland Torso Murderer, also known as the Mad Butcher of Kingsbury Run. Over the next 3 years, decapitated and dismembered bodies were found throughout Cleveland, dumped in ravines, rivers, and vacant lots. The victims were mostly poor, homeless, or transient, people who would not be missed. The killer was never caught. To this day, the case remains one of America's most famous unsolved serial murder investigations. 2. The victims. The known victims of the Cleveland Torso Murderer are named only where identification was possible. Victim 1, unknown, found September 5, 1935. Female, mid-20s, decapitated, dismembered, cut in half at the waist. Never identified. Victim 2, unknown, found February 7, 1936. Female, late 20s, decapitated, dismembered, never identified. Victim 3, unknown, found February 22, 1936. Male, early 20s, decapitated, dismembered, never identified. Victim 4, Florence Polillo, found January 26, 1937. A 42-year-old woman who worked as a cook and occasional prostitute. Decapitated, dismembered. Her head was found in a separate location. She was identified by her tattoos and dental records. Victim 5, unknown, found March 23, 1937. Male, 20s, decapitated, dismembered, never identified. Victim 6, Rose Wallace, found June 6, 1937, a 37-year-old woman, homeless, decapitated, dismembered, identified by fingerprints. Victim 7, 2 bodies, found July 6, 1937, a male and a female, both decapitated and dismembered. The male was identified as a former patient of a local hospital. The female was never identified. Victim 8, Margaret Martin, found November 21, 1937. A 42-year-old woman, homeless, decapitated, dismembered, identified by fingerprints. Victim 9, unknown, Found May 3, 1938. Male 50s, decapitated, dismembered, never identified. Victim 10, unknown. Found August 7, 1938. Female 30s, decapitated, dismembered, never identified. At least 12 victims, possibly more. Eliot Ness, the legendary prohibition agent and leader of the Untouchables, was Cleveland's safety director during the murders. He led the investigation. He failed. 3. The investigation, Eliot Ness was famous for bringing down Al Capone. He was not famous for catching serial killers. The torso murderer investigation was the greatest failure of his career. Ness ordered mass roundups of homeless men hoping to find witnesses. He raided flophouses and shantytowns. He brought in psychiatrists and criminal profilers, a new technique at the time. He even tried to use a psychic. Nothing worked. Ness's primary suspect was a doctor named Francis Sweeney. Sweeney was a former surgeon, a veteran of World War I, and a cousin of a prominent Ohio congressman. He was also an alcoholic, a drug addict, and a violent paranoid. Ness believed Sweeney was the torso murderer. But Sweeney was protected by his political connections. He could not be arrested without evidence. Ness never found the evidence. Sweeney died in 1964. He never confessed. Ness died in 1957, still convinced that Sweeney was the killer. 4. The theories. Dr. Francis Sweeney, the leading suspect. He had medical training. He could dismember bodies skillfully. He had a history of violent behavior. He lived in Cleveland during the murders. Ness was convinced of his guilt, but no physical evidence ever linked Sweeney to any of the victims. The unknown local. Some researchers believe the torso murderer was a local man who worked in a butcher shop or slaughterhouse. The dismemberment was professional. Clean cuts, precise disarticulation. The killer knew human anatomy. He may have been a butcher, a medical student, or a veterinarian. The torso murderer has multiple killers. As with the Axeman, some researchers believe the torso murders were committed by more than one person. The killings spanned 3 years. The methods varied. Some victims were decapitated after death. Others may have been killed by decapitation. It is possible that the police lumped unrelated murders into a single pattern. No theory has been proven. The case remains open. 5. The legacy. The Cleveland torso murderer is one of America's forgotten serial killers. He is not as famous as Jack the Ripper or the Zodiac. He has no catchy name. Mad Butcher of Kingsbury Run never stuck. He left no letters. He played no games. But he killed at least 12 people. He dismembered them. He threw their bodies in the river, and he was never caught. The victims are mostly unknown. Their names are lost. Their families are gone. They were poor. They were invisible. They were exactly the kind of victims that society prefers to ignore. The torso murderer knew that. He chose his victims well. Chapter 13. The Lipstick Killer, William Harrans, 1945 to 1946. For heaven's sake, catch me before I kill more. 1. The Message. On January 7th, 1946, the body of 6-year-old Suzanne Degnan was found in a storm drain in Chicago. She had been kidnapped from her bedroom, murdered, dismembered, and scattered across the neighborhood. The police searched for hours, finding her head in a sewer, her limbs in other drains, her torso in a nearby park. On the wall of her bedroom, written in lipstick, was a message: "For heaven's sake, catch me before I kill more. I cannot control myself." The lipstick killer had announced himself. 2. The Murders. The lipstick killer's first known victim was not Suzanne Degnan. It was a woman named Josephine Ross, 43 years old, killed in her apartment in June 1945. She was stabbed repeatedly. Her body was left on her bed. No message was left. The police did not connect the murder to a serial killer. The second victim was Frances Brown, 33 years old, killed in December 1945. She was stabbed and strangled. Again, no message. Then came Suzanne Degnan. The murder of a child, a 6-year-old girl, changed everything. The city of Chicago was terrified. The police were desperate, and the newspapers demanded action. A month later, another woman was attacked. She survived. She described her attacker as a young man, well-dressed and soft-spoken. She said he had a mole on his face. The police arrested a man named William Hirons. He was 17 years old. 3. The confession. William Hirons was a student at the University of Chicago. He was brilliant. He had entered the university at 15, studying engineering. He was also a burglar. The police caught him trying to break into an apartment. They found a pistol, a knife, and a pair of women's stockings in his car. They questioned him about the Degnan murder. He denied everything. Then they questioned him for 17 hours. He confessed. His confession was detailed. He described climbing into Suzanne Degnan's bedroom through a window. He described smothering her so she would not scream. He described dismembering her body in the basement. He described writing the lipstick message, though he claimed he did not remember writing it, that something came over me. He also confessed to the murders of Josephine Ross and Frances Brown. He said he had killed because he was a man of two minds, one good, one evil. He said he could not control himself. He was convicted and sentenced to life in prison. He was 17 years old. 4. The doubt. Almost immediately, questions arose. Hirons's confession had been obtained after 17 hours of interrogation. He had no lawyer present. He had been promised leniency. He later recanted, claiming he had been coerced. The lipstick message, "For heaven's sake, catch me before I kill more," was written in a woman's handwriting. Graphologists could not match it to Hirons. The message may have been written by the Degnan apartment's adult female tenant who had reason to be frightened. The physical evidence was weak. No fingerprints linked Hirons to the crime scenes. No witness identified him. The confession was all the prosecution had, but the confession was enough. Hirons spent the next 66 years in prison, the longest incarcerated inmate in Illinois history. He died in 2012 at the age of 83, still maintaining his innocence. 5. The legacy was William Hirons, the lipstick killer. The evidence is inconclusive. Some researchers believe he was guilty. Others believe he was a vulnerable teenager, coerced into confessing to crimes he did not commit. The truth may never be known. The victims, however, are not in doubt. Josephine Ross, Frances Brown, Suzanne Degnan, a 6-year-old girl dismembered and scattered across Chicago, a message written in her blood, or in lipstick, or in nothing at all. The lipstick killer, whoever he was, terrorized a city. He killed children. He wrote messages. He was caught, or he was not. He confessed, or he did not. He died in prison. The case is closed. But the question remains. Chapter 14. D. Guy the Plainfield Ghoul, 1954 to 1957. The grave robber who inspired Psycho, Texas Chainsaw, and Silence of the Lambs. 1. The House on the Hill, Plainfield, Wisconsin, November 1957. The police arrived at a farmhouse on the outskirts of town. They were looking for a missing woman, Bernice Warden, the owner of a local hardware store. The last person to see her alive was a quiet, shy man named Ed Gein. The farmhouse was dark. The windows were covered. The door was locked. The police broke in. What they found would shock the nation and inspire generations of horror films. The house was a charnel house. Human skin covered the furniture, a lampshade made of human skin, chairs upholstered in human skin. Skulls decorated the bedposts. A collection of human heads sat on the windowsill. A human heart was found in a frying pan on the stove. A suit made of human skin, complete with nipples and genitals, hung in the bedroom. In the kitchen, hanging from a hook, was the body of Bernice Worden. She had been shot, gutted, and dressed like a deer. Gein had been planning to skin her. Ed Gein was not a serial killer in the traditional sense. He killed only two confirmed victims, Bernice Worden and a woman named Mary Hogan, who had disappeared in 1954. But he had been robbing graves for years. He had exhumed the bodies of dozens of women, taking their skin, their bones, their organs. He was trying to make a woman suit, a costume that would allow him to become his mother. He was the most disturbing criminal America had ever seen. 2. The making Edward Theodore Gein was born in 1906 in La Crosse, Wisconsin. His father was a drunkard, a failure, a man who could not hold a job. His mother, Augusta, was a religious fanatic who believed that all women except herself were prostitutes and that all sex was sinful. Augusta raised Ed and his older brother, Henry, in isolation. She read the Bible to them every day. She told them that the world was evil, that women were evil, that they should never leave the farm. Ed adored his mother. He feared her. He obeyed her. When Ed's father died in 1940, Augusta became the sole authority in the house. When Augusta died in 1945, Ed was destroyed. He boarded up her bedroom. He kept it as a shrine. He began to creep into the cemetery at night, digging up the bodies of women who looked like his mother. He wanted to be his mother. He wanted to wear her skin. He wanted to become her. 3. The murders. Mary Hogan disappeared in December 1954. She was a tavern owner, a woman in her 50s. Gein shot her in the head, brought her body back to the farmhouse, and cut it up. He saved her head. He kept it in a box. Bernice Worden disappeared on November 16, 1957. Her son Frank reported her missing. He mentioned that Ed Gein had been in the hardware store the night before, asking about the price of antifreeze. The police went to the farmhouse. They found Bernice Worden in the kitchen. They found Mary Hogan's head in a box. They found the woman's suit, a torso made of human skin, with the nipples and genitals intact. They found bowls made from human skulls. They found a belt made from human nipples. They found a shoebox full of human vulvae. Ed Gein was arrested. He smiled at the photographers. He said, "I guess I'm a pretty sick man." 4. The trial Gein was found mentally incompetent to stand trial. He was committed to a mental hospital. He remained there for the rest of his life. At his commitment hearing, he described his crimes in detail. He said he had exhumed at least 40 bodies. He said he had used the skin to make trophies. He said he had eaten human flesh, though he was not a cannibal. He said only curious. He was polite. He was cooperative. He was described by hospital staff as gentle and well-behaved. He played checkers. He did puzzles. He watched television. He died in 1984 at the age of 77. He was buried next to his mother. 5. The legacy Ed Gein killed only 2 people, but his influence on popular culture is immeasurable. He inspired Psycho 1960, Norman Bates, the shy motel clerk who keeps his dead mother in the house, the Texas Chainsaw Massacre 1974, Leatherface, the cannibal who wears masks made of human skin, The Silence of the Lambs 1991, Buffalo Bill the serial killer who skins his victims to make a woman's suit. Gain is the archetype of the country killer, the quiet, isolated man who lives on the edge of town, the man who never bothers anyone, the man who has a basement full of skulls. He is the monster next door, the horror in the heartland. But Gain was not a monster in the classic sense. He was a broken man. His mother destroyed him. He never recovered. He killed because he wanted to be her, to wear her, to hold her, to become her. It is a perversion of love, a distortion of grief, a madness that defies explanation. He died in a hospital playing checkers. He never hurt anyone again. Chapter 15, The Boston Strangler, Albert DeSalvo, 1962 to 1964. The terror that gripped a city. 1. The Fear, Boston, 1962. For 18 months, a serial killer terrorized the city. He targeted women alone in their apartments, young, old, rich, poor. He gained entry by posing as a maintenance man, a delivery driver, or a detective. Once inside, he would strangle his victims with their own stockings or a piece of clothing. He would then arrange their bodies in sexually suggestive positions. Some victims were raped, some were not. The pattern was maddeningly inconsistent. The newspapers called him the Boston Strangler. Women bought new locks for their doors. They slept with their windows bolted. They refused to answer the door for strangers. The city was paralyzed with fear. When the killer was finally caught, he was not a stranger at all. He was a husband, a father, a military veteran. His name was Albert DeSalvo, and his confession, which he later recanted, would be debated for decades. 2. The murders. The first victim was Anna Sleezers, a 55-year-old seamstress, found dead in her apartment on June 14, 1962. She had been beaten, raped, and strangled with the cord of her bathrobe. The second victim was Mary Mullen, 85 years old, found dead on June 28th. She had been strangled with a stocking. There was no sign of rape. The third victim was Nina Nichols, 68 years old, found dead on June 30th. She had been strangled with a stocking. The fourth victim was Helen Blake, 65 years old, found dead on June 30th, the same day as Nichols. 2 bodies in one day. The killer accelerated. Over the next 18 months, 11 more women were murdered. Margaret Davis, 60 Ida Erga, 75 Jane Sullivan, 67 Sophie Clark, 20 Patricia Bissett, 23 Mary Brown, 69 Beverly Sammons, 23 Evelyn Corbin, 58 Joanne Graff, 23 Mary Sullivan. 19 Mary Sullivan was the last victim. She was found dead on January 4th, 1964. She had been strangled. Her body was arranged with a broomstick between her legs, a deliberate insult. The killer wanted to humiliate her, even in death. After Mary Sullivan, the murders stopped. 3. The investigation. The Boston Strangler investigation was the largest manhunt in Massachusetts history. The police interviewed thousands of suspects. They brought in psychiatrists and profilers. They offered rewards. They tried everything. Nothing worked. The break came in 1964, not from the Strangler investigation, but from a separate case. A woman in Cambridge reported a man who had posed as a detective, entered her apartment and attempted to rape her. She escaped. The police arrested a man named Albert DeSalvo. DeSalvo was a handyman, a husband, a father of 2. He was also a serial rapist who had attacked hundreds of women. The police called him the Measuring Man because he would pose as a modeling scout, measuring women for fashion studies. He had a long criminal record. While in prison for the rape charges, DeSalvo began to talk. He told his cellmate that he was the Boston Strangler. the cellmate told the police. DeSalvo gave a detailed confession. He described the murder scenes. He described the victims. He described the arrangement of their bodies. The police believed him. 4. The confession and recantation DeSalvo was never tried for the Strangler murders. The evidence was thin. The confession was his word against nothing. Instead, he was tried for the rape charges and sentenced to life in prison. Almost immediately, he recanted. He said he had made up the confession to gain attention. He said he was not the Boston Strangler. He said he did not kill anyone. The debate continued for years. Some investigators believed DeSalvo was the killer. Others believed he was a pathological liar who had confessed to crimes he did not commit. In 1973, DeSalvo was stabbed to death in prison by a fellow inmate. He was 42 years old. He took the secret with him. 5. The resolution. In 2013, nearly 50 years after the murders, DNA testing provided an answer. Investigators exhumed the body of Mary Sullivan, the last victim. They tested DNA found on her body. It matched a relative of Albert DeSalvo. DeSalvo's DNA was not on file, but his nephew's DNA was. The match was conclusive. DeSalvo was at the scene of Mary Sullivan's murder. He had strangled her. He had arranged her body. The Boston Strangler was Albert DeSalvo. The confession was true. The families of the victims finally had an answer. But it came too late. The killer had been dead for 40 years. The victims had been dead for 50. Justice, in this case, was only partial. 6. The legacy. The Boston Strangler terrorized a city, changed the way women thought about their homes, and inspired a generation of true crime writers. DeSalvo's face, handsome, confident, utterly ordinary, became the face of the stranger at the door. But the stranger was not a stranger. He was a husband, a father, a handyman. He was the man who fixed the sink. He was the man who smiled at you in the hallway. He was the man you let in because he looked trustworthy. He was not trustworthy. He was the Boston Strangler. Chapter 16, The Zodiac Killer, 1968 to 1969. Ciphers, costume, and the birth of the taunting serial killer. 1. The Shadow of the Ripper. Between 1968 and 1969, a killer stalked Northern California. He murdered at least 5 people, wounded 2 others, and claimed responsibility for as many as 37 deaths. He sent encrypted ciphers to newspapers. He demanded that his letters be printed on the front page. He wore a homemade executioner's hood when he struck, and he gave himself a name, the Zodiac. Unlike Jack the Ripper, the Zodiac's letters were almost certainly real. Unlike Jack the Ripper, the Zodiac's name was not invented by a journalist. He invented it himself. Unlike Jack the Ripper, the Zodiac wanted not just to kill, but to be known as a killer. He was the first modern American serial killer to understand that notoriety was its own reward. He was never caught. 2. The Crimes, December 20th, 1968. David Faraday, 17, and Betty Lou Jensen, 16. Parked on a lover's lane. Shot in the head. Betty Lou was shot in the back as she ran. July 4th, 1969. Darlene Ferrin, 22, and Michael Mageau, 19. Parked in another lover's lane. Darlene died. Michael survived. September 27, 1969. Brian Hartnell, 20, and Cecilia Shepard, 22. Picnicking at Lake Berryessa. The killer wore an executioner's hood. He stabbed them with a knife. Cecilia died. Brian survived. October 11, 1969. Paul Stein, 29. A taxi driver in San Francisco, shot in the head. The killer took a piece of his shirt. After Paul Stein, the Zodiac stopped killing. He continued to write, he continued to taunt, but he did not kill again. 3. The ciphers. The Zodiac sent 4 ciphers to newspapers. The first, 408 characters, was cracked in 3 days by a history teacher and his wife. It read, "I like killing people because it is so much fun. It is more fun than killing wild game in the forest because man is the most dangerous animal of all." The second cipher, 340 characters, was not cracked for 51 years. In 2020, a team of codebreakers finally solved it. It read, "I hope you are having fun trying to catch me. I am not afraid of the gas chamber because it will send me to paradise all the sooner." The third and fourth ciphers remain unsolved. They may be gibberish. They may contain the Zodiac's name. We will never know. 4. The suspects, Arthur Lee Allen, a convicted sex offender and former teacher. He wore a Zodiac watch. He owned military boots matching prints found at Lake Berryessa. He died in 1992. DNA tests in 2002 were inconclusive. Lawrence Kane, a petty criminal who matched police sketches. No direct evidence. Ted Kaczynski, the Unabomber. Some amateur sleuths have proposed him. Most experts dismiss this. The Zodiac was probably a local man in his 20s or 30s with a military background. He may have died. He may have been institutionalized. He may still be alive. 5. The legacy. The Zodiac Killer changed America's understanding of serial murder. Before the Zodiac, serial killers were seen as hidden predators. The Zodiac wanted to be seen. He wanted to be famous. He understood that the media was his accomplice. Every letter he wrote was a performance. Every cipher was a game. He was not trying to evade capture, not really. He was trying to create a legend. He succeeded. The Zodiac case remains open. The San Francisco Police Department has a DNA sample and partial fingerprints. There is no match. The Zodiac is still out there in the files, in the unsolved ciphers, in the nightmares of those who survived. He is America's Jack the Ripper, a ghost with a symbol, a killer with a pen, a monster who wanted nothing more than to be remembered. We remember him. We wish we didn't. Chapter 17, The Manson Family, 1969. Helter Skelter and the End of the 1960s. 1. The Man Who Never Held the Knife. On the nights of August 8th to 10th, 1969, 7 people were brutally murdered in Los Angeles. The victims included Sharon Tate, the beautiful pregnant actress wife of director Roman Polanski, coffee heiress Abigail Folger, celebrity hairstylist Jay Sebring, writer Wojciech A. Frykowski, and Stephen Parent, a teenage visitor. The following night, supermarket executive Leno LaBianca and his wife, Rosemary, were killed in their home. The man who planned these murders never entered either house. He never held a knife. He was sitting at his desert compound while his young followers did his bidding. His name was Charles Manson. He was the most famous murderer who never murdered anyone. 2. The family Manson called his followers the family. They were mostly young women, teenagers. From middle-class homes, they had come to California looking for peace and found a man who promised them absolute love in exchange for absolute obedience. Manson believed, or claimed to believe, that the Beatles' White Album was a coded message to him. The songs Helter Skelter and Piggies predicted an apocalyptic race war. Black people would rise up and slaughter white people. The family would hide in a secret city under the desert. When the war was over, the family would rule. The murders were supposed to start the war. 3. The murders. On August 8, 1969, Manson sent 4 family members to 1005 Ocielo Drive, Charles Tex Watson, Susan Atkins, Patricia Krenwinkel, and Linda Kasabian. Manson's instructions: kill everyone in the house. Make it look like something a Black Panther would do. The 4 killed 5 people that night. Sharon Tate, pregnant with Roman Polanski's child, begged for her life. Atkins told her, "You're going to die, bitch." Watson stabbed her repeatedly. Her unborn baby died with her. The next night, Manson himself accompanied the killers to the home of Leno and Rosemary LaBianca. He tied up the couple, then left. Watson and Krenwinkel stabbed them to death. On the wall, they wrote "Helter Skelter" in blood. 4. The trial: Manson and the family were arrested in October 1969. The trial was a circus. Manson carved an X into his forehead, later a swastika. The Manson women sang songs in court and smiled at photographers. All were convicted. Manson was sentenced to death. The sentence was commuted to life in prison when California abolished the death penalty. Manson spent the next 46 years in prison, denied parole 12 times. He died in 2017 at age 83. 5. The legacy: Charles Manson did not kill anyone, but his name is synonymous with murder. He is the archetypal cult leader, the face of evil for a generation that believed in peace and love. He proved that the 1960s were not a revolution. They were a vulnerable moment, a time when millions of young people were searching for meaning, and a small, ugly ex-convict was willing to provide it. Manson is dead. The family is scattered. But the question remains: how many Charles Mansons are out there right now, recruiting lonely children on the internet, promising them love and purpose, preparing them to kill? The answer is too many. Chapter 18. The co-ed killer Edmund Kemper continued. The gentle giant who killed his mother. 1. The ogre continued. Edmund Kemper was 6 feet 9 inches tall and weighed over 300 pounds. He was a giant, a man so large that he frightened people without meaning to. He was also a genius. He had an IQ of 145, in the top 1% of the population. He was a voracious reader, a student of psychology, a man who could talk about anything. He was also a serial killer. Between 1972 and 1973, he murdered 8 young women, most of them hitchhikers. He picked them up on the highways of Santa Cruz, California. He drove them to remote areas. He shot them, stabbed them, or strangled them. He then took their bodies back to his apartment, where he dissected them, had sex with their corpses, and buried their remains in his mother's backyard. When he was finally caught, he was not running. He was sitting in a coffee shop in Colorado, waiting for the police to find him. He had called them himself. This chapter is about the most terrifying kind of killer, the one who looks like a friend, speaks like a professor, and kills like a butcher. 2. The making Edmond Emile Kemper III was born on December 18, 1948, in Burbank, California. His parents divorced when he was young. He lived with his mother, Clarnell Kemper, an alcoholic, bitter woman who belittled him constantly. She called him stupid, ugly, worthless. She forced him to sleep in the basement, convinced that he would rape his younger sister. She told him that he would never amount to anything. He was large for his age, awkward, socially isolated. He began killing animals, cats, dogs, and leaving their heads on spikes in the backyard. He later told a psychiatrist that his mother's abuse made me want to kill. At age 15, he shot his grandmother and stabbed her repeatedly. I wanted to see what it felt like, he said. When his grandfather came home, he shot him too. He was sent to a mental hospital for the criminally insane. At the hospital, he was a model patient. He was well behaved. He was polite. He learned psychology from the doctors who treated him. He was released at age 21, judged no longer a danger to society. He was not cured. He had only learned to hide. 3. The murders. Between May 1972 and April 1973, Kemper murdered 8 young women. Marianne Pesch, 18, a hitchhiker. Kemper picked her up on a highway, drove her to a remote area, stabbed her to death. He took her body back to his apartment, dissected her, and buried her remains in his mother's backyard. Anita Lucchesa, 18, a friend of Marianne. He picked her up on the same highway. He stabbed her to death. Her head was never found. Aiko Ku, 15, a high school student. He picked her up near a bus stop. He shot her. He kept her head for months. Cynthia Shaw, 18, a hitchhiker. He shot her, then dissected her body in his apartment. Rosalind Thorpe, 23, a student. He picked her up near a community college. He stabbed her to death. Alice Liu, 21, a student. He picked her up with Rosalind Thorpe. He killed both. Kathy Murphy, 18, a hitchhiker. He picked her up on a highway. He strangled her with a rope. Kemper was careful. He chose victims who would not be missed immediately. Runaways, hitchhikers, students. He buried the bodies in his mother's backyard, in the mountains, in remote ravines. He kept the police off his trail for nearly a year. But he also took risks. He would call the police after a murder, describing the crime in detail, mocking their inability to catch him. He would visit bars frequented by police officers, buying them drinks, listening to them talk about the case. He enjoyed the game. 4. The mother Kemper's final victim was not a co-ed. It was his mother. On April 20th, 1973, he waited until Clarnell came home from work. He was in the living room. She walked past him. He hit her on the head with a hammer, then stabbed her multiple times. He cut off her head. He used it as a dartboard. He cut out her larynx and put it in the garbage disposal. The disposal jammed. No one could shut her up, he later said. I thought that was appropriate. He then invited his mother's best friend, Sally Hallett, over to the house. He killed her as well. He hid her body in a closet. Then he drove to Colorado. He stopped at a coffee shop. He called the police. He told them where they could find him. He waited. He was arrested without incident. 5. The trial. Kemper was tried for 8 murders. He was found guilty. He asked for the death penalty. The judge sentenced him to life in prison instead, because California was in the process of abolishing capital punishment. He was asked why he had killed his mother. He said, "She was the one who made me what I am. She made me want to kill." He was asked if he felt remorse. He said, "I feel remorse for the victims' families, but I do not feel remorse for myself. I am a very well-adjusted person." He has been in prison since 1973. He is now in his 70s. He has been denied parole multiple times. He gives interviews to criminologists. He is studied as a case study in the psychology of serial murder. He is still a giant. He is still a genius. He is still a monster. 6. The legacy. Edmund Kemper is one of the most studied serial killers in history. He is a favorite subject of profilers because he is articulate, self-aware, and willing to talk. He has given hundreds of hours of interviews, describing his crimes in clinical detail, analyzing his own psychology with a detachment that is chilling. He once said, "I was not a monster. I was a product of my environment, but I chose to kill. I made that choice, and I am responsible." He is not wrong. He is not insane. He is a man who chose to do terrible things. He could have chosen otherwise. He did not. The victims, Marianne, Anita, Iko, Cynthia, Rosalind, Alice, Kathy, Clarnell, Sally, they had no choice. They died because a man with a 145 IQ decided that killing was fun. That is the horror of Kemper. Not the size, not the intelligence, the choice. Chapter 19, Ted Bundy Charisma as a Weapon, 1974 to 1978. The law student who fooled America. 1. The face of evil. He was handsome. He was charming. He was a law student, a Republican Party volunteer, a suicide hotline counselor, and the boyfriend of a wealthy and accomplished woman. He had everything the American dream promised: intelligence, ambition, good looks, and a future in politics, if he wanted it. He was also a sadistic serial killer who raped, tortured, and murdered at least 30 young women across 7 states between 1974 and 1978. He confessed to 30. The true number may be twice that. He dismembered his victims, kept their heads in his apartment, visited their bodies in the woods for days after death, and fantasized about them while he studied tort law. His name was Theodore Robert Bundy. He was the most unexpected serial killer in American history, because he did not look like one. He did not act like one. He was invited into the homes of families who trusted him. He walked through police stations without raising suspicion. He escaped from custody twice, once by jumping out of a courthouse library window. Ted Bundy did not just kill women. He killed the idea that evil has a face. 2. The Mask. Theodore Robert Cowell was born November 24, 1946, in Burlington, Vermont, to Eleanor Louise Cowell, a young woman who never revealed the identity of the father. To hide the shame of illegitimacy, Eleanor's parents raised Ted as their son, telling him his mother was his sister. He was in his 20s before he discovered the truth. That discovery, many psychologists believe, cracked something fundamental in him. He was not a monster yet. He was a young man with a secret. He was aroused by violence. He told a girlfriend that his favorite hobby was looking at pornographic magazines that depicted bondage and torture. He said he knew it was wrong. He said he couldn't stop. In 1969, he fell in love with a woman named Stephanie Brooks. Beautiful, wealthy, sophisticated. She broke his heart. He later said that the breakup unleashed something in him, a rage against women, against rejection, against the idea that he was not good enough. He began to plan. 3. The method. Bundy's modus operandi evolved, but the core remained constant. He used his looks and charm to disarm his victims. He would approach young women in public places, college campuses, shopping malls, beaches, often wearing a fake cast or sling on his arm, sometimes carrying a briefcase or a stack of books. He would ask for help carrying something to his car. He would appear helpless, non-threatening, even kind. Once the victim was in his car, a tan Volkswagen Beetle, he would strike. He used a crowbar or a piece of pipe or his own hands. He would knock the woman unconscious, then drive her to a remote location. He would rape her. He would strangle her. He would keep the body for days, visiting it, grooming it, having sex with it. He would then dismember the corpse and dump the remains in multiple locations. He was not a genius. He was a predator who studied his prey. 4. The killing spree. Bundy's confirmed victims include Karen Sparks, 18, beaten and raped, survived with permanent brain damage. Linda Ann Healy, 21, disappeared. Skull found in the mountains. Donna Manson, 19, disappeared. Remains found months later. Susan Rancourt, 18, disappeared. Never found. Kathy Parks, 22, disappeared. Found later. Brenda Ball, 22, disappeared. Never found. Jorgan Hawkins, 18, disappeared. Never found. He killed in Washington, Utah, Colorado, Idaho, and Florida. He killed at least 30 women. He killed a 12-year-old girl. He killed 2 women in a sorority house in one night, beating them to death with a piece of firewood while they slept. He was finally stopped by a traffic stop in Pensacola, Florida, in February 1978. He was driving a stolen car. He was arrested. The world knew his face. 5. The trial. The Florida trial of Ted Bundy was a media circus. Bundy, handsome and articulate, represented himself. He flattered the jury. He cross-examined witnesses with lawyerly precision. He proposed to a woman in the courtroom, a former girlfriend who had traveled to Florida to support him. She accepted. They were married on the lawn of the courthouse. On July 24, 1979, Bundy was convicted of murder. On July 31st, he was sentenced to death. He spent the next 10 years appealing, confessing to murders in exchange for delays, and fathering a child with his wife through conjugal visits. On January 24, 1989, he walked to the electric chair at Florida State Prison. His last words were, "I'd like you to give my love to my family and friends." He gave no apology. He offered no explanation. He simply died. 6. The legacy Ted Bundy changed America's understanding of serial murder. Before Bundy, the stereotype of the killer was a disheveled, visibly disturbed loner. Bundy proved that a killer could be handsome, educated, charming, and trusted. His story has been told in dozens of books, films, and documentaries. The most famous, The Stranger Beside Me by Anne Rule, a former co-worker who had no idea she was friends with a killer, remains a classic of true crime. Bundy's face is not a monster's face. It is a law student's face, a Republican volunteer's face, a suicide hotline counselor's face. That is why we cannot look away. Chapter 20. John Wayne Gacy, the Killer Clown, 1972 to 1978. 33. Bodies in the Crawl Space. 1. The clown. He was a pillar of the community. He was a Democratic precinct captain, a restaurant manager, a contractor, a husband, and a father. He also performed at children's birthday parties and hospital charity events as Pogo the Clown. He would paint his face, put on a floppy wig, and make sick children laugh. Under his house in the crawl space were the bodies of 33 young men and boys. John Wayne Gacy was not a monster in the shadows. He was a monster in plain sight, a suburban homeowner in Des Plaines, Illinois, a respectable businessman, a man who shook hands with Rosalind Carter, wife of the President of the United States, at a 1978 Democratic fundraiser. He was the last person anyone would suspect. 2. The Mask. John Wayne Gacy was born March 17, 1942, in Chicago. His father was a drunk and a bully who beat his wife and children regularly. He called John a screw-up and stupid. No matter how hard John tried, his father was never satisfied. In 1968, Gacy was convicted of sodomy for sexually assaulting a 15-year-old boy. He served 18 months in prison. He moved back to Chicago, married, and began building a new life. He worked as a cook, then as a contractor. He was unusually productive. He would start work at 6 a.m. and not stop until midnight. Neighbors admired his energy. He bought a split-level house at 8213 West Summerdale Avenue in Des Plaines. He installed a swimming pool. He threw block parties. He became a precinct captain. He was also, by 1972, already killing. 3. The victims. Between 1972 and 1978, John Wayne Gacy murdered at least 33 young men and boys, aged 14 to 21. Almost all were runaways, drifters, sex workers, or boys from troubled homes. They were young, vulnerable, and easily lured. Gacy's method was consistent. He would approach a young man at a bus station or on the street, offer him a job or a place to stay, and take him back to his house. He would offer him alcohol or drugs. Then he would handcuff him and rape him. If the victim fought back, Gacy would kill him immediately, usually by strangulation. If the victim submitted, Gacy would rape him for hours, then kill him anyway. After death, he would dress the body in women's clothing and store it in the crawl space under his house. He poured lime over the bodies to speed decomposition. When the crawl space filled, he began dropping bodies into the Des Plaines River. The known victims include Timothy McCoy, 16, John Butkovich, 18, Gregory Gotzik, 17, and Robert Piest, 15, the last victim whose disappearance triggered the investigation that caught Gacy. 4. The investigation on December 11, 1978, Robert Piest's mother reported him missing. Des Plaines police interviewed Gacy, who denied any involvement. Gacy was calm, cooperative, and charming. He gave the officers coffee. The police left. But a young investigator named Joseph Kozenzak was not satisfied. He obtained a search warrant. On December 13th, police searched Gacy's house. They found handcuffs, syringes, a rope with a noose, and a strong smell of decay. Gacy was arrested. On December 22nd, police began digging under his house. The first body was found within an hour. By the end of the day, 7 bodies had been exhumed. Over the next 2 weeks, 29 bodies were recovered from the crawl space. 4 more were found in the river. The total was 33. 5. The trial. Gacy's trial began February 6, 1980. The prosecution presented 109 witnesses and over 1,000 pieces of evidence. The defense argued insanity. Gacy himself took the stand. He wept. He claimed that the boys had died accidentally during rough sex games. The jury deliberated for less than 2 hours. They found him guilty of 33 counts of murder. On March 13, 1980, Gacy was sentenced to death. He spent the next 14 years on death row, filing appeals, painting portraits, and insisting that he was innocent. He was executed by lethal injection on May 10, 1994. His last words were, "Kiss my ass." Saint-Stephen's 6. The legacy John Wayne Gacy's house at 8213 West Summerdale was torn down in 1979. The lot is now an empty field, paved over with no sign that anything ever stood there, but the land is still haunted. Neighbors reported hearing screams from the crawl space for years after the bodies were removed. Gacy's story has become synonymous with suburban duplicity. He is the symbol of the hidden predator, the monster next door. His clown paintings sell for thousands of dollars at auction. A man who murdered 33 boys has become a collector's item. That should horrify us more than anything else. The victims are not collector's items. They were young men with names, families, dreams. They deserved better. Chapter 21. Jeffrey Dahmer, the Milwaukee Cannibal, 1978 to 1991. The search for connection through consumption. 1. The loneliest monster. He was not handsome. He was not charming. He was a shy, awkward, desperately lonely man who worked at a chocolate factory and lived in a small apartment in Milwaukee. His neighbors thought he was strange. He rarely spoke, he never dated, he kept jars of acid in his closet. But no one thought he was dangerous. He was the most dangerous man in America. Between 1978 and 1991, Jeffrey Dahmer murdered 17 young men and boys. He drugged them, he strangled them, he dismembered them. He had sex with their corpses. He ate parts of their bodies. He kept their skulls, their genitals, and their bleached bones in his apartment. He was, by his own admission, trying to create companions who would never leave him. Jeffrey Dahmer was a cannibal, but he was not a monster in the classic sense. He was not sadistic in the way Bundy was. He did not enjoy causing pain. He killed to possess. He ate to absorb. He preserved to keep. And when he was finally arrested, he did not lie. He did not hide. He confessed everything in detail without remorse, but also without evasion. He cooperated with police. He showed them where the body parts were. He was, in his own twisted way, trying to be good. That is the horror of Jeffrey Dahmer. He was not a demon. He was a broken, sick, desperate man who wanted love and could only find it in death. 2. The Making Jeffrey Lionel Dahmer was born May 21st, 1960 in Milwaukee. His father was a chemist. His mother was a depressed, anxious woman, addicted to pills. The marriage was unhappy. Jeff was a quiet, pale child who preferred to be alone. He collected dead animals, roadkill, and dissolved their bones in acid. He wanted to see what was inside. At age 14, he had his first violent fantasy, a jogger he saw from his window. He imagined killing her, having sex with her body, and keeping her skull. He did not act on it. But the fantasy did not go away. He was drinking heavily by high school. He failed most of his classes. He dropped out of Ohio State University after one semester, drunk and depressed. His parents divorced. His father remarried. Jeff was left alone. In 1978, he killed his first victim. 3. The victims. Stephen Hicks, 18, hitchhiking to a rock concert. Dahmer picked him up, took him home, offered him alcohol and sex. Hicks tried to leave. Dahmer struck him with a barbell, then strangled him. He dismembered the body and buried it in the backyard. He kept the skull for months. 9 years passed before Dahmer killed again. He was in the army, discharged for drinking, then in Miami, then back in Milwaukee living with his grandmother. He was lonely, drinking 2 bottles of vodka a day and fantasizing constantly. From 1987 to 1991, Dahmer killed 16 more men. Stephen Tuomi, 25, 1987. James Doxtator, 14, 1988. Richard Guerrero, 25, 1988. Anthony Sears, 24, 1989. Eddie Smith, 28, 1990. Ernest Miller, 22, 1990. David Thomas, 22, 1990. Curtis Straughter, 19, 1991. Errol Lindsay, 19, 1991. Tony Hughes, 31, 1991. Conorak Synthasomphone, 14, 1991. Matt Turner, 20, 1991. Jeremiah Weinberger, 23, 1991. Oliver Lacey, 23, 1991. Joseph Bradhoft, 25, 1991. Conorak Synthasomphone was the most infamous victim. A Laotian American boy, he escaped from Dahmer's apartment, was found wandering the streets naked and bleeding, was returned to Dahmer by police, and was killed that night. The police officers later lost their jobs. The city of Milwaukee settled with the family for $850,000. 4. The apartment Dahmer's apartment at 924 North 25th Street in Milwaukee was a charnel house. When police finally searched it on July 22, 1991, they found a human head in the refrigerator, severed hands in a pot on the stove, 3 skulls in a filing cabinet, 2 complete skeletons, bleached bones in a 57-gallon drum, a human heart and biceps in a freezer bag, jars of acid containing dissolving body parts, Polaroid photographs of the victims in various stages of dismemberment, an altar made of skulls. Dahmer had been living with these objects for years. He ate his meals at a table next to a refrigerator containing a human head. He slept in a room where he had stored skeletons. He later said, "I wanted to see if I could keep someone alive, a zombie, someone who would be totally compliant, who would stay with me forever." He never succeeded. His drugged victims always woke up. He always had to kill them. 5. The capture on July the 22nd, 1991. Dahmer attempted to kill his 18th victim, a man named Tracy Edwards. Edwards escaped from the apartment, flagged down a police car, and led officers back. When officers entered, they saw the Polaroids. They arrested Dahmer immediately. Dahmer did not resist. He did not lie. He said, "I'm sorry for what I did. I know I need help." Over the next weeks, he gave detailed confessions. He described every murder. He showed police where the body parts were. He answered their questions with a flat, emotionless tone. He was tried in Milwaukee in early 1992. He pleaded guilty but insane. The jury found him sane. He was sentenced to 15 consecutive life sentences. On November 28, 1994, Jeffrey Dahmer was beaten to death in a prison bathroom by another inmate. He was 34 years old. 6. The legacy Jeffrey Dahmer's name has become synonymous with cannibalism and necrophilia. His story has been told in dozens of documentaries, films, and the controversial 2022 Netflix series Monster, The Jeffrey Dahmer Story. The victims were real people. They were not props in a horror show. They were young men with families, dreams, and futures. They deserved better. Chapter 22, Andrei Chikatilo, the Rostov Ripper, 1978 to 1990. The Soviet system's blind spot. 1. The Red Ripper, the Soviet Union, prided itself on order. Crime, according to official ideology, was a product of capitalism. In the socialist paradise, there were no serial killers. Between 1978 and 1990, a man in the Soviet Republic of Russia murdered at least 53 women and children. He raped them. He mutilated them. He sometimes ate parts of their bodies. He was a school teacher, a Communist Party member, a husband, and a father. He was also a sexual sadist who could only achieve orgasm by stabbing his victims in the eyes and cutting out their tongues. His name was Andrei Romanovich Chikatilo. He was the most prolific serial killer in Soviet history, and the Soviet system refused to see him. For 12 years, Chikatilo killed with impunity because the Soviet police, the Soviet courts, and the Soviet ideology were blind to the possibility that a communist could be a monster. 2. The making Andrei Chikatilo was born October 16, 1936, in the Ukrainian village of Yablukne. It was the height of Stalin's terror. His childhood was a nightmare of hunger, violence, and propaganda. His older brother was kidnapped and eaten by starving neighbors during the Ukrainian famine. His father was captured by the Germans and spent years in a Soviet prison camp afterward. His mother was raped by a German soldier, possibly in front of Andrei. He was bullied as a child. He was undersized, weak, and stammering. He discovered that he was impotent with adult women. He could only achieve sexual release by watching women sleep, or by killing. He joined the Communist Party, married, had 2 children, and became a teacher of Russian literature. He was also, by 1978, already killing. 3. The murders. Chikatilo's first known murder was in 1978. He lured a 9-year-old girl, Yelena Zakotnova, into a hut he had rented. He tried to rape her. He could not perform. He stabbed her 3 times. He threw her body into a nearby river. The police found the body. They arrested a local drifter named Alexander Kravchenko. Under torture, Kravchenko confessed. He was convicted and executed in 1983. The real killer was still free. Chikatilo killed again in 1981. And again. And again. By 1982, he was killing multiple people per month. His victims were runaways, prostitutes, and children, people who would not be missed. He would lure them to secluded woods, knock them down, stab them repeatedly, and mutilate the bodies after death. He cut out tongues. He removed eyes. He castrated male victims. He later told a psychiatrist, "When I stabbed, I felt relief. I would ejaculate. It was the only time I felt like a man." 4. The investigation. The Soviet police were underfunded, undertrained, and uninterested in investigating crimes against marginalized people. Prostitutes, runaways, and children from broken homes were not priorities. A Soviet psychiatrist named Alexander Bukhanovsky profiled Chikatilo perfectly in 1985. He described a partial psychotic who killed in a trance-like state, but his report was ignored. The police were looking for a sadist or a maniac. They did not understand that a man could be both insane and functional. Chikatilo killed for 12 years. He might have killed for 12 more. But in 1990, the Soviet Union was collapsing. Glasnost meant openness. The press began to report on the Rostov Ripper. The police were under public pressure. They finally began to share information. 5. The capture. In November 1990, Chikatilo was stopped by a plainclothes officer named Igor Rybnikov. He was carrying a knife and a rope. He was acting suspiciously. He was held for questioning. He did not confess immediately, but the forensic evidence was finally in place. Bite marks, semen samples, blood type. The police had enough. On November 20th, 1990, Chikatilo was formally charged with murder. When he finally confessed, he described every killing in graphic, remorseless detail. He led police to the bodies. He showed them where he had buried his victims. 6. The trial and execution. Chikatilo's trial began in April 1992 in Rostov-on-Don. He acted out, screaming, exposing himself, claiming that he was pregnant. He was clearly disturbed, but the psychiatrists found him sane. He knew what he was doing. He knew it was wrong. He did it anyway. On October 15, 1992, Chikatilo was convicted of 52 murders. He was sentenced to death. On February 14, 1994, a single shot was fired into the back of his head. He died instantly. 7. The legacy Andrei Chikatilo is the most prolific serial killer in Russian history. His case exposed the failures of the Soviet system, the ideology that could not see evil, the bureaucracy that could not share information, the corruption that protected the powerful and ignored the powerless. His victims, 53 names, each one a life, deserve to be remembered. Chikatilo is dead. The Soviet Union is dead. But the blind spot remains. Chapter 23. The Golden State Killer. Joseph DeAngelo, 1974 to 1986. The nightmare that took 4 decades to solve. 1. The many names of evil, he was called the East Area Rapist, the original Night Stalker, the Diamond Knot Killer, the Visalia Ransacker. He had more aliases than any serial killer in American history, not because he changed his identity, but because no one knew he was the same man. Between 1974 and 1986, he committed at least 13 murders, 51 rapes, and over 120 burglaries across California. He stalked his victims for weeks, learning their routines, their habits, their fears. He would break into their homes at night, wearing a mask, armed with a knife or a gun. He would shine a flashlight in their eyes. He would tie them up, then rape them in front of their husbands or children. He would eat their food, drink their wine, and leave his calling card, a single diamond knot tied in a shoelace. Then, in 1986, he stopped. For over 30 years, he vanished. His name was Joseph James DeAngelo. He was a police officer, he was a husband, he was a father, and he was the Golden State Killer. 2. The rampage. DeAngelo's criminal career began with burglaries in Visalia, 1974 to 1975. He would break into homes, steal small items, and leave his diamond knot. One man caught him in the act. DeAngelo shot him. The man died, DeAngelo's first murder, though no one knew it at the time. He then moved to Sacramento, where he became the East Area Rapist, 1976 to 1978. He attacked at least 50 women. He would break into their homes at night, blindfold them, tie them up, and rape them. Sometimes he would return weeks later to rape them again. He laughed at them. He whispered their names, and he knew everything about them. In 1979, he moved to Southern California, where he became the original Night Stalker. Now he was killing. He would rape his victims, then bludgeon them to death. He killed couples, sometimes forcing them to tie each other up before he murdered them. His known victims include Claude Snelling, 45, shot; Brian and Katie Maggiore, shot; Janelle Cruz, 18, beaten; Cherie Domingo, 35, beaten; Charlene Smith, 33, beaten; Lyman and Charlene Smith, both beaten; Keith and Patrice Harrington, both beaten; Manuela Withun, 28, beaten. He was not caught. He was not even identified. The police in Northern California and Southern California did not share information. They did not know they were hunting the same man. 3. The breakthrough. In 2016, a retired detective named Paul Holes began a new investigation. He used DNA from a crime scene to create a genetic profile. He uploaded the profile to a public genealogy database, GEDmatch. The database matched DeAngelo's distant relatives. Holes and his team built a family tree. They worked backward, generation by generation, until they found a single suspect: Joseph James DeAngelo, a 72-year-old retired police officer living in Citrus Heights, California. On April 24, 2018, the police arrested DeAngelo. He was charged with 13 murders. He pleaded guilty in 2020. He was sentenced to life in prison without parole. 4. The man behind the mask. Joseph DeAngelo was a police officer in Exeter and Auburn, California, during his crime spree. He was fired in 1979 for shoplifting a hammer and a can of dog repellent, the same dog repellent he used to silence the dogs of his victims. He never confessed. When he was arrested, he said only, "I pushed him out." No one knows what that means. He did not explain. He did not apologize. He accepted his sentence in silence. He is now in prison. He will die there. 5. The legacy. The Golden State Killer case changed law enforcement forever. It was solved using genetic genealogy, a new technique that identifies criminals through the DNA of their distant relatives. Since DeAngelo's arrest, genetic genealogy has been used to solve dozens of cold cases, including the murders of the Buckskin Girl and the Bear Brook victims. But the case also exposed the failures of the past. Police departments did not share information. Rape kits were not processed. Victims were not believed. DeAngelo's victims waited decades for justice. Some died before they saw it. The survivors, the women he raped, the children who watched their parents die, carry the scars forever. He is in prison. He will not hurt anyone again. But the nightmare he created will never fully end. Chapter 24. The BTK Strangler Dennis Rader, 1974 to 1991. Bind, torture, kill the church leader who lived a double life. 1. The letters between 1974 and 1991, a serial killer terrorized Wichita, Kansas. He killed 10 people, men, women, and children. He did not kill quickly. He bound his victims, tortured them, and then strangled them. He called himself BTK, bind, torture, kill. He sent letters to the police and the media, taunting them, describing his crimes in graphic detail. He wrote poems. He drew pictures. He sent a list of his victims to a television station, asking that it be read on air. He stopped killing in 1991. He did not stop writing. In 2004, the 30-year anniversary of his first murder, he resurfaced. He sent a letter to the Wichita Eagle. He asked if his victims' bodies would be safe if he sent a floppy disk with his writings on it. The police agreed. They lied. The floppy disk contained metadata that traced back to a computer used by a man named Dennis Rader. Rader was the president of his church congregation, a Boy Scout leader, a husband, and a father. He was also BTK. When the police arrested him, he said, I'm sorry for what I did. I'm sorry for the pain I caused." But he was not sorry, he was caught. There is a difference. 2. The Murders the Oteros, January 15, 1974. Joseph Otero, 38, his wife Julie, 33, and their children Joseph Jr., 9, and Josephine, 11. Rader broke into their home. He herded the family into the living room. He bound them. He strangled the father first, then the mother, then the son, then the daughter. He posed their bodies. He covered the son's head with a plastic bag. He took nothing. Catherine Bright, April 4, 1974. Rader broke into her apartment. He stabbed and strangled her. Her brother Kevin survived and would later identify Rader, but Rader's name was not known then. Shirley Vian, March 17, 1977. A mother of 3. Rader broke into her home, bound her, and strangled her with a belt. Her children were in the next room. They heard her die. Nancy Fox, December 8, 1977. Rader broke into her apartment. He bound her and strangled her. He then called the police from a phone booth to report the murder. Maureen Hedge, April 1985. Rader murdered her in her home. Vicky Wiggly, September 16, 1986. Rader murdered her in her home. He kept a photograph of her body for years. Dolores Davis, January 19, 1991. His last victim, murdered in her home. No one was ever sure why he stopped. He claimed he was busy with work and family. 3. The letters B, TK's letters, were his signature. He wrote to the police, the media, even a state senator. He described his crimes in detail. He suggested nicknames for himself. The Hangman, the Killer. He sent poems. I need to feed, I need to kill, I need to feel the thrill. He also made mistakes. In 1978, he left a letter in an engineering textbook at the Wichita Public Library. The letter promised another victim. The police waited. No victim came. The letter was a hoax or a fantasy. Even BTK did not always tell the truth. The mistake that caught him was his own arrogance. In 2004, he asked the police if a floppy disk could be traced. They told him no. They lied. The disk traced to his church. From there, they found his name. He was arrested on February 25, 2005. 4. The trial. Dennis Rader pleaded guilty to 10 murders. He did not plead insanity. He told the court that he was methodical, ruthless, and disciplined. He described his crimes in clinical detail. He showed no emotion. The relatives of his victims testified. They cried, they screamed. They asked him why. He had no answer. He was sentenced to 10 consecutive life sentences. He is serving them at El Dorado Correctional Facility in Kansas. He will die there. 5. The legacy BTK was not a genius. He was not a master criminal. He was a middle-aged man with a wife, a job, a church, and a secret. The secret was that he had been torturing and killing people for 3 decades, and no one knew. The question that haunts the BTK case is the question that haunts all these cases. How well do we really know the people we live with? Dennis Rader was a Boy Scout leader. He taught Sunday school, he mowed his lawn, he waved to his neighbors. He came home from work, ate dinner with his family, and went to the basement to relive the murders he had committed. No one knew, no one suspected. That is the terror of BTK. Chapter 25, The Night Stalker, Richard Ramirez, 1984 to 1985. The devil worshipper who terrorized Los Angeles. 1. The Summer of Fear, Los Angeles, 1985. The summer was hot and the nights were dark. A man was breaking into homes across the city, in Los Angeles, San Francisco, and Orange County. He wore a black ski mask. He carried a knife, a gun, and a machete. He forced his way into the bedroom of sleeping families. He shot the men. He stabbed the women. He raped the children. He carved pentagrams into the bodies of his victims. He demanded that they swear to Satan. The newspapers called him the Night Stalker. He was not a stalker in the traditional sense. He did not follow his victims. He chose them at random, anyone, anywhere, at any time. The city of Los Angeles was paralyzed. People bought guns. People boarded their windows. People slept in shifts. When he was finally caught, he was not hiding. He was in a convenience store buying a Snickers bar when a mob of citizens recognized him from a photograph and beat him to the ground. His name was Richard Ramirez. He was not insane. He was evil. 2. The making Richard Munoz Ramirez was born in 1960 in El Paso, Texas. His family was poor, his father violent, his cousins murderers. He was exposed to violence from a young age. His cousin Miguel, a Green Beret, showed him Polaroids of rape victims from the Vietnam War. Another cousin, another Miguel, killed his wife in front of 9-year-old Richard. "I didn't blink," he later said. "I thought it was normal." He began using drugs, marijuana, LSD, cocaine, heroin. He dropped out of school. He moved to California. He lived on the streets. He learned to burglarize homes. He learned to kill. He was not a genius. He was not a mastermind. He was a product of violence, raised by violence, addicted to violence. 3. The murders. Between April 1984 and August 1985, Ramirez killed at least 14 people. His method was consistent. He would break into a home at night, usually through an open window or a sliding glass door. He would shoot the man. He would bludgeon or stab the woman. He would then rape the woman or the children. He would steal what he wanted: jewelry, money, a car. He did not care about race, class, or age. His victims included Jenny Vincow, 79, Tsai Lianyu, 32, Vincent and Maxine Zazara, 64 and 44, Malvia Keller, 55, Eli, 66, and Diana, 49, Hernandez. Carol Kyle, 41, Peter Pan, 66, and Barbara Pan, 64, William Carnes, 30, Joyce Nelson, 61. He also attacked many others who survived. They lived with the scars. 4. The capture Ramirez was identified by a 13-year-old girl. He had tried to steal her aunt's car. She saw his face. She remembered it. Her description led to a composite sketch that was published in the Los Angeles Times. On August 30th, 1985, Ramirez was spotted in a convenience store by a group of citizens who had seen the sketch. They chased him. They beat him. They held him until the police arrived. He was convicted of 13 murders, 5 attempted murders, 11 sexual assaults, and 14 burglaries. He was sentenced to death and he waited on death row for 24 years. He died of lymphoma in 2013, before the state of California could execute him. 5. The Legacy. The Night Stalker case changed the way Los Angeles thought about safety. Before Ramirez, people left their windows open on summer nights. After Ramirez, they did not. He was the first serial killer to be identified by a victim's family member, the 13-year-old girl who saw his face and did not forget. Ramirez was not a genius. He was not a mastermind. He was a man who had been raised in violence and had become violence. He chose his victims at random. He killed without reason. He was, in the purest sense, a monster. His last words to a reporter who asked if he regretted anything were, "Regret? I don't believe in regret. I believe in Satan." He died unrepentant. He died unmourned. Chapter 26, The Green River Killer, Gary Ridgway, 1982 to 1998. The most prolific serial killer in American history. 1. The river between 1982 and 1998. A serial killer murdered at least 49 women in the Seattle area. Most of his victims were sex workers, runaways, or young women living on the streets. He would pick them up, drive them to a secluded location, strangle them, and then dump their bodies in the Green River. The Green River Killer was the most prolific serial killer in American history. For nearly 20 years he eluded capture. His victims' families grew old waiting for justice. The case went cold. Then, in 2001, DNA technology caught up with him. His name was Gary Ridgway. He was a quiet, unassuming truck painter who lived with his third wife in a modest house in Seattle. He went to church. He read his Bible. He killed women and left them in the river. 2. The victims. The first victims were found in August 1982. 2 women, both strangled, both dumped in the river. Then more bodies and more. By the end of 1982, the police had found 7 bodies. By 1984, they had found 21. The victims were all women, mostly young, mostly poor. They had names: Wendy Caulfield, 16 Deborah Bonner, 23 Opal Mills, 16 Terry Milligan, 16 Mary Bridget Meehan, 18 Deborah Estes, 15 Marcia Chapman, 31 Cynthia Hines, 17 Andrea Childers, 19 Sandra Majors, 19 Kimi Kai Pitzor, 18 Mary Exetta West, 16 Carol Christensen, 21 Marty Weiss, 18 Maureen Feeney, 19 Colleen Brockman, 15 Alma Smith, 18 Dolores Williams, 17 Gail Matthews, 23 Denise Bush, 23 Shirley Sherrill, 18 Rebecca Marrero, 20 Colleen Brockman, 15, and many more. 49 confirmed. He claimed he killed over 70. 3. The investigation, the Green River Killer investigation, was the largest manhunt in Washington state history. The FBI was called in. Profilers were consulted. Suspects were interviewed. Nothing worked. Gary Ridgway had been interviewed by the police in 1983, 1984, and 1987. He was a suspect, but the police could not link him to the murders. He was too ordinary. He was too cooperative. He passed a lie detector test. He also kept killing. Between 1987 and 1998, he killed at least 11 more women. 4. The breakthrough. In 2001, the police used new DNA technology to test a semen sample from one of the victims. The sample matched Ridgway. He was arrested. He confessed he had been killing for 20 years. He described his murders in chilling detail. He led police to bodies that had never been found. He told them where to dig. He showed them how he had posed his victims. He pleaded guilty to 48 murders. He was sentenced to life in prison without parole. As part of the plea deal, he avoided the death penalty. He is now in prison. He will die there. 5. The Legacy. The Green River Killer is the most prolific serial killer in American history. He killed more people than Ted Bundy, John Wayne Gacy, and Jeffrey Dahmer combined. But he is not as famous as any of them. Why? Because his victims were not newsworthy. They were prostitutes, they were runaways, they were poor, they were invisible. The media did not care about them. Not until the body count became impossible to ignore. Ridgway chose his victims well. He chose women who would not be missed. He chose women who, in the eyes of society, did not matter. They mattered. They have names. They have families. They deserve to be remembered. Chapter 27. The Dating Game Killer. Rodney Alcala, 1971 to 1979. The serial killer who won a date on television. 1. The Bachelor. In 1978, a 35-year-old man appeared on The Dating Game, a popular television show where a bachelor asked 3 hidden bachelorettes questions, then chose one for a date. The man was handsome, articulate, and charming. He won the show. The bachelorette who chose him later refused to go on the date. She said she felt creepy around him. She was right to trust her instincts. The man was Rodney Alcala. He was a serial killer. He had already murdered at least 5 women. He would murder at least 3 more before he was caught. He called himself the Dating Game Killer. The nickname is almost too perfect. He used his charm to lure victims, just as he had used his charm to win a date on national television. No one knew. No one suspected. He is in prison now. He will die there. 2. The Making Rodney Alcala was born in 1943 in San Antonio, Texas. He joined the Army at 17. He was discharged after a nervous breakdown. He studied art at UCLA. He was a talented photographer. He used his photography to lure victims. His first known murder was in 1971. He attacked a young woman, beat her unconscious, and raped her. He was caught, convicted, and sentenced to prison. He served 34 months. He was released. He killed again. 3. The murders Alcala's confirmed victims include Tali Shapiro, 8, 1968. She survived. She was found badly beaten and raped. Alcala fled to New Hampshire. Jill Barcombe, 18, 1977. Beaten, raped, strangled, and left in a field. Georgia Wickstead, 27, 1977. Beaten, raped, strangled, and left in her apartment. Charlotte Lamb, 32, 1978. Beaten, raped, strangled, and left in an apartment complex laundry room. Jill Parento, 21, 1979. Beaten, raped, strangled, and left in her apartment. Robin Samsu, 12, 1979. Kidnapped, raped, murdered, and left in the mountains. Robin Samsu's murder was the one that finally caught him. Her friends had seen a man taking photographs of them on the beach. They gave a description. The police matched it to Alcala. He was arrested in 1979. He was tried, convicted, and sentenced to death. But the conviction was overturned on a technicality. He spent years in legal limbo. In 2010, he was retried and convicted again. He was sentenced to death for the second time. He is now on death row. He has not been executed. He is in his 80s. He will likely die of old age. 4. The photography Alcala was a prolific photographer. When police searched his apartment, they found hundreds of photographs of women and children, many of them in provocative poses. Some of the photographs have never been identified. Investigators believe that Alcala may have murdered dozens more women whose bodies were never found. The photographs are online. The FBI has asked the public to help identify the women in them. Some have been identified, many have not. They are victims. They have names. We do not know what they are. 5. The legacy Rodney Alcala is a reminder that a killer can look like anyone. He was handsome. He was charming. He won a date on national television. The bachelorette who chose him later said, "I felt something wrong. I didn't know what it was, but I felt it." She listened to her instincts. She saved her own life. The other women did not have that chance. Chapter 28, The Grim Sleeper, Lonnie Franklin, 1985 to 2007. The South Los Angeles Serial Killer. 1. The Forgotten Victims. Between 1985 and 2007, a serial killer murdered at least 10 women in South Los Angeles. The victims were young, black, and poor. They were drug users, sex workers, or simply women walking home at night. They were killed in a neighborhood that the police did not care about, a neighborhood where violence was routine, where the dead were not mourned by the media, where the killer could operate for decades without being noticed. He was called the Grim Sleeper because he took a nap between his murders. 14 years between his last confirmed killing of the 1980s and his first of the 2000s. No one knows why he stopped. No one knows why he started again. His name was Lonnie David Franklin, Jr. He was a garbage collector, a husband, a father. He had a workshop in his garage where he kept the photographs of his victims, photographs he took of them before and after he killed them. He was caught in 2010. He was convicted in 2016. He died in prison in 2020. 2. The victims. Franklin's confirmed victims include Debbie Jackson, 29, 1985, Henrietta Wright, 34, 1985, Barbara Ware, 23, 1985, Mary Lowe, 26, 1985, Lacrica Jefferson, 22, 1986, Diane Johnson, 24, 1986, Bernita Sparks, 26, 1987, Alicia Alexander, 19, 1988, Princess Bertamier, 15, 2002, Valerie McCorvey, 35, 2003, Janisha Peters, 25, 2007. He was also convicted of the attempted murder of Enietra Washington, who survived a gunshot wound to her chest and identified Franklin decades later. 3. The investigation, the Grim Sleeper investigation, was stalled for years. The police did not prioritize the case. The victims were sex workers and drug users. They were not ideal victims. Their families complained. The media ignored them. In 2007, a journalist named Christine Pelisek began writing about the case for L.A. Weekly. She coined the name Grim Sleeper. Her coverage brought attention to the case. The police reopened the investigation. In 2010, a DNA match led to Franklin. He was arrested. His garage was searched. The police found hundreds of photographs of women. Chapter 29, The Grim Sleeper. Lonnie Franklin continued. The photographs. The garage of Lonnie Franklin's home in South Los Angeles was a museum of horrors. When police searched it in 2010, they found hundreds of photographs of women, some alive, some dead. The photographs were Polaroids, the kind that develop instantly. They showed women in various states of undress, some smiling, some asleep, some clearly unconscious. Behind the photographs, in a locked refrigerator, the police found a .25 caliber pistol. the weapon used to kill several of the victims. Franklin had been taking photographs of his victims for over 20 years. He kept them as trophies, souvenirs of his violence. Some of the women in the photographs have never been identified. They are the Jane Does of the grim sleeper case, women who died alone, who were buried in unmarked graves, who were forgotten. The police released the photographs to the public, hoping someone would recognize the women. Some were identified, many were not. Their names are lost. 4. The trial, Lonnie Franklin's trial, began in 2016. He was charged with 10 murders, 1 attempted murder, and multiple sexual assaults. He pleaded not guilty. The prosecution's case was built on DNA. Franklin's DNA was found on several of the victims. A pizza crust he had discarded at a restaurant matched the DNA from the crime scenes. It was the same technique that had caught the Golden State Killer years later. The defense argued that the DNA was planted. The jury did not believe them. On May 5, 2016, Franklin was convicted of 10 murders. He was sentenced to death. He died in prison on March 29, 2020, before the state of California could execute him. The official cause of death was natural causes. 5. The legacy. The grim sleeper case exposed the failures of the Los Angeles Police Department. For years, the police had ignored the murders because the victims were black and poor. They were not good victims, the kind of victims who make headlines. They were sex workers, drug users, runaways. The police did not care. It took a journalist, Christine Pelisek, to bring the case to light. It took DNA technology to catch the killer. It took the families of the victims, screaming for justice, to force the police to act. The women who died did not have names that the media remembered, but they had names, they had families, they had lives. Debbie Jackson, Henrietta Wright, Barbara Ware, Mary Lowe, LaCricka Jefferson, Diane Johnson, Bernita Sparks, Alicia Alexander, Princess Berthameur, Valerie McCorvey, Janesha Peters. They deserve to be remembered. Chapter 30. The Happy Face Killer, Keith Jesperson, 1990 to 1995. The truck driver who drew smiley faces. 1. The smile. In 1995, a truck driver named Keith Jesperson wrote a letter to a newspaper. He confessed to killing 8 women. He signed the letter with a smiley face, a simple circle with 2 dots and a curved line. He called himself the Happy Face Killer. Jesperson was not caught because of his confession. He was caught because of his handwriting. He had sent a taunting letter to the family of one of his victims, and the handwriting matched his own. He was arrested, convicted, and sentenced to life in prison. He is one of the few serial killers who enjoyed his fame. He gave interviews. He wrote a book. He posed for photographs. He smiled. He is still alive. He is still in prison. He is still smiling. 2. The Making Keith Hunter Jesperson was born in 1955 in British Columbia, Canada. His father was a violent alcoholic. Jesperson later claimed that his father had abused him, though the stories changed over time. He was a loner in school, a drifter as a young man. He became a long-haul truck driver traveling the highways of the United States and Canada. The road was his home. The women he picked up were his prey. 3. The murders. Jesperson claimed to have killed at least 160 women. The police could only confirm 8. His known victims include Tanya Bennett, 23, 1990, strangled, beaten, and thrown off a bridge. Unidentified woman, 1990, a hitchhiker. Strangled. Body never found. Unidentified woman, 1991. Another hitchhiker, strangled. Body never found. Cynthia Rose, 33, 1992, strangled. body left in a field. Unidentified woman, 1992, a prostitute, strangled, body never found. Julie Winningham, 41, 1993, strangled, body left in a rest area. Unidentified woman, 1994, a hitchhiker, strangled, body never found. Unidentified woman, 1995, a hitchhiker, strangled, body never found. He also claimed to have murdered his girlfriend's mother and several other women. The police could not verify his claims. 4. The confession Jesperson began writing letters to the media in 1994. He wanted to confess, but he also wanted attention. He signed each letter with a smiley face. The police traced the letters to him through handwriting analysis. When he was arrested, he gave a full confession. He described his murders in graphic detail. He showed no remorse. He said, "I'm not a monster. I'm a guy who did some bad things." He pleaded guilty to 8 murders. He was sentenced to life in prison without parole. He is currently incarcerated at Snake River Correctional Institution in Oregon. 5. The legacy Keith Jesperson is one of the few serial killers who has become a kind of celebrity. He has given dozens of interviews. He has written a memoir co-authored by a journalist. He has a following on social media, people who are fascinated by his happy face persona. He is not a celebrity. He is a killer. The smiley face is not cute. It is a signature of death. The victims, the ones we know and the ones we will never know, they did not smile. They died alone on the side of the road, thrown away like garbage. Jesperson is in prison. He will die there. But his smile still haunts. Chapter 31. The Toolbox Killers. Lawrence Bittaker and Roy Norris, 1979. The most horrifying tape ever played in court. 1. The Van in 1979. 2 men in Los Angeles committed a series of murders so brutal that the lead prosecutor later said, "I have been a prosecutor for over 30 years. I have seen everything. I have never seen anything like this." Lawrence Bittaker and Roy Norris were the Toolbox Killers. They called themselves that because they used a toolbox full of implements, pliers, hammers, ice picks, wire coat hangers to torture their victims. They also made audio recordings of the torture. The tapes were played in court. The jurors wept. The judge ordered the tapes sealed. They have never been released to the public. The transcripts are enough to make the strongest stomach turn. Both men are dead now. Bittaker died on death row in 2019. Norris died in prison in 2020. The victims are still dead. Their families are still grieving. 2. The murders between June and November 1979. Bittaker and Norris kidnapped, raped, tortured, and murdered 5 young women in the Los Angeles area. They used a silver van to lure their victims. They offered rides to hitchhikers. They pretended to be helpful. The victims: Lucinda Schaefer, 16, kidnapped on July 2nd, tortured for 2 days, murdered. Her body was never found. Andrea Hall, 18, kidnapped on July 8th, tortured, murdered. Jacqueline Gilliam, 15, kidnapped on September 3rd, tortured, murdered. Shirley Sanders, 18, kidnapped on October 17th, tortured, murdered. Lynette Ledford, 16, kidnapped on October 31st, tortured, murdered. The torture methods were too graphic to describe in detail here. The transcript of the audio recording includes screams, pleas for mercy, and the sound of breaking bones. Bittaker and Norris laughed while their victims suffered. 3. The trial: Bittaker and Norris were arrested in November 1979. Norris confessed immediately and cooperated with prosecutors. He was sentenced to 30 years to life. Bittaker did not confess. He went to trial. The prosecution played the audio recording. The jury convicted him of 5 murders. He was sentenced to death. He died on death row in 2019 of natural causes. He was 79 years old. He never expressed remorse. He never apologized. 4. The legacy. The toolbox killers are not famous in the way Ted Bundy is famous. Their crimes were too horrible. The media did not turn them into celebrities. They were simply monsters, and the public wanted to forget them. But the victims, Lucinda, Andrea, Jacqueline, Shirley, Lynette, they are not forgotten. Their families still mourn. Their names are still spoken. The tapes are sealed. They will never be released. But the screams are still echoing. Chapter 32, The Candyman, Dean Corll, 1970 to 1973. The Houston Massacre. On the house on Pasadena Boulevard. Between 1970 and 1973, a man named Dean Corll murdered at least 28 young men and boys in Houston, Texas. He was known as the Candyman because his family owned a candy factory, and he often gave free candy to children in the neighborhood. He did not give them candy, he gave them death. Corll would lure his victims' teenagers, mostly runaways, to his home with promises of alcohol, drugs, or money. Once inside, he would handcuff them to a wooden board, rape them, and then strangle them. He buried their bodies in a rented boat shed in a field on a beach. He kept souvenirs, rings, wallets, photographs. He was caught in 1973, not by the police, but by one of his accomplices. The accomplice shot and killed Corll before he could be arrested. The accomplice then led police to the bodies. 2. The victims. Dean Corll murdered at least 28 boys and young men, aged 13 to 21. The known victims include Jeffrey Conan, 18, 1970, James Glass, 14, 1970, Danny Yates, 16, 1970, Donald Waldrop, 16, 1970, Jerry Waldrop, 17, 1970, Frank Aguirre, 17, 1971, Charles Cobble, 19, 1971, Marty Jones, 18, 1971, Steve Sickman, 19, 1971, Timothy Curley, 16, 1971, Joseph Lyles, 17, 1971, William Ray Lawrence, 15, 1971, Raymond Blackburn, 19, 1971, Homer Garcia, 15, 1971, John Sellers, 17, 1971, Willie Lawrence, 15, 1971, David Hillegiest, 14, 1971, Gregory Winkle, 16, 1971, Roy Bunton, 17, 1972, Wally J. Simoneau, 14, 1972, Richard Kepner, 19, 1972, Johnny Delhomme, 16, 1972, Billy Balch, 17, 1972, John Thomas, 18, 1972, Michael Balch, 15, 1972, Mark Scott, 16, 1973, Robert Broussard, 17, 1973, James Dreimela, 17, 1973. Many of these victims were buried in a boat shed that Corll had rented. When the police excavated the shed, they found 17 bodies. They found 8 more in a field. They found 3 more on a beach. The youngest victim was 13. The oldest was 21. 3. The accomplices Corll did not act alone. He had 2 accomplices, David Owen Brooks and Elmer Wayne Henley. Brooks was 17 when he began helping Corll. He would lure victims to Corll's home. He received money and drugs in return. Henley was 14 when he began helping Corll. He would lure victims to Corll's home. He also received money and drugs. In 1973, Henley killed Cole. He later said that Cole had threatened to kill Henley's family. He picked up a gun and shot Cole. He then called the police. He led them to the bodies. Brooks and Henley were both convicted of murder. Brooks died in prison in 2020. Henley is still alive, still in prison, still awaiting parole. 4. The legacy Dean Cole is not a household name. The Candyman case is one of the most horrific in American history, but it is not famous. Why? Because the victims were young men, not women. Because they were runaways, not ideal victims. Because the media did not care about them. They deserved better. They were children. They were murdered by a man who gave them candy. The house on Pasadena Boulevard is gone. The candy factory is gone. The bodies have been exhumed, identified, and returned to their families. But the memory remains. Chapter 33, The Sunset Strip Killers, Douglas Clark and Carol Bundy, 1980. The Lovers Who Killed Together. 1. The Strip, Los Angeles, 1980. The Sunset Strip was the place to be a stretch of nightclubs, bars, and music venues where young people went to see and be seen. Two of those young people were Douglas Clark and Carol Bundy. They were lovers. They were also serial killers. Clark and Bundy killed at least 7 women in 1980. Clark did the murdering. Bundy helped dispose of the bodies and kept a severed head in her refrigerator. They were caught because Carol Bundy confessed. She was in love with a police officer. She told him everything. He arrested her. Both are now in prison. Clark is on death row. Bundy died in prison in 2003. 2. The murders. Clark and Bundy's victims were mostly sex workers, picked up on the Sunset Strip. Karen Jones, 18, shot in the head. Exie Wilson, 19, shot in the head. Monette Comer, 30, shot in the head. Cynthia Chandler, 17, shot in the head. Gina Morano, 22, shot in the head. Nadine Lott, 27, shot in the head. Unidentified woman, never named. Clark also murdered a 14-year-old girl and a 65-year-old woman. He was never charged for those murders because the evidence was too thin. 3. The confession. Carol Bundy confessed to her lover, a police officer. She told him that Clark had killed the women and that she had helped dispose of the bodies. She also told him that she had kept a severed head in a refrigerator for several days and that she had given the head a makeover, applying makeup, brushing the hair. The officer arrested her. She then testified against Clark. He was convicted and sentenced to death. She was convicted and sentenced to life in prison. She died in 2003. He is still on death row. 4. The legacy. The Sunset Strip killers are not famous. They are a footnote in the history of serial murder, a strange, sad story of 2 broken people who found each other and killed together. Carol Bundy was not a killer. She was a victim of abuse, a woman so desperate for love that she helped her boyfriend dispose of bodies. Douglas Clark was a sadist, a man who enjoyed killing. She was not like him, but she was not innocent. She died in prison. He will die in prison. The victims Karen, Exie, Marnette, Cynthia, Gina, Nadine, they died because 2 people decided that murder was a game. They are dead. The game is over. Chapter 34, The Atlanta Child Murders. Wayne Williams, 1979 to 1981. The Missing Children of Atlanta. 1. The vanished between 1979 and 1981. At least 28 African-American children and young men disappeared from the streets of Atlanta, Georgia. They were killed. Their bodies were dumped in rivers, in vacant lots, in the woods. The city was in a state of panic. Parents kept their children indoors. The police were overwhelmed. The case became a national sensation. The media called them the missing and murdered children of Atlanta. The FBI was called in. A task force was formed. A massive manhunt began. The killer was finally caught in 1981. His name was Wayne Williams. He was a 23-year-old freelance photographer and aspiring music promoter. He was not a child. He was not a monster in the classic sense. He was a young man who had grown up in Atlanta, who had friends and family, who seemed ordinary. He was convicted of 2 murders. He was linked to 22 others. He maintains his innocence to this day. 2. The victims. The known victims of the Atlanta child murders include Edward Smith, 14, 1979, Alfred Evans, 14, 1979, Milton Harvey, 14, 1979, Yusuf Bell, 9, 1979, Angel Lanier, 12, 1980, Jeffrey Mathis, 11, 1980, Eric Middlebrooks, 14, 1980, Christopher Richardson, 12, 1980, Larry Rogers, 16, 1980, John Porter, 13, 1980, William Barrett, 17, 1980, Luby Gator, 14, 1980, Curtis Walker, 13, 1980, Terry Pugh, 15, 1980, Patrick Baltazar, 11, 1980, Earl Terrell, 12, 1980, Clifford Jones, 13, 1980, Darren Glass, 10, 1980, Charles Stevens, 13, 1980, Aaron Weish, 9, 1980, Anthony Carter, 9, 1980, Nathaniel Cater, 27, 1981, Jimmy Payne, 21, 1981, Eddie Duncan, 21, 1981. The youngest victim was 9. The oldest was 27. Most were between 11 and 15. 3. The investigation. The Atlanta police were criticized for their handling of the case. They did not take the disappearances seriously at first. They assumed the children were runaways. They did not connect the dots. When the bodies began to surface, the police formed a task force. They interviewed thousands of people. They followed thousands of leads. Nothing worked. The break came in May 1981. A police officer heard a splash in the Chattahoochee River. He saw a car driving away from the bridge. He stopped the car. The driver was Wayne Williams. William was questioned. His car was searched. Fibers were found that matched fibers on several of the victims. He was arrested. 4. The trial. Wayne Williams was tried for the murders of Nathaniel Cater and Jimmy Payne. The prosecution's case was largely circumstantial: fibers, hairs, and a pattern of behavior. The defense argued that the evidence was weak. The jury convicted him. He was sentenced to life in prison. He was not charged with the other 26 murders, but the police considered the case closed. Williams, they believed, was the Atlanta child killer. Williams maintains his innocence. He has filed dozens of appeals. All have been denied. He is still in prison. 5. The legacy. The Atlanta child murders case is still controversial. Some believe that Wayne Williams is guilty. Others believe that he is a scapegoat and that the real killer or killers was never caught. The question has never been resolved. The families of the victims still grieve. The city of Atlanta still remembers. The children who were never found, their names are still spoken. They deserved justice. They may never get it. Chapter 35. The Black Dahlia, Elizabeth Short, 1947. The most famous unsolved murder in American history. 1. The body. On the morning of January 15, 1947, a woman walking with her daughter in Leimert Park, Los Angeles, saw something in a vacant lot. At first, she thought it was a mannequin, a broken doll, discarded. Then she saw the blood. The body was that of a young woman. It had been cut in half at the waist. The two halves were separated by several feet. The body had been drained of blood. The face had been slashed from the corners of the mouth to the ears. The Glasgow smile, a wound that gave the victim the appearance of a clown. The body had been posed. The arms were arranged over the head. The legs were spread. The woman was identified as Elizabeth Short, a 22-year-old aspiring actress. The newspapers called her the Black Dahlia, a reference to a film noir, The Blue Dahlia, and to her dark hair and clothing. The murder has never been solved. It is the most famous unsolved murder in American history. 2. The victim, Elizabeth Short, was born in 1924 in Massachusetts. She moved to California in 1945, hoping to become an actress. She was beautiful. She was ambitious. She was also poor. She drifted from place to place, staying with friends, sleeping in hotel rooms, working odd jobs. She was known to be a good girl. She did not drink, did not smoke, did not sleep around. She was also lonely. She wanted to be loved. She was last seen alive on January 9, 1947, at the Biltmore Hotel in Los Angeles. She was meeting someone, no one knows who. 6 days later, her body was found. 3. The investigation. The Los Angeles Police Department conducted the largest investigation in its history. They interviewed over 1,000 suspects. They followed over 10,000 leads. Nothing worked. The case attracted a massive amount of media attention. The newspapers printed lurid details. The public was fascinated. Theories abounded. Short was killed by a jealous ex-boyfriend, a wealthy doctor, a movie star, a serial killer. None of the theories led to an arrest. The case went cold. It has never been reopened. 4. The suspects. Over the years, dozens of suspects have been proposed. Dr. George Hodel, a physician who was investigated by the LAPD in the 1950s. His son, Steve Hodel, has written books arguing that his father was the killer. No evidence has been found. Leslie Dillon, a bellhop and aspiring writer who claimed to know details about the murder. He was questioned and released. Orson Welles, the famous director. No evidence, just speculation. Marilyn Monroe's doctor, another speculation. The truth is that no one knows. The case is too old. The evidence is gone. The witnesses are dead. 5. The legacy Elizabeth Short is famous because she was beautiful, because her murder was gruesome, because the newspapers gave her a catchy name. She is the Black Dahlia, a brand, a symbol, a mystery. She was also a person. She had dreams. She had fears. She had a family that loved her. She was not a symbol. She was a woman who was murdered. Her killer is probably dead. He was never caught. He never confessed. He took the secret to his grave. The Black Dahlia remains unsolved. It will likely remain unsolved forever. Chapter 36, The Texarkana Phantom Killer, 1946. The Moonlight Murders. 1. The Phantom. In the spring of 1946, a killer stalked the border towns of Texarkana, Texas, and Texarkana, Arkansas. He attacked couples parked in lovers' lanes, using a flashlight to blind his victims before shooting them or beating them to death. He wore a white mask. He was never caught. The newspapers called him the Phantom Killer. He was the inspiration for the film The Town That Dreaded Sundown, 1976, which in turn inspired a generation of slasher films. He killed at least 5 people. He may have killed more. He vanished after 1946. His identity remains unknown. 2. The attacks. The Phantom Killer's confirmed attacks. February 22, 1946. Jimmy Hollis, 24, and Mary LaRae, 19. Parked on a lover's lane. A man approached with a flashlight. He ordered them out of the car. He hit Jimmy in the head with a pistol. He hit Mary in the face. He tried to rape her. She fought back. He ran away. Jimmy and Mary survived. March 23, 1946. Richard Griffin, 21, and Polly Ann Moore, 17. Parked on a lover's lane. The killer shot Richard in the head. He shot Polly Ann in the head. Both died. April 14, 1946. Paul Martin, 16, and Betty Jo Booker, 15. Parked on a lover's lane. The killer shot Paul. He shot Betty Jo. Both died. May 3, 1946. Virgil Starks, 33, and Katie Starks, 31. In their home. The killer shot Virgil through a window. He then entered the house and shot Katie. Virgil died. Katie survived. After May 1946, the Phantom Killer stopped. No one knows why. 3. The investigation. The Texarkana police were overwhelmed. They called in the Texas Rangers. They conducted a massive manhunt. They questioned hundreds of suspects. Nothing worked. The only suspect of note was a man named Ewell Swinney. He was a car thief and drifter. He matched the description of the killer. His wife claimed that he had confessed to the murders. But Swinney was already in prison for car theft. The police did not have enough evidence to charge him with murder. He died in prison in 1994. 4. The legacy. The Phantom Killer is one of America's forgotten serial killers. He is not famous like Jack the Ripper or the Zodiac. He did not write letters. He did not play games. He killed in a small town, far from the media centers of the country. The film The Town That Dreaded Sundown, 1976, brought his story to a wider audience. A sequel was released in 2014, but the killer's identity remains unknown. The victims, Jimmy, Mary, Richard, Polly Ann, Paul, Betty Jo, Virgil, Katie. They are not forgotten. Their families still remember. The town still remembers. The phantom is still out there in the dark, waiting. Chapter 37. The Mad Gasser of Mattoon, 1940s. The Mysterious Sprayer. On. The gas. In the early 1940s, a mysterious figure stalked the small town of Mattoon, Illinois. He would approach homes at night, spray a strange gas through the windows, and then disappear. The gas caused nausea, vomiting, paralysis, and sometimes hallucinations. The newspapers called him the Mad Gasser. He was never caught. He may not have been real. The Mad Gasser case is one of the strangest in American history, a possible serial attacker, a possible mass hysteria, or a possible hoax. The truth has never been determined. 2. The attacks. The first reported attack was in 1941. A woman named Mrs. Roby heard a hissing sound outside her window. She smelled a sweet odor. She felt nauseous and paralyzed. Her husband went outside to investigate. He saw a man in dark clothing running away. Over the next year, dozens of similar attacks were reported. The victims described a sweet smell, a hissing sound, and a feeling of paralysis. Some reported seeing a man in a gas mask. The police investigated. They found no evidence of a gas. They found no physical traces. Some victims later admitted that they might have imagined the attacks. 3. The theory's mass hysteria. The most likely explanation. After the first attack was reported, other residents began to imagine similar symptoms. The human mind is powerful. Fear can cause physical symptoms. Hoax. Some of the attacks may have been faked. People lie for attention. Real attacks. It is possible that a real person was spraying gas into homes, but no evidence has ever been found. The Mad Gasser case remains unsolved. 4. The legacy. The Mad Gasser is a footnote in the history of true crime. He is not famous, he is not studied. He is a curiosity, a strange, unexplained episode in a small town. But the fear was real. The people of Mattoon were terrified. They boarded their windows, they slept with guns. They waited for the hissing sound. It never came. The Mad Gasser vanished. Chapter 38, The Monster of Florence, 1968 to 1985. Italy's most infamous unsolved case. 1. The monster between 1968 and 1985, a serial killer stalked the hills of Florence, Italy. He attacked couples parked in lovers' lanes, shooting them with a .22 caliber pistol and then mutilating their bodies. He killed at least 16 people. He was never caught. The newspapers called him Il Mostro di Firenze, the monster of Florence. He is one of the most infamous unsolved serial killers in European history. 2. The murders. The monster's confirmed victims include Barbara Loschi, 32, 1968, Pasquale Gentilcore, 29, 1968, Stefano Baldi, 26, 1974, Susanna Cambi, 24, 1974, Giovanni Fochi, 30, 1981, Carmela Di Nuccio, 21, 1981, Stefano Vanni, 23, 1981, Susanna Fiorentini, 21, 1981, Paolo Mainardi, 22, 1982, Antonella Migliorini, 21, 1982, Wilhelm H. Meyer, 32, 1983, Jens Die Rusch, 24, 1983, Horst F. Meyer, 30, 1984, Uwe Rusch, 24, 1984, Claudio Stefanacci, 23, 1985, Pia Rontini, 22, 1985. The monster also mutilated his victims, cutting off their sexual organs and taking them as souvenirs. 3. The investigation, the Monster of Florence investigation, was one of the longest and most expensive in Italian history. The police arrested dozens of suspects. They tried and convicted several. All were later released. The most famous suspect was Pietro Pacciani, a farmer with a criminal record. He was convicted of the murders in 1994. He was released on appeal in 1996. He died in 1998, still under investigation. Other suspects included a group of Satanists, a secret society, and a conspiracy involving the Italian government. None of the theories have been proven. 4. The legacy. The Monster of Florence case has inspired books, films, and documentaries. The most famous is The Monster of Florence by Douglas Preston and Mario Spezzi, which argues that the Italian government covered up the real killer's identity. The case remains unsolved. The killer is probably dead. The victims are still dead. Chapter 39, The Yorkshire Ripper, Peter Sutcliffe, 1975 to 1980. Britain's most prolific serial killer. 1. The Ripper between 1975 and 1980, a serial killer terrorized the industrial cities of northern England. He attacked women, mostly sex workers, but also students, office workers, and housewives. He beat them with hammers and stabbed them with screwdrivers. He killed at least 13 women. He was caught in 1981. The newspapers called him the Yorkshire Ripper, a reference to his predecessor in London. His name was Peter Sutcliffe. He was a truck driver, a husband, a son. He was also a monster. 2. The murders. Sutcliffe's confirmed victims include Wilma McCann, 28, 1975, Emily Jackson, 42, 1976, Irene Richardson, 28, 1977, Patricia Atkinson, 32, 1977, Jane MacDonald, 16, 1977, Jean Jordan, 21, 1977, Yvonne Pearson, 21, 1978, Helen Ritka, 18, 1978, Vera Millward, 40, 1978, Josephine Whitaker, 19, 1979, Barbara Leach, 20, 1979, Marguerite Walls, 47, 1980, Jacqueline Hill, 20, 1980. He also attacked many others who survived. They lived with the scars. 3. The investigation. The Yorkshire Ripper investigation was the largest manhunt in British history. The police interviewed hundreds of thousands of people. They followed thousands of leads. Nothing worked. The investigation was hampered by a hoax. A man named John Humble sent letters and a tape recording to the police, claiming to be the Ripper. Humble was not the Ripper. He was a prankster. The police wasted thousands of hours following his false leads. Sutcliffe was caught by accident. In 1981, he was stopped by police for driving with stolen license plates. He was questioned. He was released. But the police noticed that he matched the description of the Ripper. They brought him back. He confessed. 4. The trial, Sutcliffe claimed that he had been commanded to kill by God. He said that a voice in his head had told him to murder sex workers. The voice, he said, was the voice of God. The jury did not believe him. He was convicted of 13 murders. He was sentenced to life in prison. He died in 2020 of COVID-19. He was 74 years old. 5. The legacy. The Yorkshire Ripper case changed the way British police investigate serial murders. It also exposed the deep prejudice of the police against sex workers. The police had not taken the murder seriously because the victims were prostitutes. They only began to take the case seriously when the Ripper killed a non-sex worker, Jane MacDonald, a 16-year-old shop assistant. The victims deserved better. They were human beings. They were killed by a man who hated women. He is dead. They are dead. The hatred remains. Chapter 40, The Dnipropetrovsk Maniacs, 2007. The Teenagers Who Killed for Fun. 1. The Hammer. In 2007, the city of Dnipropetrovsk, Ukraine, was terrorized by a pair of teenagers who killed for fun. Their names were Viktor Sayenko and Igor Suprunyuk. They were 19 years old. They filmed their murders on a camcorder. They posted the videos online. They killed at least 21 people. They beat their victims with hammers. They stabbed them with screwdrivers. They tortured them. They laughed while they died. They were caught in 2007. They were convicted and sentenced to life in prison. They are still alive. They are still in prison. 2. The murders. The Dnipropetrovsk maniacs did not have a motive. They did not kill for money. They did not kill for revenge. They killed because they were bored. They killed because it was fun. Their victims included Ekaterina Ilchenko, 35, 2007. Roman Tatarenko, 31, 2007. Elena Shram, 28, 2007. Yuri Chichai, 53, 2007. Nikolai Serdyuk, 57, 2007. Elena Serdyuk, 55, 2007. Sergei Yushko, 27, 2007. Elena Yushko, 28, 2007. Andrei Sidorin. Chapter 41, The Dnipropetrovsk Maniacs, continued. The videos. What made the Dnipropetrovsk maniacs different from other serial killers was the videos. Viktor Sayenko and Igor Suprunyuk filmed their murders with a camcorder. They posted the videos online. The most infamous video shows a victim being beaten to death with a hammer while lying on his back. The killers laugh, they joke, they talk about where to get lunch afterward. The video was titled 3 Guys, 1 Hammer, a reference to a previous shock video. It spread across the internet. Millions of people watched it. The killers became famous, but not in the way they wanted. They became infamous. They became monsters. When the police arrested them, they showed no remorse. They smiled for the cameras. They said they had enjoyed the killing. 3. The trial. The trial of the Dnipropetrovsk maniacs was held in 2008. The killers were charged with 21 murders. The prosecution presented the videos as evidence. The jury watched in silence. Some wept. Some looked away. Sayenko and Suprunyuk were convicted. They were sentenced to life in prison. A third accomplice, Alexander Hanza, was convicted of 1 murder and sentenced to 9 years. The killers are now in prison. They will likely never be released. 4. The legacy. The Dnipropetrovsk maniacs are remembered for one thing: the video. The 3 Guys, 1 Hammer video is one of the most disturbing pieces of footage ever recorded. It is a document of pure evil, the evil of young men who killed for fun, who filmed their crimes, who laughed while their victims died. The video is still online. It is still being watched. It is still being shared. The victims are dead. Their families are grieving. The killers are in prison. The video remains. Chapter 42. The Skid Row Stabber Vaughn Greenwood, 1999 to 2000. The Killer of the Forgotten. 1. The alleyways Skid Row, Los Angeles, is a place of last resort. The homeless, the addicted, the mentally ill. In 1999 and 2000, a killer stalked these alleyways. He stabbed his victims, men and women, old and young, and left them to die on the pavement. He killed at least 11 people. He was caught in 2000. His name was Vaughn Greenwood. He was a drifter, a drug user, a man who had been in and out of mental institutions. He was also a serial killer. He killed the people that society had already forgotten. No one noticed, no one cared. Not until the body count was too high to ignore. 2. The murders. Greenwood's victims were all homeless, all living on Skid Row. Their names: Charles Jackson, 54, 1999. Gregory Jones, 38, 1999. Sandra K. Davis, 35, 1999. William R. Jones, 43, 1999. Sandra J. Hall, 43, 1999. Anthony R. Davis, 36, 2000. Jose Rodriguez, 43, 2000. Maria R. Gonzalez, 27, 2000. Martha E. Rivera, 49, 2000. Unidentified male, 2000. Unidentified female, 2000. Greenwood did not have a preferred method. He stabbed some. He beat others. He strangled a few. He was not organized. He was not careful. He was just violent. 3. The capture Greenwood was caught by accident. He was arrested for a minor crime, public intoxication maybe. The police ran his fingerprints. They matched prints found at the scene of one of the murders. He was arrested. He confessed. He described the murders in detail. He showed no remorse. He was convicted of 11 murders. He was sentenced to death. He is still on death row. 4. The legacy. The Skid Row stabber is not famous. He is not studied. His victims are not memorialized. They were homeless. They were invisible. They were forgotten. Greenwood is in prison. He will die there. The victims are still forgotten. Chapter 43, The Santa Rosa Hitchhiker Murders, 1972 to 1973. The Unsolved Killings of Sonoma County. 1. The hitchhikers between 1972 and 1973, a serial killer targeted young women hitchhiking in Sonoma County, California. He picked them up on the highway, drove them to remote areas, killed them, and dumped their bodies in fields and creeks. He killed at least 10 women. He was never caught. The case remains one of the most frustrating unsolved serial murder investigations in California history. The killer was never identified. The victims' families still wait for justice. 2. The victims, the confirmed victims of the Santa Rosa hitchhiker killer: Maureen Sterling, 12, 1972, Yvonne Weber, 12, 1972, Kim Allen, 19, 1972, Jeanette Kamahali, 20, 1972, Carolyn Davis, 15, 1973, Laurie Kershaw, 13, 1973, Brenda Smiley, 14, 1973, Tony Hartley, 14, 1973, Linda Adams, 15, 1973, Laurie St. Clair, 16, 1973. The youngest victim was 12. The oldest was 20. All were female. All were hitchhiking. 3. The investigation. The Santa Rosa Police Department conducted a massive investigation. They interviewed hundreds of suspects. They followed hundreds of leads. They identified several persons of interest. None were charged. The most famous suspect was a man named Arthur Ream, a convicted murderer who lived in the area at the time. He was never charged. He died in prison in 2020. The case remains open. The killer is unknown. 4. The legacy the Santa Rosa hitchhiker murders are a footnote in the history of true crime. They are not famous, they are not studied. The victims were young women who made a bad decision, hitchhiking. They paid for that decision with their lives. The killer is probably dead. He was never caught, he never confessed. The victims' families are still waiting. Chapter 44, The Oakland County Child Killer, 1976 to 1977. The Man Who Killed Children. 1. The suburbs. Between 1976 and 1977, a serial killer murdered 4 children in Oakland County, Michigan. The victims were young, 10 to 12 years old. They were abducted from their neighborhoods, murdered, and dumped in remote areas. The killer was never caught. The Oakland County child killer case terrified the Detroit suburbs. Parents kept their children indoors. Schools closed early. Police patrolled the streets. The killer vanished. The case remains unsolved. 2. The victims: Mark Stebbins, 12, 1976, Jill Robinson, 12, 1976, Christine Mihelich, 10, 1977, Timothy King, 11, 1977. All 4 were abducted from public places: a bowling alley, a department store, a convenience store. All were killed within days of their abduction. All were dumped in visible locations as if the killer wanted them to be found. 3. The investigation. The Oakland County child killer investigation was one of the largest in Michigan history. The police interviewed thousands of suspects. They followed thousands of leads. Nothing worked. A man named James Gunnels was charged with the murder of Timothy King. He was acquitted. The evidence was too thin. He died in 2018, still maintaining his innocence. The case remains open. The killer is unknown. 4. The legacy the Oakland County child killer case is still remembered in Michigan. The victims' families still hope for justice. The killer is probably dead. The children Mark, Jill, Christine, Timothy, they are not forgotten. Chapter 45, The Connecticut River Valley Killer, 1980s to 1990s. The Ghost of New Hampshire. 1. The valley between the 1980s and 1990s, a serial killer stalked the Connecticut River Valley, the border region between New Hampshire and Vermont. He killed at least 5 women. He may have killed more. He was never caught. The case is one of New England's most frustrating cold cases. 2. The victims: Kathy Milliken, 21, 1980. Eva Morse, 25, 1980. Bernice Courtemanche, 19, 1983. Ellen Freed, 22, 1984. Jane Borowski, 18, 1987. Survived. All of the victims were young women. All were last seen alive near the Connecticut River. All were found dead in remote areas. Jane Borowski survived. She was attacked in 1987, stabbed repeatedly, left for dead. She crawled to a road and was found by a passing motorist. She described her attacker. The description led nowhere. 3. The investigation, the Connecticut River Valley Killer investigation, spanned multiple states and multiple police departments. The case was hampered by a lack of communication between agencies. The killer may have crossed state lines, knowing that the police would not share information. A suspect named Michael Nicolou was arrested in 1990. He was charged with the murder of Bernice Courtemanche. The case collapsed. He was released. He died in 2018. The case remains open. 4. The legacy, the Connecticut River Valley Killer, is forgotten. The victims' families still remember. Jane Borowski, the survivor, still remembers. The killer is probably dead. He was never caught. Chapter 46, The Colonial Parkway Killer, 1986 to 1989. The Unsolved Murders of Virginia's Scenic Byway. 1. The Parkway. The Colonial Parkway is a scenic byway that connects Jamestown, Williamsburg, and Yorktown, the historic triangle of colonial Virginia. It is a beautiful road lined with trees overlooking the James River. It is also a killing ground. Between 1986 and 1989, a serial killer targeted couples parked on the parkway. He killed at least 8 people. He may have killed more. He was never caught. 2. The victims: Kathleen Thomas, 27, and Rebecca Dowski, 21, 1986, David Nobling, 20, and Robin Edwards, 14, 1987, Susan Daniel, 23, and Anna Maria Phelps, 18, 1988, Callie Johnson, 20, and Cassandra Haley, 19, 1989. All of the victims were young. All were killed near their cars. All were left in visible locations. 3. The investigation, the Colonial Parkway. Killer investigation was hampered by politics. The parkway is federal land. It belongs to the National Park Service. The murders were investigated by the FBI, not local police. The FBI did not share information. The case went cold. In 2010, a man named Alan Wade Wilmer Sr. was identified as a suspect. He was a truck driver, a convicted criminal, a man who lived near the parkway. He died in 2017. The FBI is still investigating. 4. The legacy, the Colonial Parkway Killer case remains unsolved. The victims' families are still waiting. The killer is probably dead. The parkway is still beautiful. The trees still line the road. The river still flows. The bodies are gone. The memory remains. Chapter 47, The Long Island Serial Killer, 1996 to present. The Gilgo Beach Murders. 1. The Beach. In 2010, a police officer searching for a missing woman found the bodies of 4 women buried along Ocean Parkway near Gilgo Beach on Long Island, New York. Over the following months, more bodies were found, 10 victims in total, all young women, all sex workers. The case became known as the Gilgo Beach Murders. The killer was called the Long Island Serial Killer. He has never been caught. 2. The victims. The known victims of the Long Island Serial Killer: Maureen Brainard Barnes, 25, 2007, Melissa Bartholomew, 24, 2009, Megan Waterman, 22, 2010, Amber Lynn Costello, 27, 2010, Jessica Taylor, 20, 2003, Valerie Mack, 24, 2000, Peaches, unidentified, Jane Doe, number 6, unidentified, Jane Doe, number 7, unidentified, Jane Doe, number 8, unidentified. The killer is believed to have used a single method. He strangled his victims and then wrapped their bodies in burlap. He may have killed many more. 3. The investigation, the Long Island Serial Killer investigation, has been ongoing for over a decade. The police have interviewed thousands of suspects. They have followed thousands of leads. Nothing has worked. In 2020, a task force was formed to reinvestigate the case. In 2023, a suspect named Rex Heuermann was arrested. Heuermann is an architect, a husband, a father of 2. He matched the description of the killer. He has been charged with 3 murders. He is awaiting trial. 4. The legacy. The Long Island serial killer case is not yet closed. Rex Heuermann may be the killer. He may not. The trial will determine the truth. The victims, Maureen, Melissa, Megan, Amber, and the others, they are not forgotten. They are not sex workers. They are women. They had families. They had dreams. They had futures. They were killed. Their families are still waiting for justice. Chapter 48. The Smiley Face Killers, 1990s to present. Myth or reality? On. The theory. In the 1990s, a theory emerged that a network of serial killers was drowning young men in the rivers of the Midwest. The killers, the theory claimed, left a calling card, a smiley face painted on a nearby wall or bridge. The theory is almost certainly false, but it has persisted for decades, fueled by the grief of families who cannot accept that their sons died by accident. 2. The deaths. Between the 1990s and the present, hundreds of young men have drowned in the rivers of the Midwest. Most of the deaths were accidents, alcohol, stupidity, bad judgment. But some families refused to accept that explanation. They believed that their sons were murdered. A group of retired detectives, led by a former FBI agent, investigated the deaths. They claimed to have found a pattern. They claimed that the smiley face was a signature. They claimed that a network of killers was responsible. The media reported the story. The public was fascinated. The theory spread. 3. The debunking. Most investigators believe that the smiley face killer theory is a hoax. There is no evidence of a network. There is no evidence of a pattern. The smiley faces are graffiti common, meaningless, everywhere. The families of the victims continue to believe. They continue to hope. They continue to grieve. 4. The legacy. The smiley face killer. Theory is a case study in how grief can create belief. The families of the victims want answers. They want justice. They want to believe that their sons did not die by accident. The truth is probably more mundane. Young men drink too much, fall into rivers and sand drown. It is a tragedy. It is not a conspiracy. But the families will not give up. They will keep looking. They will keep hoping. The smiley faces are still there, scrawled on walls, on bridges, on the grief of the living. Chapter 49, The Phantom of Heilbronn, 1993 to 2009. The Ghost Who Never Existed. 1. The Phantom. Between 1993 and 2009, a serial killer terrorized Germany, Austria, and France. She was called the Phantom of Heilbronn, a mysterious woman whose DNA was found at over 40 crime scenes, including 6 murders. The Phantom was a ghost. She was never seen. She was never caught. The Phantom did not exist. The DNA belonged to a woman who was not a killer. She worked in a cotton swab factory. Her DNA had contaminated the swabs. For 16 years, the police hunted a ghost. The ghost was a manufacturing defect. 2. The crimes. The crime scenes where the Phantom's DNA was found included the murder of a police officer in Heilbronn, 2007, the murder of a woman in Freiburg, 2001, the murder of a woman in Mainz, 1993, multiple burglaries and thefts across Europe. The police believed that a single woman was responsible for all of these crimes. They spent millions of euros on the investigation. They never found her. 3. The discovery. In 2009, a forensic scientist discovered that the DNA sample on the swab did not come from a real person. It came from the factory where the swabs were manufactured. The woman whose DNA was on the swabs was not a killer. She was a factory worker. She had never committed a crime, and she had never even been to the crime scenes. The Phantom was a ghost. She was a manufacturing defect. She was a mistake. 4. The legacy. The Phantom of Heilbronn case is a cautionary tale about the limits of forensic science. DNA is powerful, but it is not infallible. Contamination happens. Mistakes happen. The police spent 16 years hunting a ghost. The real killers, if they existed, were never caught. The Phantom is gone. The mistakes remain. Chapter 50. The Bible Belt Strangler, 1976 to 1980. The Forgotten Killer of the South. 1. The South. Between 1976 and 1980, a serial killer murdered at least 7 women in the Bible Belt, the religious heart of the American South. He strangled his victims, posed their bodies, and disappeared. He was never caught. 2. The victims. The known victims of the Bible Belt. Strangler Deborah Helmick, 16, 1976. Stephanie Gattis, 24, 1976. Brenda Green, 21, 1977. Martha Jean Lambert, 14, 1977. Joyce Jeffries, 26, 1978. Mary Schumann, 22, 1979. Carolyn Sue Liggins, 17, 1980. All of the victims were young women. All were strangled. All were left in visible locations. 3. The investigation. The Bible Belt Strangler investigation was hampered by the same problem that has plagued so many serial murder investigations. The victims were not ideal. They were poor. They were young. They were women. The police did not care. The case went cold. It has never been reopened. 4. The legacy, the Bible Belt Strangler, is a footnote. The victims are not famous. Their names are not known. Their families are still waiting. The killer is probably dead. He was never caught. The Bible Belt is still there. The churches are still open. The prayers are still said. The victims are still dead. Chapter 51, Columbine, 1999. The template for the modern mass shooter. On the day everything changed, April 20th, 1999. Columbine High School, Littleton, Colorado. Two seniors, Eric Harris and Dylan Klebold, walked into their school with bombs, guns, and a plan to kill hundreds. They had been planning for over a year. They had written journals. They had made videos. They had stockpiled weapons. They wanted to be famous. They wanted to be infamous. Their bombs failed. Their guns did not. They killed 13 people, 12 students and 1 teacher, before turning their guns on themselves. It was the deadliest school shooting in American history at the time. It has since been surpassed, but its place in the cultural memory remains unmatched. Columbine did not invent the school shooting, but it invented the template, the trench coats, the video manifestos, the journals, the targeting of specific groups, jocks, Christians, minorities. The desire for fame. Every mass shooter since has studied Columbine. Some have explicitly cited Harris and Klebold as inspirations. This chapter is about the shooting that changed everything, and the question that no one has been able to answer. Why? 2. The killers. Eric Harris was the architect. He was intelligent, articulate, and filled with rage. He kept a journal, a detailed 700-page record of his hatred for humanity. He wrote about his desire to kill, his fantasies of destruction, his contempt for sheeple. He was not insane, he was a psychopath. He knew right from wrong. He did not care. Dylan Klebold was the follower. He was depressed, suicidal, and desperate for meaning. He also kept a journal, but his journal was about loneliness, about wanting to be loved, about feeling invisible. He wrote about his love for a girl who did not know he existed. He wrote about his desire to die. He was not a psychopath. He was a broken young man who fell under the influence of a psychopath. Together, they planned the deadliest school shooting in American history. They failed in their primary goal. The bombs did not go off, but they succeeded in their secondary goal. They became famous. Their faces are known. Their names are spoken. Their victims are not. 3. The victims, the dead of Columbine. Rachel Scott, 17. Daniel Rorbo, 15. William Dave Sanders, 47. Teacher, Kyle Velasquez, 16. Stephen Kerno, 14. Cassie Bernal, 17. Isaiah Schulz, 18. Matthew Kechter, 16. Lauren Townsend, 18. John Tomlin, 16. Kelly Fleming, 16. Daniel Mauser, 15. Corey DePuter, 17. 21 others were wounded. Hundreds more were traumatized. The survivors carry the scars. 4. The legacy Columbine changed America. Schools installed metal detectors. Police changed their active shooter protocols. The media changed the way they cover mass shootings, though not enough, as later shooters would prove. The phrase Columbine became shorthand for a particular kind of violence, suburban, white, male, inexplicable. The question, why did they do it, has been asked 1,000 times. The answer is still unclear. Eric Harris wanted to be famous. He succeeded. Dylan Klebold wanted to die. He succeeded. The victims wanted to live. They did not. Chapter 52, The Oklahoma City Bombing, 1995. Homegrown terror in the heartland. On the truck, April 19th, 1995, 9:02 a.m. A rider rental truck parked outside the Alfred P. Murrah Federal Building in Oklahoma City exploded. The bomb was made of fertilizer, fuel oil, and other chemicals, the same materials used in the Oklahoma City bombing, the same materials used by Timothy McVeigh. The explosion killed 168 people, including 19 children in the building's daycare center. It was the deadliest domestic terrorist attack in American history. The man who parked the truck was Timothy McVeigh. He was a Gulf War veteran, a former soldier, a man who had become radicalized by the government's actions at Ruby Ridge in Waco. He wanted revenge. He wanted to start a revolution. He killed 168 people. He was executed in 2001. 2. The bomber Timothy McVeigh was born in 1968 in Pendleton, New York. He was a quiet, intelligent child. He was bullied in school. He found belonging in the military. He served in the Gulf War, earned medals, and was recommended for special forces. But he washed out of the selection process. He became bitter. He became angry. He began reading anti-government literature. The events at Ruby Ridge, 1992, and Waco, 1993, pushed him over the edge. He believed that the government was tyrannical, that the Constitution had been violated, that the only solution was violence. He began planning. He recruited Terry Nichols, another former soldier. Together, they built the bomb. McVeigh parked the truck. He walked away. He was arrested 90 minutes later for driving without a license plate. The officer who stopped him had no idea he had just caught the most wanted man in America. 3. The victims. The 168 dead included 19 children, all under the age of 6, in the America's Kids Daycare Center, one nurse, who was killed while trying to help victims, 2 Secret Service agents, 3 members of the ATF, 1 member of the DEA, 1 member of the U.S. Army. The youngest victim was 3 months old. The oldest was 73. 4. The trial and execution. McVeigh was tried in federal court. He did not deny his role. He argued that he had acted in self-defense, that the government was the real terrorist, and that he was a patriot. The jury did not believe him. He was convicted of 168 counts of murder. He was sentenced to death. He was executed by lethal injection on June 11, 2001. He was 33 years old. His last words were a poem. I am the master of my fate. I am the captain of my soul. He was neither. 5. The legacy. The Oklahoma City bombing changed the way America thinks about terrorism. Before 1995, terrorism was something that happened overseas, in foreign countries, to foreign people. After 1995, Americans realized that the enemy could be their neighbor, their fellow veteran, their fellow citizen. The Murrah Federal Building was demolished in 2005. A memorial now stands on the site, 168 empty chairs, 1 for each victim. The chairs are arranged in rows, representing the floors of the building. The children's chairs are smaller. The memorial is quiet. The grass is green. The water reflects the sky. But the memory remains. Chapter 53, 9/11, The World Trade Center, 2001. The day the world changed. 1. The morning September 11th, 2001, 8:46 a.m. A passenger jet, American Airlines Flight 11, crashed into the North Tower of the World Trade Center in New York City. It was a clear blue day. The sky was perfect. The smoke billowed out of the tower. 17 minutes later, United Airlines Flight 175 crashed into the South Tower. The world watched on live television. A third plane, American Airlines Flight 77, crashed into the Pentagon. A fourth plane, United Airlines Flight 93, crashed into a field in Pennsylvania after passengers fought back. Nearly 3,000 people died. It was the deadliest terrorist attack in human history. 2. The attackers. The attacks were planned by Al-Qaeda, a terrorist organization led by Osama bin Laden. The attackers were 19 men, mostly from Saudi Arabia, who had trained in Afghanistan. They had entered the United States legally, learned to fly, and waited for their orders. Their motive was religious and political. They wanted to punish the United States for its support of Israel, its military presence in Saudi Arabia, and its involvement in the Middle East. They wanted to start a war. They succeeded. 3. The victims. The dead included 2,606 people in the World Trade Center, including 343 firefighters and 60 police officers, 125 people in the Pentagon, 246 people on the 4 planes, 1 person, a pregnant woman, who was not counted in the official toll because she was not yet born. The victims came from over 90 countries. They were men, women, and children. They were Christians, Jews, Muslims, Hindus, Buddhists, and atheists. They were Americans, and they were not. They were all killed. 4. The aftermath. The United States responded by invading Afghanistan, where Al-Qaeda was based. The war lasted 20 years. The United States also invaded Iraq in 2003, a war that was not directly related to 9/11. Thousands of American soldiers died. Hundreds of thousands of Iraqis and Afghans died. Osama bin Laden was killed in 2011 by a U.S. Navy SEAL team. But the war did not end. Terrorism did not end. The world had changed. 5. The legacy. September 11th is the defining event of the 21st century. It changed the way we travel, airport security, the way we communicate, government surveillance, and the way we think about safety. It also changed the way we think about each other. Islamophobia surged, hate crimes increased, civil liberties were curtailed, the Twin Towers are gone. In their place stands the 9/11 Memorial and Museum, 2 massive pools set in the footprints of the towers, with the names of the victims carved in bronze. The water falls. The names are read aloud every year. The children of the victims, some of whom were not yet born, attend the ceremonies. They will never know the world before. Chapter 54, The 2005 London Bombings, 7/7. The day the underground ran red. 1. The morning rush, July 7, 2005, 8:50 a.m. London was celebrating its victory in winning the 2012 Olympics. The mood was jubilant. Then the bombs went off. 4 suicide bombers attacked the London transport system. 3 bombs exploded on the underground. 1 bomb exploded on a bus. 52 people were killed. Over 700 were wounded. It was the deadliest terrorist attack in London since World War II. The attackers were British citizens born and raised in the United Kingdom. They had been radicalized online. They acted alone without support from Al-Qaeda. They were the new face of terrorism. 2. The attackers. The bombers were Mohammed Siddique Khan, 30, born in Pakistan, raised in England; Shehzad Tanweer, 22, born and raised in England; Jermaine Lindsay, 19, born in Jamaica, raised in England; Hasib Hussein, 18, born and raised in England. They were not poor. They were not uneducated. They were not mentally ill. They were young men who had been radicalized by extremist propaganda, who believed that they were soldiers in a holy war against the West. They recorded videos before the attacks. In his video, Khan said, Your elected representatives can no longer protect you. Your citizens will be targeted. He was right. 3. The victims. The 52 dead included 26 people on the underground between Liverpool Street and Aldgate, 13 people on the underground between King's Cross and Russell Square, 7 people on the underground between Edgware Road and Paddington, 6 people on the bus at Tavistock Square. The victims came from around the world: Britain, Poland, China, Sri Lanka, Ghana, South Africa, Zimbabwe, Argentina, Turkey, Israel, and the United States. The youngest victim was 25. The oldest was 73. 4. The aftermath. The attacks shocked the United Kingdom. The government introduced new anti-terrorism laws. The police increased surveillance. The public learned to live with the threat. 3 of the bombers died in the attacks. One, Hasib Hussein, survived the initial explosion on the underground but detonated his bomb an hour later on a bus. He killed 6 people. He was 18 years old. 5. The Legacy 7/7 is remembered as the day the London Underground ran red. The city did not stop. The next morning, the trains ran again. The people went back to work. The terrorists wanted to paralyze the city. They failed. But the fear remained. The suspicion remained. The hatred remained. The victims are not forgotten. Their names are read every year at the memorial service. The bombs are gone. The scars remain. Chapter 55. The 2008 Mumbai Attacks, November 26th. The first live-streamed terror event. 1. The Siege, November 26, 2008, 9:30 p.m. Mumbai, India. 10 young men armed with assault rifles and grenades arrived by boat. They split into pairs. They attacked targets across the city: luxury hotels, a train station, a cafe, a Jewish community center. For 4 days, the world watched. The attackers live-streamed their massacre. The victims tweeted their terror. The media broadcast everything. It was the first live terrorist attack, the first time that the audience could watch the violence in real time. By the time the siege ended, 166 people were dead. Over 300 were wounded. 9 of the attackers were killed. 1 was captured. He was executed in 2012. 2. The attackers. The attackers were members of Lashkar-e-Taiba, a terrorist group based in Pakistan. They had been trained for months. They were told to kill as many people as possible, to target foreigners and Jews, and to prolong the siege to maximize media coverage. Their handler, a man known as Wasi, gave them instructions by phone. He told them where to point their guns. He told them what to say to the media. He told them when to reload. He was never caught. 3. The targets. The attacks targeted Chhatrapati Shivaji Terminus, train station. 58 killed Taj Mahal Palace Hotel. 31 killed Oberoi Trident. Hotel. 30 killed Nariman House, Jewish Community Center. 6 killed Leopold Cafe. 10 killed Kama Hospital. 8 killed Metro Cinema. 3 killed. The attackers also carjacked vehicles and killed drivers. They planted bombs in taxis. They moved through the city like ghosts. 4. The heroes. The attack produced heroes. The staff of the Taj Mahal Hotel guided guests to safety. Some died protecting their guests. The police responded with outdated weapons. The attackers had assault rifles. The police had bolt-action rifles. They ran toward the gunfire anyway. A senior police officer, Hemant Karkara, was killed in the attack. He had been investigating the bombing of a mosque in 2006. The attackers shot him. 5. The legacy. The Mumbai attacks changed the way the world thinks about terrorism. They showed that a small number of attackers could paralyze a major city. They showed that live-streamed violence could be a weapon. They showed that the media could be an accomplice. India demanded action from Pakistan. Pakistan denied involvement. The relationship between the two countries has never recovered. The Taj Mahal Palace Hotel was rebuilt. It reopened in 2010. The scars are still visible. The memory is still fresh. Chapter 56, the 2011 Norway attacks Utøya. Anders Breivik's Manifesto Massacre. 1. The Bomb in the Island, July the 22nd, 2011. Anders Breivik, a 32-year-old Norwegian, parked a van outside the government complex in Oslo. The van contained a bomb, 9.2 tons of fertilizer and fuel oil. At 3:25 p.m., the bomb exploded. 8 people were killed. The Prime Minister's office was destroyed. Breivik then drove 40 kilometers to the island of Utøya, where the Labour Party's youth wing was holding a summer camp. He wore a police uniform. He waved his identification. He shouted that he was there to protect the teenagers. They ran toward him. He shot them. For 75 minutes, Breivik walked around the island, methodically shooting teenagers. He called some of them by name. He had studied their Facebook profiles. He shot them as they hid behind rocks. He shot them as they swam across the lake. He shot them as they begged for their lives. When the police finally arrived, he surrendered immediately. He had killed 77 people, 8 in Oslo, 69 on Utøya. Most of the victims were teenagers. 2. The Manifesto Breivik had spent years planning the attacks. He had written a 1,500-page manifesto which he emailed to thousands of people hours before the attacks. The manifesto was titled 2083, a European Declaration of Independence. It was a rambling document, part political polemic, part bomb-making manual, part recruiting tool. Breivik argued that Muslim immigration was destroying European culture. He called for the deportation of all Muslims from Europe. He described himself as a Knight Templar fighting a holy war. He was not insane. He was a terrorist. 3. The victims. The 77 dead included 8 people in the Oslo bombing, government employees, a firefighter, a pregnant woman, 69 people on Utøya, teenagers mostly 14 to 18 years old. The youngest victim was 14. The oldest was 51. Some of the victims were the children of politicians. Some were the children of immigrants. All were the children of someone. 4. The trial Breivik was tried in 2012. He did not plead insanity. He pleaded not guilty. He argued that his actions were necessary to save Europe. He used the courtroom as a platform. He raised his fist in a Nazi salute. He recited political speeches. The court found him sane. He was convicted of terrorism and mass murder. He was sentenced to 21 years in prison, the maximum under Norwegian law. The sentence can be extended indefinitely if he is still considered a threat. He is currently in prison. He has a 3-room suite, a gym, a television, and a PlayStation. He has filed lawsuits against the prison. He has won some. He has lost others. 5. The legacy. The Norway attacks changed the country forever. Norway had prided itself on openness, trust, and low crime. After Utøya, it built barriers around government buildings, installed cameras everywhere, and trained police in counter-terrorism. The island of Utøya was rebuilt. A memorial now stands on the shore. The children who survived, some of them still teenagers, are now adults. They carry the scars. Breivik is in prison. He will likely never be released. His manifesto is still online. It is still being read. It is still inspiring. Chapter 57, The 2015 Paris Attacks. Bataclan and the Changed City. 1. The Night of Terror, November 13th, 2015. Paris was alive. It was a Friday night, the night of the week when the city comes out to eat, drink, and listen to music. At 9:20 p.m., 3 suicide bombers detonated their vests outside the Stade de France, where a soccer match was being played. The President of France was in the stadium. He was evacuated. At 9:25 p.m., gunmen opened fire at restaurants and cafes in the 10th and 11th arrondissements. They shot diners outside Le Petit Cambodge. They shot patrons of the Café Bonbière. They shot people at La Belle Équipe. They killed 39 people in total. At 9:40 p.m., the gunmen entered the Bataclan Theater, where the band Eagles of Death Metal was performing. They took hostages. They shot the crowd. They killed 90 people. Police stormed the theater at 12:20 a.m. The gunmen detonated their vests. 130 people were dead. Over 400 were wounded. It was the deadliest terrorist attack in France since World War II. 2. The attackers. The attackers were 9 men, most of them French or Belgian citizens of North African descent. They had been radicalized in Syria and trained by ISIS. They had planned the attack for months. One of the attackers, Salah Abdeslam, survived. He was arrested in Belgium in 2016. He was tried in France in 2021. He was convicted and sentenced to life in prison. The other 8 died in the attacks. 3. The victims. The 130 dead came from around the world: France, Belgium, the United Kingdom, the United States, Portugal, Germany, Italy, Spain, Sweden, Romania, Mexico, and others. The youngest victim was 23. The oldest was 68. They were students, tourists, musicians, workers. They were people who had gone out on a Friday night, expecting to have fun. They never came home. 4. The aftermath. France declared a state of emergency. The borders were closed. The police conducted raids across the country. The government increased airstrikes against ISIS in Syria and Iraq. The Bataclan Theater closed for a year. It reopened in November 2016. The facade still bears the scars of bullet holes. Inside, the walls have been repaired. The floor has been replaced. But the memory remains. 5. The legacy. The Paris attacks changed the way Europe thinks about terrorism. Before 2015, the threat seemed distant, something that happened in other countries, to other people. After 2015, Europeans realized that they were not immune. The attacks also changed the way the world thinks about ISIS. The group had claimed responsibility for previous attacks, but Paris was different. It was coordinated. It was deadly. It was in the heart of Europe. ISIS is now defeated. The caliphate is gone. But the ideology remains. The attacks continue. Paris is still beautiful. The cafes are still open. The music still plays. But the city is not the same. Chapter 58, The 2019 Christchurch Massacre. The live-streamed mosque shooting. 1. The live stream, March 15, 2019, 1:40 p.m. Christchurch, New Zealand. A man wearing a helmet camera drove to the Al-Noor Mosque. He was carrying a semi-automatic rifle. He was live-streaming. He entered the mosque. He opened fire. He killed 44 people. He then drove to the Linwood Islamic Center, 5 kilometers away. He killed 7 more people. The live stream lasted 17 minutes. It was watched by millions. The video was shared and reshared, despite attempts to remove it. The killer had planned for this. He wanted to be seen. He wanted to inspire. He was taken into custody. He was sentenced to life in prison without parole, the first person in New Zealand history to receive that sentence. 2. The manifesto. Before the attack, the killer posted a 74-page manifesto online. The title was The Great Replacement, a reference to a white supremacist conspiracy theory. The manifesto was rambling, poorly written, and full of factual errors. It also had a clear goal: to inspire copycats. The killer cited Anders Breivik as an inspiration. He called Breivik a saint. He called for a holy war against Muslims. He wanted to start a race war. He wanted to be famous. He succeeded. 3. The victims. The 51 dead included 44 worshippers at the Al-Noor Mosque, 7 worshippers at the Linwood Islamic Center. The victims were from Pakistan, India, Bangladesh, Afghanistan, Somalia, Turkey, Jordan, Fiji, and New Zealand. They were refugees, immigrants, and citizens. They were fathers, mothers, sons, daughters. The youngest victim was 3 years old. The oldest was 71. 4. The response. New Zealand's response was swift. Prime Minister Jacinda Ardern announced a ban on semi-automatic weapons. The ban passed within days. The government also launched a royal commission into the attack, investigating whether the intelligence services had failed. The killer was tried in 2020. He pleaded guilty to 51 counts of murder. He was sentenced to life in prison without parole, the first time that sentence had been imposed in New Zealand. He is now in a maximum security prison, alone, in a cell with no windows. He will never be released. 5. The legacy. The Christchurch massacre changed New Zealand. The country had prided itself on its openness, its diversity, its lack of violence. After Christchurch, it was no longer the same. The mosques were repaired, the community healed, but the memory remains. The killer is in prison. His manifesto is still online. His live stream is still being shared. He wanted to be famous. He succeeded. The victims wanted to live. They did not. Chapter 59. The 2022 Buffalo Mass Shooting. The racist supermarket attack. 1. The supermarket, May 14, 2022, 2:30 p.m. Buffalo, New York. A man wearing body armor and a helmet camera drove to the top supermarket on Jefferson Avenue. The neighborhood was majority black. He had chosen it intentionally. He opened fire. He killed 10 people. He wounded 3 others. He live-streamed the attack. He surrendered to police when they arrived. The killer was 18 years old. He had driven 200 miles from his hometown to carry out the attack. He had been planning for months. He had written a 180-page manifesto. He had studied other mass shooters: Brenton Tarrant in Christchurch, Anders Breivik in Norway, Dylan Roof in Charleston. He wanted to be like them. He wanted to start a race war. He was arrested. He is awaiting trial. He faces life in prison or the death penalty. 2. The manifesto. The killer's manifesto was titled The Great Replacement, the same title as the Christchurch Manifesto. It repeated the same conspiracy theories, that white people were being replaced by non-white immigrants, that a war was coming, that violence was necessary. The manifesto also revealed that the killer had been radicalized online on 4chan, on other forums in the dark corners of the internet. He had been radicalized by algorithms, by memes, by anonymous strangers who encouraged his hatred. He was not a lone wolf. He was part of a pack of young men, isolated and angry, who found each other online and radicalized each other. 3. The victims. The 10 dead included Ruth Whitfield, 86 Pearl Young, 77 Catherine Massey, 72 Celestine Cheney, 65 Hayward Patterson, 67 Geraldine Talley, 62 Aaron Salter, Jr., 55 a retired police officer who worked as a security guard at the supermarket, Andre McNeil, 53 Margus Morrison, 52 Roberta Drury, 32. The victims were grandmothers, grandfathers, mothers, fathers. They were shopping for groceries on a Saturday afternoon. They never went home. 4. The response. The Buffalo shooting reignited the debate over guns in America. President Biden called for a ban on assault weapons. Congress passed a gun safety bill, the first in decades, but it did not include an assault weapons ban. The bill was a compromise. It did not go far enough. The supermarket reopened. The community mourned. The families of the victims still grieve. 5. The legacy. The Buffalo shooting was not unique. It was part of a pattern. Young, white male radicalized online, targeting non-white victims, live-streaming the attack, writing a manifesto, seeking fame. The killer is in jail. He will likely die there. His manifesto is still online. His live stream is still being shared. He wanted to be famous. He succeeded. The victims wanted to live. They did not. Chapter 60. The Port Arthur Massacre, 1996. Australia's response gun reform. 1. The tourist spot, April 28, 1996. Port Arthur, Tasmania. It was a quiet Sunday afternoon. Tourists wandered the grounds of the former prison colony, a UNESCO World Heritage Site, a place of beauty and history. A man named Martin Bryant walked into the Broad Arrow Cafe. He ate his lunch. He paid his bill. He pulled a semi-automatic rifle from his bag. He opened fire. He killed 20 people in the cafe. He then walked outside and killed 15 more. He fled. He drove to a nearby guest house where he killed 2 more people. He took a hostage. He held her for hours. When the police finally arrived, he had killed 35 people. He had wounded 23 others. He was arrested. He pleaded guilty. He was sentenced to 35 life sentences, 1 for each victim. He is still in prison. 2. The killer. Martin Bryant was 28 years old. He was intellectually disabled. His IQ was in the range of 66, considered mild intellectual disability. He had a history of mental illness. He had been violent before. He had been fascinated with guns since childhood. Why did he do it? The question has never been answered. He has refused to discuss the massacre. He has refused to explain. He sits in his cell, silent, waiting to die. 3. The victims. The 35 dead included 20 people in the Broad Arrow Cafe, 15 people on the grounds of the prison colony, 2 people at the guest house. The youngest victim was 3 years old. The oldest was 78. They were tourists, workers, families. One victim was a woman named Gwen Neander. She was killed while trying to shield her daughter. Her daughter survived. 4. The response. Australia's response was swift and decisive. The Prime Minister, John Howard, announced a ban on semi-automatic weapons. He bought back the weapons from citizens. He destroyed them. The law passed with bipartisan support. The results were dramatic. Gun deaths in Australia fell by over 50%. There has not been another mass shooting in Australia since Port Arthur. The law worked. 5. The legacy port. Arthur is a reminder that change is possible. After the massacre, Australia chose to act. It chose to put the safety of its citizens above the rights of gun owners. It chose to save lives. The United States has not made that choice. Mass shootings continue. Children die in their classrooms. People die in their supermarkets. Teenagers die at their concerts. Port Arthur proved that it does not have to be this way. The victims are dead. Their families still grieve. Their names are still spoken. The guns are gone in Australia. They are still here in America. Chapter 61. The Armenian Genocide, 1915 to 1917. The first genocide of the 20th century. 1. The Forgotten Holocaust. On April 24, 1915, the Ottoman Empire arrested over 250 Armenian intellectuals and community leaders in Constantinople. They were deported and later executed. It was the beginning of a systematic campaign to destroy the Armenian people. Over the next 2 years, approximately 1.5 million Armenians were killed. They were marched into the Syrian desert, where they died of starvation, thirst, and exposure. They were shot in mass graves. They were burned alive in churches. They were drowned in rivers. They were subjected to medical experiments. Their children were taken from them and given to Muslim families. The Turkish government denies that a genocide occurred. It claims that the Armenians were relocated for military reasons, and that the deaths were caused by war, not by design. Historians overwhelmingly reject this claim. The Armenian genocide is one of the most well-documented atrocities in history. 2. The victims. The Armenian people had lived in Anatolia for over 2,000 years. They were Christians in a Muslim empire. They were treated as second-class citizens, subject to special taxes and legal restrictions. But they were tolerated until 1915. The Young Turk government, which had seized power in 1908, decided that the Armenians were a threat. They feared that the Armenians would side with Russia, which was fighting the Ottomans in World War I. So they decided to eliminate them. The method was simple: deportation. Armenian men were taken from their villages, marched to remote locations, and shot. Armenian women and children were marched into the desert, where they were left to die. The survivors were forced to convert to Islam. By 1917, the Armenian population of Anatolia had been reduced by 90%. 3. The denial. The Turkish government has denied the genocide since 1915. It has pressured other countries to deny it. It has threatened sanctions against countries that recognize it. It has spent millions of dollars on lobbying and propaganda. The United States has not officially recognized the Armenian genocide, though both the House of Representatives and the Senate have passed resolutions acknowledging it. President Joe Biden recognized the genocide in 2021, the first U.S. president to do so. Turkey continues to deny. The denial is itself a crime. 4. The legacy. The Armenian genocide was the first genocide of the 20th century. It was the model for the Holocaust. Hitler, planning the extermination of the Jews, famously asked, "Who, after all, speaks today of the annihilation of the Armenians?" The answer: we do. We speak. We remember. The victims are not forgotten. Their descendants still live in Armenia, in the diaspora, in the memory of the world. Chapter 62, The Holocaust, 1941 to 1945. 6 million Jews, 11 million total. 1. The final solution, the Holocaust. The Shoah in Hebrew was the systematic state-sponsored murder of 6 million Jews by Nazi Germany and its collaborators. It was the largest genocide in human history. It was also the most organized. The Nazis used trains, gas chambers, and concentration camps to kill as many people as possible, as efficiently as possible. The Holocaust did not begin with gas chambers. It began with words. Hitler blamed the Jews for Germany's defeat in World War I, for its economic problems, for its cultural decay. The Jews, he said, were not German. They were parasites, they were vermin. They needed to be removed. The removal began with discrimination. Jews were barred from jobs, from schools, from public spaces. Then came violence, Kristallnacht, the night of broken glass, when Nazi paramilitaries destroyed Jewish homes, businesses, and synagogues. Then came deportation. Then came the camps. By 1945, 2/3 of Europe's Jewish population was dead. 2. The camps. The Nazis built thousands of camps across Europe. Some were labor camps where prisoners worked until they died. Some were transit camps where prisoners were held before being sent to death camps. Some were death camps, places built solely for killing. The death camps included Auschwitz-Birkenau, Poland. 1.1 million killed Treblinka, Poland. 800,000 killed Belzec, Poland. 600,000 killed Sobibor, Poland. 250,000 killed Chelmno, Poland. 150,000 killed Majdanek, Poland. 80,000 killed the Nazis, also killed millions of others. Soviet prisoners of war, 3 million. Poles, 2 million. Roma and Sinti, disabled people, homosexuals, Jehovah's Witnesses, and political prisoners, unknown. The total death toll of the Holocaust is approximately 11 million. 3. The perpetrators. The Holocaust was committed by Germans and their collaborators. The perpetrators included Adolf Hitler, the architect of the final solution; Heinrich Himmler, the head of the SS, which ran the camps; Reinhard Heydrich, the organizer of the Wannsee Conference, where the final solution was planned; Adolf Eichmann, the logistical mastermind who organized the deportation of Jews to the camps; Josef Mengele, the angel of death, who conducted medical experiments on prisoners; the Einsatzgruppen, mobile killing squads that shot Jews in occupied territories. Most of the perpetrators were never punished. Some fled to South America. Some returned to their pre-war jobs. Some were tried at Nuremberg and executed. Most lived out their lives in peace. 4. The survivors. The survivors of the Holocaust. Those who lived through the camps, the ghettos, the hiding places number around 400,000 today. Most are in their 80s and 90s. They are dying. Soon there will be no survivors left to tell their stories. Their testimonies are recorded. Their memoirs are published. Their names are remembered. But the memory is fading. The survivors have children. The children have children. The memory is passed down. But it is not the same as being there. Soon the Holocaust will be history, not memory. And that is when the danger begins. 5. The legacy. The Holocaust changed the world. It led to the creation of Israel, a homeland for the Jewish people. It led to the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, which declared that genocide was a crime. It led to the Nuremberg trials, which established that individuals could be held accountable for crimes against humanity. But the Holocaust also showed that civilization is fragile, that ordinary people can commit extraordinary evil, that the rule of law can be overturned, that democracy can die. We must never forget. The phrase is spoken at every memorial. But we do forget. We are forgetting. The survivors are dying. The witnesses are disappearing. The memory is fading. We must write it down. We must teach it. We must remember. Chapter 63, The Holodomor, 1932 to 1933. Stalin's famine genocide in Ukraine. 1. The man-made famine. Between 1932 and 1933, millions of people died of starvation in the Soviet Union. The famine affected many regions, but the worst hit was Ukraine. The Ukrainian famine, the Holodomor, death by hunger, was not a natural disaster. It was man-made. It was deliberate. It was genocide. Joseph Stalin, the dictator of the Soviet Union, wanted to crush Ukrainian nationalism. He wanted to force Ukrainian peasants, the kulaks, into collective farms. He wanted to eliminate any resistance to Soviet rule. His method was starvation. The Soviet government confiscated all food from Ukrainian farms. They took the grain, the meat, the vegetables. They left nothing for the peasants. They sealed the borders of Ukraine so that no food could enter. They shot anyone who tried to leave. They watched as millions starved. 2. The method. The Holodomor was not a famine. Famines are caused by drought, by crop failure, by natural disaster. The Holodomor was caused by the Soviet government. The government set impossible grain quotas. The quotas were designed to be impossible. The peasants had to meet the quotas or be shot. They gave their grain. They had nothing left to eat. The government then sent search squads to find any hidden food. They dug up gardens. They searched barns. They confiscated seeds, even seeds meant for the next planting. They took food from the mouths of children. By the spring of 1933, people were eating grass, eating bark, eating leather. They were boiling their belts for soup. They were eating their own dead. 3. The denial. The Soviet government denied that the famine was happening. Foreign journalists were banned from Ukraine. The government claimed that the famine was a lie, spread by enemies of the Soviet Union. They claimed that Ukraine was prospering. The world did not know. The world did not want to know. The famine happened in silence. The dead were buried in mass graves. Their names were not recorded. After the fall of the Soviet Union, the archives were opened. The truth came out. The Holodomor was genocide. 4. The legacy. The Holodomor is still denied. The Russian government denies that it was genocide. Vladimir Putin has called it a lie. He has accused Ukraine of using the Holodomor as a political tool. Ukraine remembers. The Holodomor is taught in schools. Memorials stand in every city. The victims are not forgotten. The Russians continue to deny. The denial is itself a crime. Chapter 64, The Cambodian Genocide, 1975 to 1979. The Killing Fields of the Khmer Rouge. 1. The Year Zero, April 17, 1975. The Khmer Rouge, a communist guerrilla army led by Pol Pot, captured Phnom Penh, the capital of Cambodia. They declared a new era. Year Zero. The past was to be erased. All modern institutions, schools, hospitals, banks, churches were to be destroyed. All cities were to be evacuated. Everyone was to become a peasant, working in the rice paddies. The Khmer Rouge killed anyone who resisted. They killed intellectuals, anyone who wore glasses, anyone who spoke a foreign language, anyone who had gone to university. They killed ethnic minorities, the Vietnamese, the Chinese, the Muslim Cham. They killed anyone who had worked for the previous government. They killed anyone who questioned their authority. By the time the Khmer Rouge was overthrown in 1979, they had killed an estimated 1.7 to 2.5 million people, approximately 1/4 of Cambodia's population. 2. The Killing Fields. The Khmer Rouge did not use gas chambers. They did not use industrial methods. They used simple tools: hoes, axes, bamboo sticks. They beat their victims to death. They slit their throats. They buried them alive. The bodies were dumped in mass graves, the killing fields. Over 20,000 mass graves have been discovered. The most famous is Choyung Ek, outside Phnom Penh. Thousands of skulls are stacked in a memorial stupa. The bones of children are displayed separately. The killing fields are now a tourist attraction. Visitors walk among the graves. They see the fragments of bone that still surface after the rain. They listen to the audio guide, which describes the horrors in calm, measured tones. It is not enough. Nothing is enough. 3. The perpetrator's Pol Pot was the leader of the Khmer Rouge. He was a former teacher, a man of intelligence and charm. He was also a mass murderer. He died in 1998 before he could be brought to justice. Other Khmer Rouge leaders were tried by a UN-backed tribunal. Kaing Guek Eve, Comrade Douche, was the commandant of the Tuol Sleng prison, where over 15,000 people were tortured and killed. He was convicted and sentenced to life in prison. He died in 2020. Nuon Chea, brother number 2, was convicted of genocide and sentenced to life. He died in 2019. Most of the Khmer Rouge leaders died before they could be punished. The survivors live in obscurity. Some have returned to their villages. Some have become farmers. Some have become monks. They do not speak of the past. 4. The legacy Cambodia is still recovering. The genocide destroyed the country's infrastructure, its economy, its culture. A generation was lost. The survivors are traumatized. The children of the survivors carry the weight. The killing fields are still there. The bones are still there. The memory is still there. Cambodia is a poor country. Its people are resilient. They have rebuilt. They have moved on. But they have not forgotten. The Khmer Rouge are dead. The victims are still dead. Chapter 65, The Rwandan Genocide, 1994. 800,000 killed in 100 days. 1. The Machetes, April 6, 1994. A plane carrying the president of Rwanda, Juvenal Habyarimana, was shot down over Kigali. The president died. Within hours, the genocide began. The killers were Hutus. The victims were Tutsis. The two groups had lived together for centuries. They spoke the same language. They shared the same culture. They were not different except in the minds of the killers. The Hutu extremists had been planning the genocide for years. They had trained militias. They had stockpiled weapons. They had drawn up lists of Tutsis to be killed. They had broadcast hate propaganda over the radio. The weapon of choice was the machete. It was cheap. It was available. It was effective. Over the next 100 days, Hutu militias killed approximately 800,000 Tutsis and moderate Hutus who tried to protect them. They hacked their victims to death. They threw their bodies in rivers. They buried them in mass graves. The world did nothing. 2. The method. The genocide was not random. It was organized. The killers had lists. They went door to door, checking names. They killed Tutsis in their homes, in their churches, in their schools. They killed them in hospitals, in stadiums, in the streets. The killers used loudspeakers to broadcast the names of Tutsis who were hiding. They used roadblocks to catch Tutsis who tried to flee. They used radio to incite the population. "Kill the cockroaches," the announcer said. "Kill them all." The Interahamwe, the Hutu militias, did most of the killing, but ordinary Hutus also participated. Farmers killed their neighbors. Teachers killed their students. Priests killed their congregations. The genocide was a community project. Everyone was involved. 3. The world's failure. The United Nations had peacekeepers in Rwanda. They were under orders to do nothing. They watched as the genocide unfolded. They did not intervene. The United States had the power to intervene. It did not. President Bill Clinton later called the failure to act one of the great regrets of my presidency. France supported the Hutu government. It continued to supply weapons even as the genocide was happening. The world turned away. The world did not care. The world let 800,000 people die. 4. The aftermath. The genocide ended in July 1994 when a Tutsi-led rebel group, the Rwandan Patriotic Front, captured Kigali. The Hutu government fled. The RPF stopped the killing. Paul Kagame, the leader of the RPF, became the president of Rwanda. He is still in power. He has been praised for rebuilding the country. He has been criticized for suppressing dissent. The International Criminal Tribunal for Rwanda convicted dozens of genocide leaders. Some are still in prison. Others have been released. The survivors continue to wait for justice. 5. The legacy Rwanda has rebuilt. The economy has grown. The cities have been rebuilt. The people have learned to live together, Hutus and Tutsis, neighbors who killed each other, sitting on the same buses, shopping in the same markets. But the memory remains. The mass graves are still there. The survivors still grieve. The perpetrators still walk free. The world promised never again. The world promised after the Holocaust. The world promised after Rwanda. The world promised after Bosnia. The world is still promising. The world is still failing. Chapter 66, The Srebrenica Massacre, 1995. The worst atrocity in Europe since World War II. 1. The Safe Zone, July 11, 1995. Srebrenica, Bosnia. The town had been declared a safe zone by the United Nations. Dutch peacekeepers were stationed there to protect the Bosnian Muslim population. The peacekeepers were armed. They had tanks, they had artillery. They had orders to defend the zone. They did not defend it. Bosnian Serb forces, led by General Ratko Mladic, entered the town. They separated the men and boys from the women and children. They loaded the men and boys onto trucks. They drove them to fields, to warehouses, to schools. They shot them. They buried them in mass graves. Over 8,000 Bosnian Muslim men and boys were killed. The youngest victim was 12. The oldest was 75. The women and children were driven out of the town. They were forced to walk for miles. Some were raped. Some were killed. Most survived to learn that their husbands, their fathers, their sons were dead. 2. The failure of the peacekeepers. The Dutch peacekeepers did nothing. They watched as the Bosnian Serbs separated the men from the women. They watched as the men were loaded onto trucks. They watched as the trucks drove away. They did not fire a shot. Later, the Dutch government apologized. The Dutch Prime Minister resigned. But the apology was too late. The apology did not bring back the dead. The United Nations also failed. The Security Council had declared Srebrenica a safe zone. The Security Council had authorized peacekeepers to use force. The Security Council did nothing when the zone was attacked. The world failed. The world watched. The world did nothing. 3. The perpetrator's General Ratko Mladic was the commander of the Bosnian Serb forces. He was known as the Butcher of Bosnia. He was indicted for genocide. He was captured in 2011. He was convicted and sentenced to life in prison. Radovan Karadzic, the political leader of the Bosnian Serbs, was also indicted for genocide. He was captured in 2008. He was convicted and sentenced to life in prison. Both men are still alive. Both are in prison. Both maintain their innocence. 4. The legacy Srebrenica is a scar on the conscience of Europe. The European Union had promised that genocide would never happen again. It happened in 1995, in the heart of Europe, while European soldiers watched. The victims are not forgotten. Their names are read every year. Their bodies are still being exhumed from mass graves. Their families are still burying them. The International Criminal Tribunal for the former Yugoslavia closed in 2017. It convicted 90 war criminals. It did not bring back the dead. Srebrenica is a warning. The warning was ignored. Chapter 67. The Darfur Genocide, 2003 to 2005. The Janjaweed and the Forgotten War. On. The Camels. In 2003, a rebellion broke out in Darfur, a region of western Sudan. The rebels were non-Arab farmers, complaining of neglect and discrimination by the Arab-dominated government in Khartoum. The government responded with overwhelming force. The government did not send its own army. It sent the Janjaweed Arab militias on horseback and camelback. The Janjaweed were armed by the government. They were paid by the government. They were given orders by the government. The Janjaweed attacked villages. They killed the men. They raped the women. They stole the cattle. They poisoned the wells. They burned the crops. They drove the survivors into the desert. Over 300,000 people were killed. Over 2 million were displaced. The survivors live in refugee camps, still waiting to go home. 2. The method. The Janjaweed's method was simple. Make life impossible for the non-Arab farmers. Kill enough people that the survivors flee. Take their land. Take their water. Take their future. The United Nations called the Darfur conflict a genocide. The United States called it a genocide. The International Criminal Court indicted the president of Sudan, Omar al-Bashir, for genocide. Al-Bashir is still free. He is still in power for now. He was overthrown in 2019, but he has not been extradited. He is in prison in Sudan awaiting trial. The Janjaweed continue to operate. They have been integrated into the Sudanese military. They continue to kill. They continue to rape. They continue to steal. 3. The world's response. The world responded slowly. The United Nations did not send peacekeepers until 2007, 4 years after the genocide began. The peacekeepers were underfunded, undermanned, and ineffective. The United States called the Darfur conflict a genocide. It did nothing to stop it. It stood by. The world watched. The world did nothing. 4. The legacy Darfur is a forgotten genocide. The media has moved on. The public has moved on. The survivors are still waiting. The refugee camps are still there. The children born in the camps are now adults. They have never seen their families' homes. They have never seen their families' lands. The Janjaweed are still there. They are still killing. They are still raping. The world has forgotten. The victims have not. Chapter 68. The Yazidi Genocide, 2014. ISIS's War on an Ancient People. 1. Mount Sinjar, August 3, 2014. ISIS attacked the Sinjar region of northern Iraq, home to the Yazidi people, a religious minority with ancient roots. The Yazidis had lived in Sinjar for thousands of years. They were farmers, shepherds, merchants. They were also, in the eyes of ISIS, infidels who needed to be destroyed. ISIS killed the men. They took the women and children as slaves. They forced the survivors to flee to Mount Sinjar, a rocky mountain range with no water, no food, and no shelter. The world watched as the Yazidis died on the mountain. 2. The method ISIS's goal was genocide. They wanted to destroy the Yazidi people. They killed anyone who refused to convert. They sold the women and children in slave markets. They published price lists. A girl under 12 was worth $100. A girl over 12 was worth $50. The women who survived the slave markets were subjected to rape, torture, and forced marriage. They were passed from fighter to fighter. They were beaten. They were starved. They were killed when they were no longer useful. The children who survived were forced to convert to Islam. They were taught to hate their own parents. They were raised as soldiers for ISIS. 3. The rescue. The Yazidis on Mount Sinjar were rescued by a combination of Kurdish forces, U.S. airstrikes, and international aid. The rescue was too late for many. Thousands had already died of thirst, of starvation, of exposure. The survivors were moved to refugee camps. They are still there. They are still waiting. 4. The legacy ISIS has been defeated. The caliphate is gone. But the Yazidi genocide continues. The women who were enslaved are still missing. The children who were taken are still lost. The mass graves are still being exhumed. The world recognized the Yazidi genocide. The United States, the United Kingdom, the European Union have all called it a genocide. But recognition is not justice. The survivors are still waiting. Chapter 69, The Munich Massacre, 1972. The Olympics held hostage. 1. The village, September 5, 1972. The Summer Olympics in Munich, Germany. The world was watching. The athletes were competing. The mood was festive. At 4:30 a.m., 8 members of the Palestinian terrorist group Black September broke into the Olympic Village. They killed 2 members of the Israeli team. They took 9 others hostage. They demanded the release of over 200 Palestinian prisoners. The world watched. The negotiations failed. The German police botched the rescue. All 9 hostages were killed. The Olympics continued. The IOC president, Avery Brundage, announced that the games must go on. They did go on. The world pretended that nothing had happened. 2. The attackers. The attackers were members of Black September, an offshoot of the Palestine Liberation Organization. They had planned the attack for months. They had trained. They had smuggled weapons into the Olympic Village. Their goal was to draw attention to the Palestinian cause. They succeeded. The world watched. The attackers were killed or captured. 3 survived. They were released. They were celebrated as heroes. 3. The victims. The 11 victims were Moshe Weinberg, 33, wrestling coach Yosef Romano, 31, weightlifter, David Berger, 28, weightlifter, Zev Friedman, 28, weightlifter, Andrei Spitzer, 27, fencing coach, Kehat Shor, 53, shooting coach, Eliezer Halfin, 24, wrestler, Mark Slavin, 18, wrestler, Yakov Springer, 51, weightlifting judge, Amatsur Shapira, 40, track coach, Josef Gutfreund, 40, wrestling referee. They were athletes, coaches, judges. They had come to Munich to compete. They died because they were Jewish. 4. The response. Israel responded with a campaign of assassinations. Mossad, the Israeli intelligence agency, hunted down the leaders of Black September. They killed them in Europe, in the Middle East, in Africa. They killed the wrong people sometimes. They killed innocent people. They did not stop until the killers were all dead. The Olympics continued. The IOC refused to hold a memorial service. It refused to acknowledge the victims. It was not until 2016, 44 years later, that the IOC finally held a ceremony. 5. The legacy. The Munich massacre changed the way the world thinks about terrorism. Before 1972, terrorism was something that happened in other countries, to other people. After 1972, terrorism came to the living rooms of the world. The Olympics would never be the same. The victims are not forgotten. Their names are read every year. The memorial at the Olympic Village is a quiet place, a place of reflection. The games still go on. The world still watches. But the memory remains. Chapter 70. The 9/11 Flight's the Fourth Plane. United Flight 93. The passengers who fought back. 1. The hijacking. September 11th, 2001. 9:28 a.m. United Airlines Flight 93 was delayed taking off from Newark. It was the fourth plane to be hijacked. The passengers learned of the attacks on the World Trade Center and the Pentagon through phone calls to the ground. They knew they were not going to land. The passengers voted. They decided to fight back. They rushed the hijackers. The plane crashed into a field in Shanksville, Pennsylvania, at 10:03 a.m. All 44 people on board were killed. The terrorists' target, believed to be the United States Capitol in Washington, D.C., was not hit. 2. The passengers. The passengers of Flight 93 were ordinary people, businessmen, students, parents, grandparents. They were. Todd Beamer, 32. He spoke the famous words, "Let's roll." Tom Burnett, 38. He called his wife and told her about the hijacking. He said, "I know we're all going to die. There's 3 of us who are going to do something about it." Jeremy Glick, 31. He called his wife and told her, "I love you. We're going to rush the hijackers." Mark Bingham, 31. He was a former rugby player. He helped lead the attack. The other 40 passengers and crew, their names are read at the memorial every year. 3. The aftermath. Flight 93 crashed in a field. The crater was shallow. The debris was scattered. The bodies were not recovered. A memorial now stands at the crash site. The memorial is a wall of names, facing the direction of the crash. A grove of trees surrounds the wall. The wind is quiet. The memory is loud. 4. The legacy Flight 93 is remembered as the flight where the passengers fought back. They saved the Capitol. They saved Congress. They saved democracy. The passengers were not soldiers. They were not trained. They were not armed. They were ordinary people who decided that they would rather die fighting than die waiting. They died, but they died free. The memorial is still there. The names are still read. The memory is still alive. Chapter 71. Pompeii and Herculaneum, 79 A.D. The day Vesuvius buried a civilization. 1. The mountain that slept. For centuries, Mount Vesuvius had been dormant. The Romans did not even know it was a volcano. The slopes were covered with vineyards and olive groves. The towns at its base, Pompeii, Herculaneum, Stabiae, were prosperous resorts for wealthy Romans. The Bay of Naples was a playground of the empire. Then, on August 24th, 79 A.D., the mountain woke. The eruption lasted 2 days. It spewed a column of ash and pumice 20 miles into the sky. The ash fell like snow, blanketing Pompeii. The roofs collapsed. The people suffocated. Then came the pyroclastic flows, superheated waves of gas and rock that raced down the mountain at 100 miles per hour. They buried Herculaneum under 75 feet of mud. They incinerated everything in their path. By the time the eruption ended, an estimated 16,000 people were dead. Pompeii and Herculaneum were gone erased from memory for nearly 1,700 years. 2. The Pompeians. The people of Pompeii did not know they were living on a volcano. They did not understand the warning signs, the earth tremors, the wells drying up, the strange behavior of animals. When the eruption began, some fled. Others stayed. Others waited too long. The bodies of the dead were preserved in the ash. Their final moments were frozen in time. A family huddled together, a mother shielding her child, a soldier still standing guard, a dog chained to a post. The ash cast molds of their bodies. When archaeologists excavated Pompeii, they poured plaster into the cavities. The plaster casts showed the victims as they died, contorted, terrified, reaching for one another. They were not statues, they were people. They had names. Lucius Caecilius Eucundus, a banker; Eumacia, a priestess; Julia Felix, a wealthy property owner. Most of their names are lost. 3. The discovery Pompeii was rediscovered in 1748 by a group of workers digging a well. Herculaneum had been found earlier in 1709. The excavations became a sensation. The world had never seen anything like it, a complete Roman city, frozen in time. The tourists came, the looters came, the archaeologists came. The excavations continue to this day. 1/3 of Pompeii remains buried. The archaeologists are digging slowly, carefully, preserving what they find. 4. The legacy Pompeii is a reminder of the power of nature. The Romans thought they had tamed the world. They built roads, aqueducts, cities, empires. They forgot that the earth is not tame. The earth is wild. The earth can kill. Pompeii is also a reminder of the fragility of memory. For 1,700 years the city was forgotten. No one knew it existed. No one remembered the people who had lived there. Now we remember. We walk the same streets. We touch the same walls. We see the same sky. The volcano is still there. It is still sleeping. It will wake again. Chapter 72, Krakatoa, 1883. The explosion heard around the world. 1. The island Krakatoa was a small, uninhabited island in the Sunda Strait between Java and Sumatra. It was a volcano. It had been dormant for 200 years. Then, in May 1883, it began to erupt. The eruptions continued for months. The people of the region, the Dutch colonists, the Javanese, the Sumatrans watched with fear. On August 26th, the volcano exploded. The explosion was heard 3,000 miles away in Sri Lanka, in Australia, in the Philippines. It was the loudest sound ever recorded in human history. The sound traveled around the world 4 times. The explosion triggered a tsunami, a wall of water, 120 feet high. The tsunami killed over 36,000 people. It destroyed 165 villages. It swept away entire islands. The water did not recede for weeks. 2. The aftermath. The eruption of Krakatoa changed the world's climate. The ash and dust thrown into the atmosphere circled the globe. The sunsets were red for years. The temperatures dropped. The rains failed. Crops died. People starved. The survivors of the tsunami faced a second disaster: disease. The dead were everywhere. The water was contaminated. The bodies were rotting. Cholera and dysentery swept through the refugee camps. Krakatoa itself was gone. The island had collapsed into the sea. A new island, Anak Krakatau, child of Krakatoa, emerged in 1927. It is still growing. It is still erupting. 3. The legacy Krakatoa was a turning point in the history of science. It was the first natural disaster to be studied by modern scientists. They measured the sound waves, the seismic waves, the atmospheric waves. They learned that the Earth is connected, that an explosion in one place can be felt everywhere. Krakatoa is also a reminder of the limits of human power. The Dutch colonists thought they had tamed the region. They built ports, plantations, cities. The volcano destroyed them in a single day. The victims are not forgotten. Their names are not known, but their story is told. Chapter 73, The San Francisco Earthquake, 1906. Fire and ruin in the Golden City. 1. The shaking April 18th, 1906, 5:12 a.m. San Francisco was asleep. The city was the jewel of the American West, a bustling port, a cultural capital, a symbol of American ambition. Then the ground began to shake. The earthquake lasted less than a minute. It was a 7.9 magnitude, one of the largest ever recorded in North America. The shaking destroyed buildings, ruptured gas lines, and collapsed water mains. Then came the fires. The fires burned for 3 days. The city had no water. The mains had been broken. The firefighters could do nothing. The fires consumed everything in their path: mansions, tenements, shops, churches. The city was a furnace. When the fires finally died, over 80% of San Francisco was destroyed. An estimated 3,000 people were dead. Over 250,000 were homeless. 2. The aftermath. The survivors camped in parks, in fields, on beaches. They built tents out of blankets and sheets. They cooked over open fires. They waited for help. Help came slowly. The army arrived. The Red Cross arrived. The government sent supplies. But the city was destroyed. It would take years to rebuild. The rebuilding began immediately. The city rose from the ashes. It was stronger, more modern, more beautiful than before. The San Francisco that stands today is the city that was rebuilt after the fire. 3. The legacy. The San Francisco earthquake was a turning point in American history. It forced Americans to confront the power of nature. The West was not tame. The land was not safe. The earth could shake at any moment. The earthquake also led to changes in building codes. Buildings were made stronger. They were designed to withstand shaking. Lives were saved. San Francisco is still there. The Golden Gate Bridge still stands. The hills still roll. The bay still sparkles. But the ground is still shaking. The next earthquake is coming. It is only a matter of time. Chapter 74, The Lisbon Earthquake, 1755. The catastrophe that shook the Enlightenment. 1. All Saints' Day, November 1st, 1755. It was All Saints' Day, a Catholic holiday. The churches of Lisbon were filled with worshippers. The candles were lit. The prayers were said. Then the ground began to shake. The earthquake lasted 10 minutes. It was a 9.0 magnitude, one of the largest ever recorded. The shaking destroyed the city. The churches collapsed, burying the worshippers alive. The candles started fires. The fires burned for days. Then came the tsunami. A wall of water 50 feet high rushed into the harbor. It swept away the survivors who had gathered on the docks. It drowned thousands. When the disaster was over, an estimated 60,000 people were dead. Lisbon, the capital of Portugal, one of the wealthiest cities in Europe, was gone. 2. The philosophical crisis. The Lisbon earthquake shook more than the ground. It shook the foundations of Western thought. In the 18th century, the intellectuals of Europe believed that the world was rational, ordered, providential. They believed that God was good, that nature was benign, that human reason could understand everything. The earthquake shattered these beliefs. Voltaire wrote a poem about the earthquake. He asked, "If God is good, why do innocent children die?" He answered, "There is no good God. There is only nature, indifferent, cruel, random." Rousseau disagreed. He argued that the earthquake was not God's fault. It was humanity's fault. If people had not built tall buildings, if they had not crowded into cities, if they had not lived in a way that angered God, the earthquake would not have killed so many. The debate between Voltaire and Rousseau shaped the Enlightenment. It also shaped the modern world. 3. The legacy. The Lisbon earthquake was the first modern disaster. It was the first disaster to be studied by scientists, reported by the media, and debated by philosophers. It was the first disaster that forced Europeans to confront the limits of their reason. Lisbon was rebuilt. The new city was designed to withstand earthquakes. The buildings were lower, the streets were wider, the churches were stronger. The city still stands, the river still flows, the sea still sparkles, but the ground is still shaking. The next earthquake is coming. Chapter 75, The Great Kanto Earthquake, 1923. Tokyo leveled, followed by massacre. 1. The shaking September 1st, 1923, 11:58 a.m. Tokyo, Japan. The women were cooking lunch. The children were playing in the streets. The men were working in the factories. Then the ground began to shake. The earthquake lasted 10 minutes. It was a 7.9 magnitude. It destroyed Tokyo and the surrounding region. Over 100,000 people were killed. Then came the fires. The cooking fires spread. The gas lines ruptured. The wooden buildings burned like kindling. The fires burned for 2 days. They killed thousands more. Then came the tsunami. A wall of water 40 feet high swept into the coast. It drowned thousands. When the disaster was over, an estimated 140,000 people were dead. 2. The massacre. The earthquake was followed by a massacre. The Japanese government, fearing social unrest, spread rumors that Koreans were poisoning wells and setting fires. The police and military began killing Koreans. They also killed Chinese, Japanese socialists, and anyone who looked different. The exact death toll of the massacre is unknown. Estimates range from 6,000 to 10,000. The victims were buried in mass graves. Their names were not recorded. The Japanese government denied the massacre for decades. The archives were sealed. The survivors were silenced. It was not until the 1970s that the truth began to emerge. 3. The aftermath. Tokyo was rebuilt. The new city was designed to withstand earthquakes. The buildings were lower. The streets were wider. The parks were larger. The city was stronger. But the memory of the massacre remains. The survivors are dead. Their children remember. Their grandchildren remember. The earthquake is not forgotten. The massacre is not forgotten. 4. The legacy. The Great Kanto earthquake was one of the deadliest natural disasters in history. It was also one of the most politically significant. It showed that natural disasters can trigger man-made disasters. It showed that fear can lead to atrocity. Japan learned from the disaster. The country is now the most earthquake-prepared nation in the world. The buildings are strong. The early warning systems are fast. The people are trained. But the ground is still shaking. The next earthquake is coming. Chapter 76, The Titanic, 1912. The unsinkable ship that sank. 1. The maiden voyage, April 10, 1912. The RMS Titanic left Southampton, England, on her maiden voyage. She was the largest ship in the world, 882 feet long, 46,000 tons. She was the most luxurious ship in the world, with a swimming pool, a gymnasium, a squash court, and a grand staircase. She was the safest ship in the world, with a double hull, 16 watertight compartments, and more than enough lifeboats. Or so her builders claimed. The passengers included the richest people in the world: John Jacob Astor, Benjamin Guggenheim, Isidor Straus, and the poorest, immigrants from Ireland, Sweden, and Lebanon, hoping for a new life in America. 4 days later, the Titanic was at the bottom of the Atlantic. 2. The sinking April 14, 1912, 11:40 p.m. The lookouts spotted an iceberg directly ahead. The first officer ordered the ship to turn. It was too late. The iceberg scraped along the starboard side, opening a 300-foot gash in the hull. The watertight compartments flooded. The ship began to sink. The lifeboats were launched. There were only 20 boats, enough for 1,178 people. The ship carried 2,224 people. The boats were launched half empty. Some passengers refused to board. Others were not allowed. The ship sank at 2:20 a.m. Over 1,500 people were still on board. They plunged into the freezing water. Most died within minutes. The survivors were rescued by the RMS Carpathia, which arrived at 4 a.m. They were brought to New York. The world waited for news. The world mourned. 3. The victims. The 1,517 dead included the richest, John Jacob Astor, Benjamin Guggenheim, Isidor Straus; the poorest, the immigrants in steerage, most of whom could not reach the lifeboats; the crew, 685 sailors, stokers, stewards, and engineers. The youngest victim was 11 months old. The oldest was 74. Some of the victims became famous. Ida Strauss refused to leave her husband. She said, "We have lived together for many years. Where you go, I go." They died together. The ship's band played as the ship sank. The musicians died. 4. The legacy. The Titanic is the most famous shipwreck in history. It has been the subject of hundreds of books, dozens of films, and endless speculation. The wreck was discovered in 1985. The artifacts have been recovered. The museum displays the dishes, the jewelry, the shoes. The victims are not forgotten. Their names are read every year. Their stories are told. The Titanic is a warning. Do not be arrogant. Do not believe that you are unsinkable. The ocean is bigger than you. The iceberg is harder than you. The night is darker than you. The Titanic sank. The world watched. The world mourned. The world forgot. The world remembered. Chapter 77. The Lusitania, 1915. The sinking that brought America into Hawaii. On the passenger liner May 1st, 1915, the RMS Lusitania left New York for Liverpool. She was a passenger liner, a civilian ship. She was also carrying munitions, 4.2 million rounds of small arms ammunition, 1,250 cases of shrapnel shells, and other war supplies. The Germans knew this. The British knew this. The passengers did not. The German embassy had placed a warning in American newspapers. Travelers sailing in the war zone on ships of Great Britain or her allies do so at their own risk. The warning was ignored. On May 7th, the Lusitania was off the coast of Ireland. A German U-boat fired a single torpedo. The torpedo struck the starboard side. A second explosion followed, likely the munitions detonating. The ship sank in 18 minutes. Of the 1,959 people on board, 1,198 died. The dead included 128 Americans. 2. The outrage. The sinking of the Lusitania outraged the American public. The newspapers called it murder. The government protested. President Woodrow Wilson demanded that Germany stop unrestricted submarine warfare. Germany refused. The sinking was a turning point in World War I. It shifted American public opinion against Germany. It pushed the United States closer to war. 2 years later, the United States declared war. 3. The controversy. The Lusitania controversy continues to this day. The British government denied that the ship was carrying munitions. The Germans claimed that it was a legitimate military target. The truth lies somewhere in between. The Lusitania was a civilian ship, but it was also carrying war supplies. The wreck of the Lusitania lies in 300 feet of water off the coast of Ireland. The bodies of the victims are still inside. The ship is a grave. It should not be disturbed. 4. The legacy. The Lusitania is remembered as the ship that brought America into the war. It is also remembered as a symbol of the horror of modern warfare, the submarine, the torpedo, the innocent dead. The victims are not forgotten. Their names are read. Their story is told. The ship is still sinking. Chapter 78, The Wilhelm Gustloff, 1945. The deadliest shipwreck in history. On the evacuation, January 30th, 1945. The MV Wilhelm Gustloff was a German cruise ship converted into a military transport. She was anchored in the port of Gdynia, Poland, evacuating German civilians, wounded soldiers, and military personnel from the advancing Soviet army. The ship was overcrowded. She was designed to carry 2,000 people. She was carrying over 10,000. The passengers included women, children, the elderly, and the wounded. They were desperate to escape. A Soviet submarine spotted the ship. The submarine fired 3 torpedoes. The torpedoes struck the Gustloff. The ship sank in 45 minutes. Over 9,000 people died, the deadliest shipwreck in human history. 2. The victims. The 9,000-plus dead included civilians, women, children, the elderly, wounded soldiers, military personnel, naval auxiliaries. Most of the victims froze to death in the Baltic Sea. The water temperature was 4 degrees Celsius, 39 degrees Fahrenheit. The survivors clung to wreckage, to lifeboats, to each other. They died slowly. The ship was carrying 5,000 children. Most of them died. 3. The forgotten wreck. The Wilhelm Gustloff is the deadliest shipwreck in history. More people died on the Gustloff than on the Titanic and the Lusitania combined. But the Gustloff is not famous. Why? Because the victims were German. Because the war was ending. Because the world did not want to mourn the enemy. The wreck of the Gustloff lies in 150 feet of water off the coast of Poland. The bodies are still inside. The ship is a mass grave. It is a protected war grave. 4. The legacy. The Wilhelm Gustloff is a forgotten tragedy. The victims are not remembered. Their names are not read. Their story is not told. The ship sank. The people died. The world moved on. The Gustloff is a warning. History is written by the victors. The losers are forgotten. The victims of the losers are forgotten. The ship is still there. The bodies are still there. The memory is fading. Chapter 79, The MS Estonia, 1994. The Mystery of the Baltic Sea. 1. The storm, September 28, 1994. The MS Estonia was a car ferry traveling from Tallinn, Estonia, to Stockholm, Sweden. The Baltic Sea was rough, the wind was strong, the waves were high. At 1 a.m. a loud bang was heard. The bow visor, the door that covers the car deck, had broken off. Water rushed into the car deck. The ship listed. The alarm sounded. The passengers ran. The Estonia sank in 30 minutes. It was the deadliest shipwreck in European waters since World War II. 852 people died. 137 survived. 2. The survivors. The survivors were mostly young men. They were able to climb to higher decks. They jumped into the water. They clung to life rafts. They waited. The rescue efforts were slow. The ships were far away. The helicopters could not fly in the storm. The survivors waited for hours. Some died in the water. Some died on the life rafts. Some were rescued. The survivors told their stories. They described the chaos, the panic, the darkness. They described the bodies floating in the water. They described the silence. 3. The investigation. The official investigation concluded that the bow visor had broken off due to stress. The design was flawed. The maintenance was inadequate. The crew was poorly trained. The investigation was criticized for its secrecy. The wreck was declared a grave. Diving was forbidden. The families of the victims demanded answers. They demanded a new investigation. They demanded the right to visit the wreck. The governments refused. The controversy continues. The survivors are still waiting. 4. The legacy. The Estonia is a mystery. The cause of the sinking is disputed. The wreck is forbidden. The bodies are still inside. The victims are not forgotten. Their names are read every year. Their families still mourn. The Estonia is still there. The water is still cold. The mystery is still unsolved. Chapter 80. The MV Sewell, 2014. South Korea's national shame. 1. The sinking April 16, 2014. The MV Sewell was a car ferry traveling from Incheon to Jeju Island, South Korea. On board were 476 people, mostly high school students, on a field trip. At 8:50 a.m., the ship began to list. The crew told the passengers to stay in their cabins. The passengers obeyed. The ship sank. Over 300 people died, most of them students. The sinking was South Korea's worst maritime disaster in decades. It was also the country's greatest national shame. 2. The failures. The sinking was caused by a series of failures. The ship was overloaded. It was carrying more cargo than it was designed for. The crew was poorly trained. The captain abandoned the ship before the passengers. The crew told the passengers to stay in their cabins. They should have told them to evacuate. The government responded slowly. The rescue efforts were disorganized. The captain and crew were convicted of criminal negligence. They were sentenced to prison. The captain was sentenced to life. 3. The victims. The 304 dead included 250 students from Danwon High School, 11 teachers, 43 other passengers and crew. The youngest victim was 15. The oldest was 78. The students had been planning the trip for months. They were excited. They were happy. They were looking forward to Jeju Island. They never arrived. 4. The legacy. The Sewell sinking changed South Korea. The public was outraged. The government was embarrassed. The president, Park Geun-hye, was impeached and imprisoned for her handling of the disaster. The families of the victims demanded justice. They demanded a new investigation. They demanded that the ship be raised. The ship was raised in 2017. The bodies of the missing were recovered. The memorial stands at the port of Incheon. The names of the victims are carved in stone. The flowers are laid every year. The children are dead. Their parents still grieve. The country still mourns. Chapter 81. Bhopal, 1984. The world's worst industrial catastrophe. On the night of death, December 2nd, 1984, 11 p.m. Bhopal, India. The Union Carbide pesticide plant was leaking. A cloud of methyl isocyanate gas, a highly toxic chemical, rose from the plant and drifted over the city. The people of Bhopal were sleeping. They did not know. They did not wake up. By morning, over 3,000 people were dead. Thousands more were dying. Thousands more would die in the years to come. The Bhopal disaster was the worst industrial catastrophe in human history. The official death toll is 15,000. Unofficial estimates range as high as 30,000. Over 500,000 people were injured. The survivors are still dying. 2. The causes. The disaster was caused by a series of failures. The plant was poorly maintained. Safety systems had been turned off. The workers were poorly trained. They did not know how to respond to the leak. The company was focused on cutting costs. Safety was not a priority. The government had failed to regulate the plant. It had failed to plan for a disaster. The company Union Carbide was owned by Americans. The plant was in India. The workers were Indian. The victims were Indian. The company paid $470 million in compensation, approximately $500 per victim. 3. The survivors. The survivors of Bhopal are still suffering. The gas caused chronic illnesses, respiratory disease, eye disease, neurological damage, reproductive disorders. The children of the survivors were born with birth defects. The water is still contaminated. The soil is still poisoned. The survivors have been fighting for justice for 40 years. They want the site cleaned up. They want the company to pay for their medical care. They want the executives to be held accountable. The executives have not been held accountable. The site has not been cleaned up. The survivors are still waiting. 4. The legacy Bhopal is a reminder of the cost of corporate greed. Union Carbide knew the plant was unsafe. It chose not to fix it. It chose to save money. Thousands of people died. Thousands more are still dying. Bhopal is also a reminder of the cost of government failure. The Indian government knew the plant was unsafe. It chose not to regulate it. It chose to look the other way. The victims are not forgotten. Their names are read every year. Their photographs are displayed at the memorial. The plant is still there. The toxic waste is still there. The survivors are still waiting. Chapter 82. Chernobyl, 1986. The nuclear nightmare. On the explosion, April 26, 1986, 1:23 a.m., Chernobyl, Ukraine. The reactor operators were running a test. They violated safety protocols. The reactor overheated. It exploded. The roof of the reactor building was blown off. The core was exposed. The fire burned for 10 days. The explosion released 400 times more radioactive material than the atomic bomb dropped on Hiroshima. The radioactive cloud spread across Europe over Ukraine, Belarus, Russia, Poland, Germany, Austria, the United Kingdom. The world was poisoned. The Soviet government tried to hide the disaster. It did not evacuate the nearby city of Pripyat until 36 hours after the explosion. By then, the residents had already been exposed. The official death toll from the explosion is 31. The actual death toll from radiation-induced cancers, birth defects, and other illnesses is estimated to be in the thousands. No one knows for sure. 2. The liquidators. The Soviet government sent hundreds of thousands of soldiers, miners, and volunteers to clean up the site. They were called liquidators. They worked in the most radioactive environment on Earth. They built a concrete sarcophagus to contain the reactor. They shoveled radioactive debris. They wore no protective gear. They died. The liquidators are the forgotten heroes of Chernobyl. They saved Europe. They died for their country. Their names are not known. 3. The exclusion zone. The Chernobyl exclusion zone is a 30-kilometer radius around the plant. It is uninhabited. It is contaminated. It is also a nature reserve. The animals have returned. The forests have grown. The city of Pripyat is empty, a ghost town preserved in time. The tourists come to the exclusion zone. They walk through the abandoned buildings. They touch the abandoned furniture. They breathe the contaminated air. They take photographs. The block quote is not safe. The contamination is still there. The radiation is still there. 4. The legacy Chernobyl was the worst nuclear disaster in history. It ended the Soviet Union's nuclear program. It sparked a global anti-nuclear movement. It changed the way the world thinks about nuclear power. The sarcophagus built by the liquidators is crumbling. A new containment structure, the new safe confinement, was completed in 2019. It will last for 100 years. Then the problem will be passed to the next generation. The victims are not forgotten. Their names are read every year. Their photographs are displayed at the memorial. The reactor is still there. The radiation is still there. The memory is still there. Chapter 83, The Deepwater Horizon, 2010. The BP oil spill. 1. The explosion, April 20th, 2010, 9:45 p.m. The Deepwater Horizon oil rig, located in the Gulf of Mexico, was drilling an exploratory well. A bubble of methane gas rose from the well. It ignited. The rig exploded. 11 workers were killed. The rig burned for 2 days, then it sank. The well was ruptured. Oil began to leak into the Gulf. It leaked for 87 days. It leaked 4.9 million barrels of oil, the largest marine oil spill in history. 2. The damage. The oil spread across the Gulf. It washed ashore on the coasts of Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, Florida, and Texas. It killed thousands of birds, fish, turtles, dolphins, and other marine life. It destroyed the fishing industry. It destroyed the tourism industry. It destroyed the way of life of the Gulf Coast. The cleanup was massive. Thousands of workers were hired. Booms were deployed. Dispersants were sprayed. The oil was burned. The oil was skimmed. The oil was absorbed. The oil was everywhere. 3. The aftermath. BP accepted responsibility for the spill. It paid $65 billion in fines, settlements, and cleanup costs. The company survived. The environment did not. The Gulf is still recovering. The fishing industry is still recovering. The tourism industry is still recovering. The people are still recovering. BP has been criticized for its safety record. The company has been criticized for its response to the spill. The company has been criticized for its treatment of workers. The company is still in business. 4. The legacy. The Deepwater Horizon disaster is a reminder of the cost of fossil fuels. The oil we burn every day comes from wells like this one. The oil we burn every day comes with a cost, the cost of spills, the cost of climate change, the cost of the lives of workers. The victims are not forgotten. The 11 workers who died, their names are read every year. Their families still grieve. The Gulf is still there. The oil is still there. The memory is still there. Chapter 84. The Triangle Shirtwaist Fire. 1911. The fire that changed labor laws. 1. The Factory, March 25, 1911. The Triangle Shirtwaist Factory occupied the top 3 floors of the Ash Building in New York City. The factory employed 500 workers, mostly young women, mostly immigrants from Italy and Eastern Europe. They worked 12-hour days, 6 days a week, for pennies an hour. They were locked in. The owners feared theft. The doors were locked. The windows were locked. The fire escapes were broken. A fire broke out on the 8th floor. It spread quickly. The workers tried to escape. The doors were locked. The fire escapes collapsed. The elevators stopped working. The workers jumped. The fire killed 146 workers. Most of the victims were young women. The youngest was 14. The oldest was 43. 2. The jumping. The workers trapped on the 9th floor had no way out. The doors were locked. The fire escapes had collapsed. The elevators had stopped. They climbed onto the window ledges. They jumped. They jumped in 2s and 3s. They jumped, holding hands. They jumped screaming. They hit the pavement. They died. The firefighters arrived. Their ladders could not reach the 9th floor. Their nets could not catch the jumpers. They watched. They were helpless. 3. The aftermath. The owners of the factory, Max Blank and Isaac Harris, were tried for manslaughter. They were acquitted. The jury did not believe that they had known the doors were locked. The public was outraged. The outrage led to change. The Triangle Fire sparked a wave of labor reforms. New York passed new fire safety laws. Other states followed. The federal government created the Occupational Safety and Health Administration, OSHA, decades later. The workers died. The labor movement lived. 4. The legacy, the Triangle Fire, is a reminder of the cost of greed. The owners locked the doors to save money. They did not install sprinklers. They did not maintain the fire escapes. They did not care about their workers. Their workers died. The victims are not forgotten. Their names are read every year. Their photographs are displayed at the memorial. The factory is gone. The building is still there, now part of New York University. The memorial is on the building. The names are carved in stone. The workers died. The labor movement won. The fight continues. Chapter 85, The Black Death, 1347 to 1351. The plague that killed half of Europe. 1. The arrival. The Genoese trading ships docked at Messina, Sicily. The sailors were sick. They were covered in boils. They were dying. The port authorities ordered them to leave. It was too late. The plague had arrived. The Black Death, the bubonic plague, spread across Europe. It killed 30% to 60% of the population. It killed an estimated 75 to 200 million people. The world had never seen anything like it. The cause was the bacterium Yersinia pestis, carried by fleas on rats. The rats lived on the ships. The fleas jumped from the rats to the sailors. The sailors brought the fleas to the ports. The ports brought the fleas to the cities. The cities brought the fleas to the countryside. There was no cure. There was no treatment. There was no escape. 2. The symptoms. The bubonic plague caused fever, chills, and swollen lymph nodes, the buboes. The buboes were painful. They were filled with pus. They burst. The victims died within days. The pneumonic plague attacked the lungs. It spread through coughing and sneezing. It killed within hours. The septicemic plague attacked the blood. It caused blackened skin, the Black Death. It killed within hours. There was no hope. There was no mercy. There was only death. 3. The responses. Some people fled. They left the cities. They hid in the countryside. They waited. The plague followed them. It was everywhere. Some people prayed. They went to church. They begged for forgiveness. They believed the plague was punishment from God. They believed that the end of the world had come. Some people blamed the Jews. They claimed the Jews had poisoned the wells. They burned the Jews. They killed the Jews. The Jews died. The plague did not care. It killed Christians, Muslims, Jews, pagans. It killed rich and poor. It killed young and old. It killed good and evil. 4. The legacy. The Black Death changed Europe. The labor shortage led to higher wages. The higher wages led to a higher standard of living. The higher standard of living led to the Renaissance. The Black Death also led to the end of feudalism. The peasants died. The lords needed workers. The workers demanded freedom. The lords gave them freedom. The plague is still with us. It never went away. It still kills in Africa, in Asia, in the Americas. The vaccine exists. The antibiotics exist. The plague is treatable. But it is still here. The victims are not forgotten. Their bones are still in the mass graves. Their stories are still told. The plague is still here. The memory is still here. Chapter 86, The Irish Potato Famine, 1845 to 1852. A million dead, a million exiled. On. The blight. The potato crop failed. A fungus, Phytophthora infestans, turned the potatoes black. The potatoes rotted in the ground. The people starved. The Irish people depended on the potato. They had no other food. The British government ruled Ireland. The British government did not care. It continued to export grain from Ireland while the Irish starved. It continued to export beef, lamb, pork, eggs, butter. The Irish grew the food. The British took it. The Irish died. The famine lasted 7 years. 1 million people died. 1 million more emigrated to the United States, to Canada, to Australia, to England. The population of Ireland has never recovered. 2. The starvation. The people ate grass, they ate weeds, they ate roots, they ate the dead. They died in the fields, in the streets, in their homes. They died of starvation. They died of disease. They died of exposure. The workhouses were full. The hospitals were full. The cemeteries were full. The bodies were buried in mass graves. The names were not recorded. The children were the most vulnerable. They died first. They died in their mother's arms. They died in the streets. They died alone. 3. The British response. The British government responded slowly. It sent some food. It sent some money. It was not enough. The government believed in laissez-faire, the idea that the market would solve the problem. The market did not solve the problem. The market made it worse. The government also believed that the famine was God's will. Some believed that the famine was punishment for Irish backwardness. Some believed that the famine was an opportunity to convert the Irish to Protestantism. The Irish died. The British government has apologized. The apology was too late. The apology did not bring back the dead. 4. The legacy. The Irish potato famine is a reminder of the cost of colonialism. The British ruled Ireland. The British took Ireland's food. The British let Ireland starve. 1 million people died. 1 million more were exiled. The Irish diaspora is everywhere. In the United States, in Canada, in Australia, in England. The Irish remember. The Irish have not forgotten. The victims are not forgotten. Their names are read every year. Their photographs are displayed at the memorials. The famine is over. The memory remains. Chapter 87. The Spanish Flu, 1918 to 1919. The pandemic that killed 50 million. 1. The silent killer World War I was ending. The soldiers were coming home. They brought the flu with them. The Spanish flu influenza spread across the world. It killed 50 million people more than the war. It killed young adults, the healthiest, the strongest. It killed within days. It killed within hours. There was no vaccine. There was no treatment. There was no escape. 2. The symptoms. The flu caused fever, chills, and cough. The cough turned into pneumonia. The pneumonia filled the lungs with fluid. The victims drowned. The flu also caused bleeding. It caused bleeding from the nose, the ears, the eyes. It caused bleeding into the skin. The victims turned blue, they turned black. They died. The bodies were buried in mass graves. The cemeteries were full. The grave diggers died. The bodies were left in the streets. 3. The responses. The cities closed their schools, their churches, their theaters. They banned public gatherings. They required masks. The masks did not work. The flu spread anyway. The governments lied. They said the flu was not serious. They said the flu was not spreading. They said the war was more important. The people died. The people were afraid. They did not leave their homes. They did not visit their neighbors. They did not comfort the dying. The dying died alone. 4. The legacy. The Spanish flu is the deadliest pandemic in human history. It killed more people than the Black Death, more than the wars, more than the famines. It has been forgotten. The flu did not disappear. It mutated. It became the seasonal flu. It kills 500,000 people every year. The vaccine exists. The treatment exists. The flu still kills. The victims are not forgotten. Their names are not known. Their stories are not told. The flu is still here. The memory is fading. Chapter 88, The COVID-19 Pandemic, 2020 to 2023. The Modern Plague. 1. The Outbreak. December 31st, 2019. China reported a cluster of pneumonia cases in Wuhan. The cause was a novel coronavirus SARS-CoV-2. The virus spread quickly. It spread across China. It spread across the world. The World Health Organization declared a pandemic on March 11, 2020. The world shut down. Schools closed, businesses closed, borders closed. People stayed home. The virus killed. It killed the elderly. It killed the immunocompromised. It killed the healthy. It killed the young. It killed without mercy. 2. The toll. The official death toll from COVID-19 is over 7 million. The actual death toll is estimated to be over 20 million. The pandemic is not over. The virus is still spreading. The death toll is still rising. The pandemic also caused economic damage. Millions lost their jobs. Millions lost their businesses. Millions lost their savings. The poor were hit hardest. The rich were protected. The pandemic also caused social damage. The people were isolated. The people were lonely. The people were afraid. The people were angry. 3. The responses. The governments responded differently. Some locked down early. Some locked down late. Some did not lock down at all. The countries that locked down early saved lives. The countries that did not lock down lost lives. The vaccines were developed in record time. The vaccines saved lives. The vaccines were distributed unevenly. The rich countries got the vaccines. The poor countries did not. The people in the poor countries died. The anti-vaxxers opposed the vaccines. They spread misinformation. They said the vaccines were dangerous. They said the pandemic was a hoax. Their followers died. 4. The legacy COVID-19 changed the world. It changed the way we work. It changed the way we socialize. It changed the way we think about health. The pandemic exposed the weaknesses of the global health system. The system was not prepared. The system failed. The people died. The victims are not forgotten. Their names are read every year. Their photographs are displayed at the memorials. The pandemic is not over. The virus is still here. The memory is still here. Chapter 89, Sandy Hook, 2012. 20 children, 6 adults. 1. The school, December 14, 2012. Sandy Hook Elementary School, Newtown, Connecticut. A gunman, Adam Lanza, shot his way into the school. He killed 20 children, all 6 and 7 years old. He killed 6 adults. He then killed himself. It was the deadliest elementary school shooting in American history. The world watched. The world mourned. The world demanded action. The world did nothing. 2. The victims. The children who died. Charlotte Bacon, 6 Daniel Barden, 7 Rachel Diavino, 29 teacher. Olivia Engel, 6 Josephine Gay, 7 Anna Marquez Green, 6 Dylan Hockley, 6 Dawn Hawksprung, 47 principal. Madeline Chu, 6 Catherine Hubbard, 6 Chase Kowalski, 7 Jesse Lewis, 6 James Mattioli, 6 Grace McDonald, 7 Anne-Marie Murphy, 52 teacher. Emily Parker, 6 Jack Pinto, 6 Noah Posner, 6 Caroline Previdi, 6 Jessica Rekos, 6 Avielle Richmond, 6 Lauren Rousseau, 30 teacher. Mary Sherlock, 56 school psychologist. Victoria Soto, 27 teacher. Benjamin Wheeler, 6 Allison Wyatt, 6. The youngest victim was 6. The oldest was 56. 3. The aftermath. The families of the victims demanded action. They demanded gun control. The Congress did nothing. The gun lobby was too powerful. The politicians were afraid. The families of the victims also demanded that the shooter's name be forgotten. They asked the media not to publish his name. The media published his name. The families were ignored. 4. The legacy. Sandy Hook is a reminder of the cost of gun violence. Children die in their classrooms. The politicians do nothing. The gun lobby is too powerful. The children are dead. The victims are not forgotten. Their names are read every year. Their photographs are displayed at the memorial. The school is gone. A new school has been built. The children are still dead. Chapter 90. Las Vegas, 2017. The deadliest shooting in modern U.S. history. 1. The concert, October 1st, 2017, 10:05 p.m. Las Vegas, Nevada. The Route 91 Harvest Music Festival was ending. The country music was playing. The people were dancing. The gunman opened fire. The gunman was Stephen Paddock, a 64-year-old retired accountant. He had checked into the Mandalay Bay Hotel, 32 floors above the concert. He had brought 23 guns. He had brought a stockpile of ammunition. He had been planning for months. He fired for 10 minutes. He fired over 1,000 rounds. He killed 60 people. He wounded over 400. He then killed himself. 2. The victims. The 60 dead included people from all over the United States, people from Canada, Spain, Mexico, Australia, a nurse, a teacher, a police officer, a construction worker, a grandmother, a grandfather, a mother, a father. The youngest victim was 20. The oldest was 67. 3. The motive. The motive is unknown. Stephen Paddock had no criminal record. He had no political affiliation. He had no religious affiliation. He had no history of mental illness. He was a gambler. He was worth millions. He was alone. The FBI investigated for months. They found no motive. They found no accomplice. They found no explanation. He killed 60 people. He wounded 400. He killed himself. He took the secret with him. C4. The Legacy Las Vegas is the deadliest mass shooting in modern U.S. history. It is also the most mysterious. The gunman's motive is unknown. The gunman's story is unknown. The gunman is dead. The victims are not forgotten. Their names are read every year. Their photographs are displayed at the memorial. The concert field is still there. The hotel is still there. The memory is still there. Chapter 91, Parkland, 2018. The Student Activists. 1. The School, February 14, 2018. Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School, Parkland, Florida. A gunman, Nicholas Cruz, a former student, opened fire. He killed 17 people. He wounded 17 others. He was arrested. He is awaiting trial. The shooting was not unique. The shooting was not the deadliest. The shooting was not the first. But the response was different. The students of Parkland became activists. They organized. They protested. They marched. They demanded gun control. 2. The victims. The 17 dead included Alyssa Al-Hadaf, 14 Scott Bagel, 35 teacher. Martin Duke Anguiano, 14 Nicholas Dworet, 17 Aaron Face, 37 coach. Jaime Guttenberg, 14 Chris Hickson, 49 athletic director. Luke Hoyer, 15 Cara Logren, 14 Gina Montalto, 14 Joaquin Oliver, 17 Elena Petty, 14 Meadow Pollock, 18 Helena Ramsey, 17 Alex Schachter, 14 Carmen Schentrup, 16 Peter Wang, 15. The youngest victim was 14. The oldest was 49. 3. The response. The students of Parkland organized the March for Our Lives, a nationwide protest against gun violence. They lobbied Congress. They registered voters. They changed the conversation. The Congress did not pass gun control. The gun lobby was too powerful. The politicians were afraid. The students were ignored. But the students did not give up. They kept fighting. They kept organizing. They kept marching. 4. The Legacy Parkland is a reminder that the victims are not powerless. The students of Parkland turned their grief into activism. They refused to be silent. They refused to be forgotten. The shooter is awaiting trial. He will likely spend the rest of his life in prison. The victims are not forgotten. Their names are read every year. Their photographs are displayed at the memorial. The school is still there. The students are still fighting. Chapter 92, Uvalde, 2022. 21 dead, 77 minutes, and the failure of police. 1. The school, May 24, 2022. Robb Elementary School, Uvalde, Texas. A gunman, Salvador Ramos, 18, shot his grandmother. He then drove to the school. He crashed his car. He entered the school with a semi-automatic rifle. He walked into a fourth-grade classroom. He locked the door. He killed 19 children and 2 teachers. He waited for 77 minutes. The police waited outside. The police did not enter. They did not have a key. They did not have a battering ram. They did not have the courage. They waited. The children died. The teachers died. The shooter was killed by a Border Patrol tactical team 77 minutes after he entered the school. 2. The victims. The children who died. Nevaeh Bravo, 10 Jacqueline Cazares, 9 McKenna Lee Elrod, 10 Jose Flores, 10 Eliahana Torres, 10 Eli Garcia, 9 Amory, Joe Garza, 10 Jose Carmelo, Luavanos, 10. Tess Mata, 10. Miranda Mathis, 11. Alicia Ramirez, 10. Jaila Silguero, 10. Annabel Guadalupe Rodriguez, 10. Maite Rodriguez, 10. Alexandria Rubio, 10. Leila Salazar, 10. Noah Salazar, 10. Rogelio Torres, 10. Uzia Garcia, 10. Xavier Lopez, 10. The teachers who died. Irma Garcia, 48. Eva Mireles, 44. The youngest victim was 9. The oldest was 48. 3. The failure. The police response was a failure. Officers arrived at the school while the shooter was still inside. They did not enter. They waited. They waited for 77 minutes. Children called 911 from inside the classroom. They begged for help. The police did not come. The Uvalde police chief was fired. The school district police chief was fired. The officers were investigated. No one was prosecuted. The families demanded answers. The families demanded justice. The families are still waiting. 4. The legacy Uvalde is a reminder of the cost of gun violence. Children die in their classrooms. The police do nothing. The politicians do nothing. The children are dead. Uvalde is also a reminder of the cost of police failure. The police are supposed to protect. The police failed. The children died. The victims are not forgotten. Their names are read every year. Their photographs are displayed at the memorial. The school is still there. The children are still dead. Chapter 93. The Banality of Evil, a Conclusion. Why we write about tragedies. 1. The question: we have traveled through centuries of tragedy. We have stood in the ash of Pompeii. We have walked the killing fields of Cambodia. We have watched the towers fall. We have mourned the children. The question that haunts us: why do we write about these things? Why do we read about them? Why do we remember? The answer is not simple, it is not comfortable, but it is necessary. We write about tragedies because we are trying to understand. We are trying to find a pattern in the chaos. We are trying to find meaning in the meaninglessness. We are trying to convince ourselves that the world is not random, that it is not cruel, that it will not happen to us. We are wrong. The world is random. The world is cruel. It will happen to us, not today, not tomorrow, but someday. 2. The banality of evil. Hannah Arendt, the philosopher, coined the phrase the banality of evil. She was writing about Adolf Eichmann, the Nazi who organized the deportation of Jews to the death camps. Eichmann was not a monster. He was a bureaucrat. He was ordinary. He was boring. He was evil. The killers we have studied, the serial killers, the mass murderers, the genocidaires, they are not monsters. They are not demons. They are not supernatural. They are people. They are ordinary. They are boring. They are evil. That is the horror, not the violence, not the death, the ordinariness. 3. The power of memory. We remember because we must. The victims deserve to be remembered. Their names deserve to be spoken. Their stories deserve to be told. We remember because forgetting is dangerous. When we forget, we repeat. The Holocaust was not the first genocide. It will not be the last. Rwanda was not the first. It will not be the last. Darfur was not the first. It will not be the last. We remember because remembering is resistance. The killers wanted to erase their victims. They wanted to silence them. They wanted to make them nothing. We remember, we speak, we resist. 4. The future of tragedy. The tragedies will continue. The killers will kill. The natural disasters will strike. The famines will come. The pandemics will spread. We cannot stop them. We can only prepare. We can only respond. We can only remember. The future is not written. It is not determined. It is not inevitable. We can choose. We can choose to act. We can choose to care. We can choose to remember. The victims are dead. They cannot speak. They cannot act. They cannot choose. We speak for them. We act for them. We choose for them. 5. The final word. This book is not a celebration. It is not a catalogue of horrors. It is a memorial to the victims of Jack the Ripper, Marianne Nichols, Annie Chapman, Elizabeth Stride, Catherine Eddowes, Mary Jane Kelly, to the children of the Children's Crusade, whose names are lost, to the Huguenots of St. Bartholomew's Day, who died in the streets of Paris, to the witches of Salem, who were hanged, to the children of Gilles de Rais, whose names are lost, to the servant girls of Elizabeth Bathory, whose names are lost, to the victims of H. Holmes, whose bodies were dissolved in acid, to the victims of the Axeman who died because they did not play jazz, to the victims of the Cleveland torso murderer whose heads were never found, to Suzanne Degnan, the lipstick killer's youngest victim, to the victims of Ed Gein who were skinned, to the victims of the Boston Strangler who died at the hands of a man they trusted, to the victims of the Zodiac whose names are not as famous as his ciphers, to the victims of the Manson family who died because of a song, to the victims of Edmund Kemper who picked up a hitchhiker, to the victims of Ted Bundy who trusted a handsome man, to the victims of John Wayne Gacy who were buried in a crawl space, to the victims of Jeffrey Dahmer who were eaten, to the victims of Andrei Chikatilo who were cut into pieces, to the victims of the Golden State Killer who waited decades for justice, to the victims of BTK who were bound, tortured, killed, to the victims of the Night Stalker who were attacked in their homes, to the victims of the Green River Killer who were thrown away, to the victims of the dating game killer who trusted a photographer, to the victims of the Grim Sleeper who were ignored by the police, to the victims of the Happy Face Killer who died on the side of the road, to the victims of the Toolbox Killers whose screams were recorded, to the victims of Dean Corll who were buried in a boat shed, to the victims of the Sunset Strip Killers who were shot in the head, to the children of Atlanta who were killed by a man they might have known, to Elizabeth Short, the Black Dahlia, whose murder is still unsolved, to the victims of the Texarkana Phantom who died in lovers' lanes, to the victims of the Mad Gasser of Mattoon who were poisoned by a ghost, to the victims of the Monster of Florence who died in the hills, to the victims of the Yorkshire Ripper who died because they were women, to the victims of the Dnipropetrovsk maniacs who died because 2 teenagers were bored, to the victims of the Skid Row stabber who were already forgotten, to the victims of the Santa Rosa hitchhiker killer who were never found, to the children of Oakland County who were abducted and murdered, to the victims of the Connecticut River Valley killer who died near the water, to the victims of the Colonial Parkway killer who died on a scenic road, to the victims of the Long Island serial killer who were buried in the sand, to the victims of the Smiley Face Killer hoax who died by accident, to the victims of the Phantom of Heilbronn, who was a ghost, to the victims of the Bible Belt Strangler who are still waiting for justice, to the students of Columbine who died in their school, to the victims of the Oklahoma City bombing who died in their government building, to the victims of 9/11 who died at work, to the victims of 7/7 who died on the underground, to the victims of the Mumbai attacks who died in a hotel, to the children of Utoya who died at summer camp, to the victims of the Paris attacks who died at a concert, to the victims of the Christchurch massacre who died in their mosque, to the victims of the Buffalo shooting who died in a supermarket, to the victims of Port Arthur who died in a cafe, to the victims of the Armenian genocide who died in the desert, to the victims of the Holocaust who died in gas chambers, to the victims of the Holodomor who died of starvation, to the victims of the Cambodian genocide who died in the killing fields, to the victims of the Rwandan genocide who died by machete, to the victims of Srebrenica, who died because the peacekeepers did nothing, to the victims of Darfur who are still waiting, to the victims of the Yazidi genocide who were sold as slaves, to the victims of the Munich massacre who died at the Olympics, to the passengers of United Flight 93 who fought back, to the people of Pompeii who were buried in ash, to the people of Krakatoa who were swept away by a wave, to the people of San Francisco who died in the fire, to the people of Lisbon who died on All Saints' Day, to the people of Tokyo who died in the earthquake and the massacre, to the passengers of the Titanic who died in the cold water, to the passengers of the Lusitania who died because of a torpedo, to the passengers of the Wilhelm Gustloff who died in the Baltic Sea, to the passengers of the Estonia who died in the dark, to the students of the Sewell who died off the coast of Korea, to the people of Bhopal who died from poison gas, to the liquidators of Chernobyl who died for their country, to the workers of the Deepwater Horizon who died for oil, to the workers of the Triangle Shirtwaist Factory who died because the doors were locked, to the victims of the Black Death who died in their beds, to the victims. Chapter 94. The Black Death, the Final Toll. The World After the Plague. 1. The numbers: the Black Death killed an estimated 75 to 200 million people. Europe lost 30% to 60% of its population. Some regions lost 80%. The world had never seen anything like it. The world has never seen anything like it since. The dead were not counted. There were no census takers. There were no journalists. There were no historians recording the names. The dead were buried in mass graves. Their bones were layered like sediment. The archaeologists dig them up today. They count the bones. They estimate the toll. The numbers are staggering. They are also abstract. 75 million is a statistic. 75 million is not a person. But the dead were persons. Each one had a name. Each one had a family. Each one had a story. The stories are lost. The names are lost. The dead are not forgotten. 2. The survivors. The survivors faced a world without order. The priests were dead. The lords were dead. The kings were dead. The peasants were alive. They had survived because they had fled. They had hidden. They had waited. Now they return to empty villages, to rotting crops, to the bones of their neighbors. The survivors faced a world without meaning. Why had they lived? Why had their neighbors died? The answers were not forthcoming. God had not answered. The church had not answered. The philosophers had not answered. The survivors were alone. They rebuilt, they replanted, they repopulated. The villages filled again. The churches reopened. The lords returned. The kings returned. The world returned to normal. But the survivors did not forget. They told their children told their children. The memory of the plague was passed down for generations. 3. The changes. The Black Death changed everything. The labor shortage gave peasants power. They demanded higher wages. They demanded better working conditions. They demanded freedom. The lords resisted. The peasants revolted. The revolts failed, but the changes came anyway. Wages rose, serfdom declined, feudalism began to die. The Black Death also changed the church. The church had failed. It had not protected the people. It had not explained the plague. Its priests had died like everyone else. Its pope had fled. Its authority was shattered. The survivors turned away from the church. They turned toward new ideas. The Renaissance was born. The Black Death also changed medicine. The doctors had failed. They had bled the victims. They had burned the victims. They had prayed over the victims. The victims died. The doctors realized that they did not know. They began to study. They began to experiment. They began to learn. Modern medicine was born. 4. The memory, the Black Death, is not forgotten. It is taught in schools. It is studied by historians. It is remembered in art, in paintings of death, in poems of despair, in songs of mourning. But the victims are not remembered. Their names are not known. Their faces are not known. Their stories are not told. They are the anonymous dead. They deserve better. They deserve to be remembered, not as statistics, as people. Chapter 95, The Irish Potato Famine, the Diaspora. The millions who left, the millions who died. On the ships, between 1845 and 1855, over 2 million Irish emigrated. They left from Liverpool, from Cork, from Dublin. They sailed on coffin ships, overcrowded, under-provisioned, disease-ridden. 1 in 5 died at sea. The bodies were thrown overboard. The sharks followed. The survivors arrived in America, in Canada, in Australia, in England. They were poor. They were sick. They were starving. They were not welcome. The signs read, "No Irish need apply." The Irish were called white Negroes. They were discriminated against. They were hated. They were feared. They survived anyway. They built churches. They built schools. They built communities. They became Americans, Canadians, Australians. They did not forget. 2. The diaspora today. Over 70 million people claim Irish ancestry. There are more Irish in the United States than in Ireland. There are more Irish in England than in Ireland. There are more Irish in Australia than in Ireland. The Irish diaspora is everywhere. The diaspora remembers. St. Patrick's Day is celebrated around the world. The Irish pubs are filled. The Irish music is played. The Irish stories are told. But the diaspora also remembers the famine, the hunger, the death, the exile. The diaspora carries the memory. 3. The denial. The British government denied responsibility for the famine. It blamed the Irish. It blamed the potato. It blamed God. It did not blame itself. The historians have blamed the British government. The famine was not a natural disaster. It was a man-made disaster. The British government had food. It chose to export it. The British government had money. It chose to spend it on war. The British government had ships. It chose to send them empty. The British government has apologized. The apology was too late. The apology did not bring back the dead. 4. The memory. The Irish potato famine is remembered in Ireland. The memorials stand in every city. The names of the victims are read every year. The story is taught in every school. The famine is also remembered in the diaspora. The Irish who left carried the memory with them. They passed it to their children. Their children passed it to their children. The memory is still alive. The victims are not forgotten. Their names are not all known, but the millions who died are not statistics. They are ancestors. They are remembered. Chapter 96, The Spanish Flu, the Second Wave. The deadliest wave. 1. The return, the Spanish flu, came in waves. The first wave in the spring of 1918 was mild. It killed some. It sickened many. It was not remarkable. The second wave in the fall of 1918 was deadly. It killed millions. It killed within hours. It killed the healthy, the young, the strong. It was the deadliest pandemic in human history. The second wave was caused by a mutation. The virus had changed. It had become more deadly. It had become more contagious. It was unstoppable. The cities that had been spared in the first wave were hit hard in the second. The cities that had been hit hard in the first wave were immune. The virus had given them immunity. The dead had saved the living. 2. The suffering. The victims died alone. The hospitals were full. The nurses were sick. The doctors were dying. The families could not visit. The funerals could not be held. The bodies were buried in mass graves. The dying died without comfort. The children were orphaned. The parents died. The grandparents died. The children were alone. They were taken in by neighbors, by relatives, by strangers. They grew up without parents. They carried the scars. The survivors suffered from survivors' guilt. Why had they lived? Why had their loved ones died? They had no answer. They had no comfort. They had only the memory. 3. The end. The Spanish flu ended in 1919. The virus mutated again. It became less deadly. It became the seasonal flu. It kills 500,000 people every year. We live with it. We have forgotten. The pandemic ended not because of a vaccine. There was no vaccine. It ended not because of a treatment. There was no treatment. It ended because the virus changed. It ended because enough people had died that the virus could not spread. It ended because of death. The survivors returned to normal. They went back to work. They went back to school. They went back to life. They did not forget, but they moved on. 4. The memory. The Spanish flu is forgotten. It is not taught in schools. It is not remembered in memorials. It is not mourned. The dead are anonymous. The survivors are dead. The memory is fading. COVID-19 reminded us of the Spanish flu, the masks, the lockdowns, the death tolls, the fear. The world remembered. The historians wrote books. The journalists wrote articles. The documentaries were made. But the Spanish flu is still forgotten. The victims are still anonymous. The memory is still fading. Chapter 97. The Future of Tragedy. Climate Change. The Coming Catastrophe. 1. The warning the scientists have been warning for decades. The planet is warming. The ice caps are melting. The seas are rising. The storms are intensifying. The droughts are lengthening. The fires are spreading. The people are dying. The warnings have been ignored. The politicians have done little. The corporations have done less. The people have done almost nothing. The future is not written. It is not determined. It is not inevitable. But the trajectory is clear. If we do not act, the world will change. The change will bring tragedy. 2. The coming tragedies. The climate crisis will bring tragedies. Heat waves will kill the elderly, the sick, the poor. The power grids will fail. The air conditioners will stop. The people will die in their homes. Floods will drown the coasts. The cities will be underwater. The people will flee. The refugees will be millions. Storms will destroy the islands. The hurricanes will be stronger. The tornadoes will be more frequent. The typhoons will be more deadly. Droughts will starve the fields. The crops will fail. The people will hunger. The famines will come. Fires will burn the forests. The smoke will choke the cities. The homes will be destroyed. The people will flee. Sea level rise will drown the nations. Tuvalu, Maldives, Kiribati, they will disappear. The people will become refugees. Their cultures will be erased. The tragedies will not be natural. They will be man-made. We will have caused them. We will have ignored the warnings. We will have chosen not to act. 3. The response. We can still act. We can reduce our emissions. We can switch to renewable energy. We can plant trees. We can protect the forests. We can change our diets. We can drive less. We can fly less. We can consume less. The technology exists. The money exists. The political will does not exist. We can still act, but the window is closing. The scientists say we have a decade. The politicians say we have longer. The children say we have no time. The children are right. 4. The legacy. The future is not written. It is not determined. It is not inevitable. We can choose. We can choose to act. We can choose to change. We can choose to save. The victims of the past, the millions who died in famines, in floods, in fires, they could not choose. They were helpless. They were innocent. They died. We are not helpless. We are not innocent. We have choices. We have power. We have responsibility. The question is not whether tragedy will come. The question is whether we will act before it does. Chapter 98. A note on the victims. They were not numbers. 1. The names. This book has listed thousands of names. The victims of Jack the Ripper, the children of the Children's Crusade, the Huguenots of St. Bartholomew's Day, the witches of Salem, the children of Gilles de Rais, the servant girls of Elizabeth Bathory, the boarders of H. Holmes, the Italian grocers of New Orleans, the unidentified victims of the Cleveland Torso murderer, Suzanne Degnan, the victims of Ed Gein, the women of the Boston Strangler, the couples of the Zodiac, the family's victims, the co-eds of Edmund Kemper, the young women of Ted Bundy, the young men of John Wayne Gacy, the young men of Jeffrey Dahmer, the women and children of Andrei Chikatilo, the couples of the Golden State Killer, the families of BTK, the random victims of the Night Stalker, the forgotten women of the Green River Killer, the women of the Dating Game Killer, the invisible victims of the Grim Sleeper, the hitchhikers of the Happy Face Killer, the tortured victims of the Toolbox Killers, the boys of Dean Cole, the sex workers of the Sunset Strip Killers, the children of Atlanta, Elizabeth Short, the couples of the Texarkana Phantom, the victims of the Mad Gasser, the lovers of the Monster of Florence, the women of the Yorkshire Ripper, the random victims of the Dnipropetrovsk Maniacs, the homeless of the Skid Row Stabber, the hitchhikers of the Santa Rosa Killer, the children of Oakland County, the women of the Connecticut River Valley Killer, the couples of the Colonial Parkway Killer, the sex workers of the Long Island Serial Killer, the drowned young men of the Smiley Face Hoax, the ghost of the Phantom of Heilbronn, the women of the Bible Belt Strangler. These names are not complete. Many victims are not named in this book. Their names are lost. Their stories are lost. Their faces are lost. They are the anonymous dead. They deserve better. 2. The numbers. The numbers are staggering. 1.5 million Armenians, 6 million Jews, 11 million Holocaust victims, 3 to 5 million Ukrainians, 1.7 to 2.5 million Cambodians, 800,000 Rwandans, 8,000 Bosnians, 300,000 Darfuris, thousands of Yazidis. The numbers are abstract. They are difficult to comprehend. They are impossible to mourn. But each number is a person. Each person had a name. Each name had a face. Each face had a story. The stories are lost. The names are lost. The faces are lost. The dead are not forgotten. 3. The obligation. We have an obligation to remember. The dead cannot speak. They cannot act. They cannot choose. We speak for them. We act for them. We choose for them. We remember because remembering is resistance. The killers wanted to erase their victims. They wanted to silence them. They wanted to make them nothing. We remember, we speak, we resist. We remember because forgetting is dangerous. When we forget, we repeat. The Holocaust was not the first genocide. It will not be the last. Rwanda was not the first. It will not be the last. Darfur was not the first. It will not be the last. We remember because the victims deserve to be remembered. They died. They did not choose to die. They were killed. They deserve better than to be forgotten. 4. The future. The future will bring new tragedies, new killers, new genocides, new famines, new pandemics, new natural disasters, new man-made disasters. We cannot stop them. We can only prepare. We can only respond. We can only remember. The victims of the future are not yet born. They do not yet have names. They do not yet have faces. They do not yet have stories. We can protect them. We can build a better world. We can choose to act. The choice is ours. Chapter 99, Why We Remember. The Psychology of Tragedy. 1. The question. Why do we remember tragedies? Why do we study them? Why do we write about them? Why do we read about them? The answer is not simple. It is not comfortable, but it is necessary. We remember because we are afraid. We are afraid that the tragedy will happen again. We are afraid that it will happen to us. We remember to prepare. We remember to protect. We remember because we are curious. We want to know why. Why did the killer kill? Why did the dictator murder? Why did the famine happen? We want to understand. We remember because we are moral. We want to honor the dead. We want to learn from the past. We want to build a better future. We remember because we are human. Memory is what makes us human. Without memory, we are animals. With memory, we are something more. 2. The danger of forgetting. Forgetting is dangerous. When we forget, we repeat. The Holocaust was not the first genocide. It will not be the last. Rwanda was not the first. It will not be the last. Darfur was not the first. It will not be the last. We forget because it is easier. It is easier to move on. It is easier to look away. It is easier to pretend that nothing happened. But the dead do not move on. The dead are still dead. The dead are still waiting. We forget because it is painful. The memories are painful. The stories are painful. The names are painful. We look away because the pain is too much. But the dead do not look away. The dead are still there. We forget because we are busy. We have lives to live. We have jobs to do. We have families to raise. We have no time for the dead. But the dead had time. They had time to die. 3. The power of memory. Memory is power. The killers wanted to erase their victims. They wanted to silence them. They wanted to make them nothing. Memory resists. Memory refuses. Memory persists. The victims are not forgotten. Their names are read. Their stories are told. Their faces are seen. They are not nothing. They are something. They are remembered. Memory is also a burden. The survivors carry the memory. The children of survivors carry the memory. The grandchildren carry the memory. The memory is passed down. It is never forgotten. It is never light. Memory is also a gift. The memory of tragedy can inspire change. The memory of the Holocaust inspired the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. The memory of the Holocaust inspired the creation of Israel. The memory of the Holocaust inspired the war crimes tribunals. Memory can change the world. 4. The future of memory. The future of memory is uncertain. The survivors are dying. The witnesses are disappearing. The memory is fading. We must write it down. We must teach it. We must remember. The dead are counting on us. Chapter 100. The Final Word. Never again. 1. The promise. Never again. The phrase is spoken at every memorial. It was spoken after the Holocaust. It was spoken after Rwanda. It was spoken after Srebrenica. It is spoken after every tragedy. We promise never again. We promise to remember. We promise to act. We promise to protect. We break our promises. The tragedies continue. The killers kill. The genocides happen. The famines starve. The pandemics spread. The natural disasters strike. The man-made disasters destroy. We break our promises because we are human. We are weak. We are forgetful. We are selfish. We break our promises because we are human. But we can try again. We can promise again. We can remember again. We can act again. We can protect again. Never again is not a prediction. It is not a guarantee. It is a hope. It is a goal. It is a promise. We keep promising. We keep failing. We keep promising again. 2. The victims. This book is dedicated to the victims, to the millions who died, to the millions who suffered, to the millions who were forgotten. They are not forgotten now. Their names are written in this book. Their stories are told in this book. Their faces are seen in this book. They are not numbers. They are people. They had names. They had faces. They had stories. They had families. They had dreams. They had futures. They lost everything. They lost their lives. They lost their names. They lost their stories. They lost their faces. They lost their families. They lost their dreams. They lost their futures. They are not forgotten. They are remembered. 3. The readers. You have read this book. You have traveled through centuries of tragedy. You have seen the worst that humanity has to offer. You have mourned the victims. You have learned the stories. Now you must act. You must remember. You must speak. You must resist. You must tell the stories. You must teach the children. You must honor the dead. You must protect the living. You must build a better world. The future is not written. It is not determined. It is not inevitable. You can choose. You can choose to act. You can choose to change. You can choose to save. The victims are counting on you. The dead are waiting. The future is listening. 4. The final word. This book is finished. The stories are told. The victims are remembered. The promise is made, but the work is not done. The tragedies will continue. The killers will kill. The genocides will happen. The famines will starve. The pandemics will spread. The natural disasters will strike. The man-made disasters will destroy. We cannot stop them. We can only prepare. We can only respond. We can only remember. We remember because we must. We remember because the victims deserve to be remembered. We remember because forgetting is dangerous. We remember because memory is power. We remember. Never again. The end.